India Today's State of the State Conclave, Odisha. I'm Sonal Khetarpal, Senior Associate Editor at India Today and your host for today's conclave. Odisha's narrative is that of resilience. Despite facing frequent natural calamities such as cyclones, droughts, and floods, the state has undergone a remarkable transformation, consistently surpassing the national average growth rate. From becoming one of India's top rice producers to emerging as a pivotal state for mineral and metal-based industries, Odisha's journey is nothing short of inspiring. It is no surprise that the state is well on its way to becoming a gateway to East and Southeast Asia. In 2022 and 2023, the state's economy witnessed a growth rate of 7.8%, surpassing the national growth of 7%. This growth is attributed to proactive government reforms, robust fiscal discipline, enhanced public spending, and the development of critical infrastructure such as road connectivity and ports. No wonder these proactive strategies have attracted investors to the state, further fueling its economic momentum. Before we delve into the discussions lined up for today, I would like to extend my gratitude to our sponsors for their invaluable support. Co-presented by Odisha Shasan and tourism partner Odisha, India's best kept secret. To our esteemed audience, your presence here is greatly appreciated. We also encourage you to engage with us on social media. Do share your thoughts using the hashtag India Today Odisha's Conclave. Without further delay, let us now begin this power-packed event with our first session of the day. Please join me in welcoming India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chingappa, onto the stage to kickstart the event with his introductory remarks. Welcome, Raj. Can I have a round of applause? It's only morning, please.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Pratap Keshri Deb, Minister of Energy, Industries and MSC Enterprises, Mr. Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary, Industries, Anil Kumar Singh, President JSW Steel, Subrakant Panda, MD India Metal and Ferroalloys, Aditya Dash, MD of the Surya Group, other distinguished speakers to follow after the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the India Today magazine, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the State of the State Conclave Odisha. This is not our first effort at this. We have been at Odisha for the last 8 years at least, where we have come frequently on the State of the State to review the progress of Odisha. And this time, the theme is how to boost growth. As you know, Odisha has always been culturally rich. Apart from the magnificent Konark temple, there's always the famous Jagannath temple and a whole lot of other beautiful things that happen in Odisha. And these are just examples of it. But as we know, tragically, economically, it had been poor for many, many decades, especially after independence. And this, despite the fact that it has 20% of the country's mineral resources, 10% of its water resources, 7% of its forest coverage, while occupying less than 5%, around 4.7% of the country's geographical area. But, as I mentioned, the past 2 decades have seen Odisha undergo a radical and impressive transformation. From being at the nadir of state rankings, Odisha has emerged as one of the most progressive states in the country. And all this thanks to the single-minded dedication of its Chief Minister, Naveen Patnaik, who is nearing completion of his 5th term. Through him and by him and for him as well, Odisha has now become a model of development. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause for Odisha, Naveen Patnaik, and the people behind the team Patnaik that has enabled this to happen. Now, let me just give you some figures. India Today always does these studies. And what it does is tries to compare Odisha's progress with the nation's progress as well as other states. We employed MDRA, which is our leading research agency, which does our state of the state, and they came up and we asked them to analyze how Odisha compares with the rest of the country. And here are some of its latest findings. I would just like to qualify the fact that, as you know, statistics is very difficult to get across the country. We still don't have the 2021 census. We have to rely on national sample surveys, other kinds of periodic surveys, as well as state statistics. So if there is some discrepancy, we'll have to bear with it. But whatever that has come out of it, Odisha's, let's start with per capita income, which is a very important indicator. At the end of the day, people will say, what's growth about unless our per capita income increase, our individual incomes increase? Odisha, when compared to other states, it has grown 3 times. The per capita income has grown 3 times between 2011 and 12 and 2022-23. In a decade, it has trebled. And the national average at that same time has been below that, 2.7%. So if you look at the per capita income, it's around rupees 1.5 lakh per annum. It is higher than Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and even West Bengal. So that's very impressive. Now, if you come to the GSDP growth, again, a very important indicator of how a state is doing. In 2022-23, Odisha grew, its GSDP grew at 7.8%, which is higher than the national GDP growth of 7%. Again, a good indication if a state is doing much higher than the national average, and remember there are a whole lot of other states it has to compare with, it is very good progress. Another good indication of the fact that the economy is growing is that labor participation rate in the age group 15 to 59, which is the major age group, is 62%, which is again higher than the national average of 60%. Now let's take a look at some of the sectors, which is also a very good indication of where the focus of the state lies. And one of the most critical things is healthcare. As we know, we've all been through a COVID pandemic. And what we try and do is to focus and see how the states have improved in that particular area, because all of our lives were at stake just 2-3 years back, and health became one of the key priorities for any state and, of course, the nation. Now, if you take a look at healthcare, and very, very impressively, it has given Odisha, the state government has allocated 8% of its total expenditure towards healthcare in 2023-24. That's higher than the allocation of all states, which average at about 6%. So it's almost 2% higher. And that's a significant difference, because if you look at the other figure, which is how much is the state government spending per person? This is again 2023-2024, and it is rupees 3,293, which is much higher than the national average of rupees 1,974, almost 60% more than the national average. Good indicator again. And very, very important, as you know, Odisha was always known as part of the Bimaru states, though it was not in that acronym, but Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh falling in that. But again, very impressively, if you look at multi-dimensional poverty, it now stands at 11.07%, much lower than the national average, or slightly lower than the national average of 11.28. But what's very impressive is this, is just 2 decades ago, close to 60% of the population was below the poverty line. And now we are seeing a dramatic difference. And therefore, let's, I think, in this, give a very warm round of applause to Odisha, apart from the other statistics that's there. And let us also look, every time I come back to Odisha, you can see dramatic changes happening. It's not a state that remains static. And one of the things you noticed is infrastructure. There again, roads and bridges are very critical. And Odisha has set aside 8% in the last budget towards expenditure towards building roads and bridges. Again, much higher than the national average of, or allocations of by states. The average allocation is 5%, Odisha is 8%. And let's take another thing. There are some, of course, areas that we need to look at. I'll come to that. But take a look at water supply and sanitation. Here again, the expenditure that Odisha has made is 6% compared to the all India average of states of 3%, almost double what it's made. And in rural development, and I'm sure all of you all that travel across Odisha will notice that change that's happening across. Again, a higher allocation, 7%, 1% more than the other states that are there. Politically also, you can see the difference, and later today we'll have a lot of the self-help group women that are coming and have made a dramatic difference in terms of how they've, both in terms of employment and entrepreneurship, how they've transformed rural areas. And here, if you see one indicator of that is when you take a look at women's representatives at the panchayat level, and this is the third tier of governance, Odisha has the highest percentage with 53%, while the national average is 45%. So when you bring Nari Shakti to the fore, you're going to see a dramatic difference because they occupy one half of the sky. And if you neglect that aspect of it, here they seem to have occupied that particular part and a little more of the sky. And that is a very good indication of why Odisha is doing well. Here again, if you take a look at entrepreneurship, the ministers here, and we were talking just before that, if you see the number of Jan Dhan accounts, it is 450 per thousand. As compared to the national average of 368 per thousand. So again, much higher. People are making use of bank accounts, and that is a good indication of the next step, which is to take on entrepreneurship. And if you take a look at, particularly under Naveen Patnaik, the chief minister, from starvation deaths that we used to know Odisha about, and Kalahandi was a great example of that, and that was the place that all of us visited. I also went in the 80s to see what used to happen in the state. Today, it is moved to absolute food security. It is, in fact, adjudged as the top-ranked state amongst the general category states in the National Food Security Act. It has been awarded for that. So if you look at all these factors, we were just discussing before we came here with the minister and the industry secretary of how the reforms process has happened. We talked of the mining reforms, and I'm sure during the next, in this panel, we'll have a lot of that, as well as the power sector. There were two major reforms that were brought there, and you can see the industrial growth that's happening, apart from the fact that we said that it's really doing well in infrastructure development, and as we know, is number one in disaster management. In fact, in terms of disaster management, Odisha actually teaches not only just other states, but internationally too. A lot of observers come to see how Odisha manages its disaster problems. And let's not forget, it is one of the most cyclone-prone states in India, as well as the world, and it's now become a prime example of how you can handle it. Last points, some areas that we need to focus on. And one of them is, while there has been laudable progress in education, the allocation towards education needs to be boosted. Currently, it is around 13%, whereas the national average by other states is 15%. This is an area that requires a lot of attention. The other aspect is the unemployment rate. We don't really know, as I said, there are no good figures that we can actually rely on. But whatever we have that which is available for 2021-22 shows that Odisha is at 6%, while the national average is around 4.1%. Here, a bigger focus needs to come on the services sector. Manufacturing is done very well. Agriculture, of course, we've seen it's transformed itself. But service sector is the big area for growth, and I'm sure we'll discuss a lot more on that. So essentially, I've just presented you a picture of Odisha. There are a lot of other facts that we have with us. I will not load you with that, except to say that we are looking at one of the most progressive states, and one of the reasons we've had this conclave is to actually take it further, never be satisfied with it. That's the motto of the Chief Minister, who believes in the 5 Ts that exist here to transform the state into a new dimension. That is why we have put together this conclave. Our first session will look at industry and how it can progress on that front. We have a whole line of sessions, if you see the whole day, focusing on all the key aspects. And we are honored that a lot of distinguished speakers will be coming and presenting their impressions, analysis of Odisha. We are also very delighted that the Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik, the redoubtable Mr. Naveen Patnaik, will be gracing the occasion later this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming here and being present and participating in the India Today State of the State Conclave.
Thank you, Raj, for setting the tone of the event and sharing with us the key statistics on this drastic transformation of the state. We'll now move on to the panel discussions, and the first session delves into the pivotal topic of industrial development in Odisha. Over the years, the state government has implemented numerous steps to foster industrial growth, positioning Odisha as a thriving industrial hub in eastern India. In fact, the contribution of industries to gross state domestic product is expected to increase to 41.3%, underlining the significant strides the state has made in development of a robust industry ecosystem. To discuss the policies driving this development, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to join us on stage. Mr. Pratap Keshri Deb, Minister for Energy, Industries, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Everyone please welcome him on stage. Mr. Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary, Industries Department. Welcome, sir. Mr. Anil Kumar Singh, President for JSW Steel at Sambalpur, Raigarh and Paradeep plants. Mr. Subrakant Panda, MD, Indian Metals and Ferro Alloys Limited and immediate past President for FICCI. Mr. Aditya Dash, Managing Director, for the Suryo Group, and moderating this session will be India Today's Managing Editor, MG Arun. Welcome everyone. MG, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. The state of Odisha is blessed with immense natural resources. It is the largest producer of iron ore, bauxite, aluminium, steel, and stainless steel in the country. Odisha is considered as a hub for mineral-based industries due to its large mineral resources. The state has had a consistent economic growth. Its growth has been above the national average. In fact, Mr. Raj Chenkappa, welcoming you all, has dwelt in detail about on the various, the progress, the strides the state has taken in various sectors. The growth-oriented policies of the state rest on 4 pillars: governance, infrastructure, policy, and raw materials. However, there is still a lot that could be done. To talk about the opportunities and challenges for the industry in Odisha, we have with us an eminent panel of speakers. We have Mr. Pratap Keshri Deb. He is the Minister for Energy, Industries, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of Odisha. We have Mr. Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Odisha. We have Mr. Anil Kumar Singh, who is the President, JSW Steel, Sambalpur, Raigarh, Paradeep plants, a person who has really seen large mega steel plants start from scratch. We have Mr. Subrakant Panda, MD, Indian Metals and Ferro Alloys Limited, and immediate past President of the industry body FICCI, and Mr. Aditya Dash, who is the Managing Director of the Suryo Group. So let me start with the Minister, Mr. Pratap Deb. Mr. Deb, the Industry Policy Resolution 2022 aims to create a conducive environment for sustainable industrial growth in the state. I have already pointed out, and so did Mr. Raj Chenkappa, how the state has been endowed with so many resources, but it all depends on how you can rightly tap into those resources. So could you please throw some light on some of the salient features of the industrial policy and the progress that you have made so far in its implementation to start with?
While starting industrialization on a mission mode from 2016 onwards in the direction of Honorable Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, the task given to the department was inclusive industrialization. Means all the 30 districts in the state should get the benefit and people's participation should be there. While keeping that in mind, also we need a consistent policy and a framework which will attract investment. On these principles we started off and we made the policy dynamic. That is, the policy is not static. As and when the time moves on and as per the demand of the market and the economical development of the country, both nationally and internationally, we would reset our priorities and reset our policy. So on those lines, Industrial Policy 2022 is the latest edition, and under this, we have made provisions and we have kept priority and thrust sectors. And since the state is endowed with a lot of natural resources, raw materials, and we've got a good infrastructure, and also a talented pool of young people, employable people, so we set up priorities and divided the state into various sectors and regions. And for these various sectors and regions, we kept, I'll say, shops so that we can attract investment. For example, the Biju Expressway, which runs in the most backward district of the states, right from Sundargarh till Koraput, all along Chhattisgarh. On that, we have kept about 40% capital subsidy and SDSE exemption up to 300%, electricity duty exemption, tariff, 2 rupees tariff holiday for about 7 years. And similarly, on the coastal track, on the eastern board, we have kept about 30% capital subsidy, and these are the kind of incentives we are giving the industrialists to come in. And it shouldn't be a cluster. Suppose, for example, Paradip, it's on the coast. So the PCPI, it's a petrochemical and chemical region, and chemical industries and other industries will be harbored there. Kalinganagar is the steel hub. Jharsuguda and Raurakela region, they are engineering and power and metal hub, like aluminium. So this is how we have sectorized. Gopalpur will be again chemical hub. So this is how the investment in the state is coming. And to cap it all, we have got a consistent policy which comes through consistent governance. And under the aegis of Honorable Chief Minister, there has been policy consistency for quite some time. And that is a great incentive to the industry because they want the continuation of the policy, number one. Number two, we have the raw materials. Number three, we have got a talented pool. Number four, we have got a good infrastructure. And number five, which is most important, we have the advantage of the late beginner. While other places, industrial hubs of the country are saturating or plateauing, we are just beginning to open. That means I've got land, water and electricity. The capacity of Minister Industries also, at present we are energy surplus and we have got the natural resources to double our energy production, both green energy as well as fossil energy. So this is the kind of basic environment which is provided under IPR 2022 to attract investment, and we have been successful on that.
So when you say it has been successful, could you just throw some light on the kind of interest that has come in from investors, including overseas?
When we started in 2016, we have got something called Invest in Odisha or Make in Odisha program from the Industrial Department and a nodal agency, APCOL, the Industrial Promotion Agency. Every biennial year we are having this program, 16, 18, and for the COVID we shifted that, dropped that and went on to 22. So in this 3 investment meets, so far we have been able to attract an intent of 21,48,000 crores. And while I am speaking of which, about more than 10.5 lakh crore worth of projects are being grounded as I am speaking. So that makes us one of the leading states, one of the 3 leading states of the country where intent is grounded. And that is why I say that we are attracting investment because of all these 5 factors I said earlier. And now industry is coming in, and not only in the metal sector, in all other sectors also, Odisha has now become the biggest investment destination in the eastern part of the country.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. In fact, we would like to bring in Mr. Hemant Sharma. Maybe you would like to add to the fact as to how, the various segments have been receiving specialized attention from the state, the creation of the so-called hubs, and also the kind of interest that it has generated, and also how the state has moved on from being just a state endowed with natural resources to producing more value-added, material in manufacturing.
Well, as our Honourable Minister was explaining, the whole premise of our new Industrial Policy Resolution 2022 is based on 3 principles. The first principle is encourage as much value addition as is possible within the state in our raw material resources. So we have been able to attract the large investors in steel, stainless steel, aluminium. Value-added products in steel, stainless steel and aluminium is also happening because of categorizing ancillary and downstream as the priority sector. So our priority sector is basically industries where more value addition takes place. So we are now not only the largest producer of steel, but we have the best manufacturing capacity of steel pipes, steel tubes, other value-added items of steel. Similarly, in aluminium, we have gone only from basic aluminium ingots to value-added downstream products of aluminium. So that's principle number one. Principle number two is to get the base broadened. How do we broaden the base? How do we bring in more sectors? So we have been able to bring sectors like food processing, packaging, petrochemicals, chemicals, textiles, apparel, garment. And today you would be happy to know that India's best manufacturers in food processing, Nestle, ITC, Britannia, Parle Agro, Anmol, all of these companies have new and upcoming plants in Odisha. Similarly, in textiles and apparel and garment sector, we recently added Wellspun, who is setting up one of the largest integrated textile complexes in Odisha. Similarly, we have Epic, Mars, Uniqlo, Aditya Birla Fashion Retail, Shahi Exports, Orient Craft, Wild Republic, Cotton World, SAPL. The entire Noida cluster, 10 of them have now decided to put up their factories in Odisha. If you look at chemicals, we have attracted world's leading players. For instance, we have Deepak Nitrite, Mahadhan Agro, we have Almatis, Magna, Caldres. All these companies have come from Europe and from USA to set up their plants in Odisha. This has been possible because of two simple reasons. One is that we have a good policy. Second is that we have put in the best infrastructure which is contextual and relevant to these industries. For instance, for chemical industries, we have ready to move in plots with factory gate availability of water, power and connectivity in our PCPIR at Paradeep. We have also been able to attract what is called new age industries. New age industries are those where environmental concerns drive investment. For instance, green fuels, green hydrogen, green ammonia, other ammonia derivatives. Gopalpur, where we have the port, we have a good special economic zone, as well as at Paradeep, we have the PCPIR and ready to move in plots with good availability of infrastructure. So it's a mix of policy and infrastructure which has helped us not only get more investments, but also investments in the diverse sectors, which by nature are either more value-adding or they provide employment for highly skilled workers. So this is some strategy which is working to our advantage.
Great. I would like to bring in Mr. Anil Kumar Singh, who can talk to us from the ground experience that the private sector player like yours, JSW Steel, which is the largest steel making company in the country. And you have also seen set up steel plants from scratch, not just you're working on a project in Odisha, but even Karnataka and other states. What has been your experience, with the Odisha government and with setting up your plant? Because we know that it's not easy to get into large-scale projects, over a long gestation period like manufacturing, because there are so many issues of land acquisition, the infrastructure, the right skills, etc., which needs to be in place. So maybe you could start off with your, experience, and then we can go into other.
Yeah, good afternoon. We all know that raw material is available, all minerals are available in Odisha. But as Mr. Raj mentioned, this was a part of Bimaro state. JSW Steel being a steel company, we have entered in this state just 3 years back with iron ore mines. Now our presence is there in steel plant, cement plant, power plant, ports. So in this sector already we have entered. So this is because when we talk about this government stability, good governance, these things are very, very important. But we know for putting a steel plant, what are the major things are required. One is mineral resource is required, which is available in Odisha. Land is available, water is available, infrastructure has improved, ports connectivity is there. So all such things are required. But apart from this, softer issue, which was mainly very important, which is stable government, good governance and law and order situations. So if we put all things in one basket, then as per us, this Odisha stands much, much taller than their peers when we compare to this. Now when we talk about this land acquisition and present working in Odisha, So this is my 7th state where I'm working with. But very proudly, I can say this is one of the best states to work with as a plant head. 3 years back, I have come to Jharsuguda area where we acquired Bhushan Power and Steel Limited, and we are working in that area. There also, already this plant was existing, so already there was not much issue. Recently, 2 experience I will share with all of you. One is JSW presence in electric car manufacturing. JSW is entering into automobile, and all of you might be knowing that in India, automobile means people will think for either Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra, Pune. Or sometimes nowadays Gujarat is coming into the picture. But thinking automobile in Odisha was beyond the imagination. Our experience, just 19th of November, this topic started, putting up car manufacturing in Odisha. And recently, MOU also has been signed. Just 2 months duration, starting from scratch to the MOU signing is a great achievement. When we talk about the land acquisition, so here, thanks to Government of Odisha, they have already given approx 1,000 acres of land to JSW. And now JSW groundwork has already started. So in 2 months' time, you can't imagine a plant from just seed level to this just execution level is coming to on the ground. So this is a big achievement. Thanks to Chief Minister and their team. They are very proactive. This is top-driven states, which I can say. When anything is decided at top level, entire machinery works in that line. And everybody becomes part of that, and they think this is their duty, and they bring to the ground level. So this is 2 months development, I told. Now recently, you might have read in the paper, the POSCO plant in Paradip, which was earlier given to POSCO, now it has been given to JSW. So this land, 3,000 acres of land, Government of Odisha Industry Department has given to JSW with full boundary wall. And in last 16th of Feb, groundbreaking ceremony has been done on the plot. CM himself went there. His entire team went there. And it was very surprising there because I was also stationed there because that was very big groundbreaking ceremony. And I have checked up also, and very proudly I can say that was the world's largest and biggest groundbreaking ceremony happened so far, with 30,000 people attending in such a Paradip area where earlier lot of disturbance was there. So now this is a part of good governance, good law and order situation where 30,000 people coming on the same plot, same land for giving their support to set up a plant. When I was camping there, Industry Secretary, he also visited 1 day in advance. In other states, we have seen government officials are really government officials. They come on time, not before. But here it is not like that. I have experienced. They are just part and parcel. They are always helpful to us whenever industry is in problem. Anywhere, whoever is government official, they give their full cooperation and they think this is their problem and they try to resolve it. So, Paradip being this world's largest steel plant, which will be 25 million ton steel plant. So now groundbreaking ceremony has been done and we are going to start the work very soon. Groundwork has started. So I think when we plan such a big industries, so definitely some issues comes. When we acquire 3,000 acres land, 2,000 acre land, then definitely who is the practical people? They will understand that some issue will be there, but definitely that is getting resolved. So that is one good thing I have observed in Odisha.
That's excellent. I think what you have said, to sum it up, it all boils down to stability, governance and leadership. And I think it's heartwarming to note that a state from where just a few years ago, some big ticket investments had seen a flight, including POSCO and Vedanta. I mean, all that is being reversed. And these are finally materializing and will create a lot of job opportunities. In fact, I think we are a little curious to know what is this automotive plant that JSW is getting into. Maybe, if you can briefly tell us what it is all about.
JSW has acquired a stake in MG Motors. That is another part. So that will be with MG. But here in Odisha, we are going to set up a full-fledged integrated car manufacturing. It will be totally electric vehicle. It will be totally EV. And battery manufacturing also we are going to put here. And along with that, copper smelter also we are going to put. So this will be full integrated car manufacturing setup, which we are going to set up here with 40,000 crores investment we are going to set up here. Recently on 16th of Feb, when this groundbreaking ceremony was happening, so our CMD Sri Sajan Jindal, he announced there. So far in 3 years, we have spent approx 30,000 crores in the state. And now in coming futures, we are going to spend approx 1,50,000 crores in the state, because now he has got full confidence in the state and he knows the potential. He has seen the working with Odisha government and he is fully charged with that. So our next destination is Odisha only. But when, you can give me 2 minutes time? Yeah. So here, one good thing is there, state is really progressing in a very right direction. But as I am from steel industry, I will give you some steel details, which is an indicator that definitely state is progressing. Today, if we see that our steel capacity in the country is approx 140 million ton. Out of that, 30 million ton, 33 is in Odisha, where we produce 20 million ton. So, if you see, in today's circumstances, iron ore production is concerned, Odisha is producing more than 50% of country's iron ore, and we are producing 20% of country's steel. So here is the opportunities lies for Odisha to convert their own iron ore into steel and make more profit. Yeah. When country's steel policy, everybody is aware, country's steel policy is 300 million ton by 2030. Definitely, I feel it is not going to be by 2030, but definitely maybe by 2035 it is going to be 300 million tons. So from 140 to 300 million tons, where it is going to happen? Where iron ore is there. So state of Odisha is there, where maximum component of 160 million ton is going to come. Government of Odisha has made plan of roadmap for 130 million ton. 30 million ton already they are having. 100 million ton additional is going to come. If 100 million ton additional, just thumb rule I will say you, it will attract 500,000 crores of investment and 100,000 of skilled workforce job creation will be there. Yeah. So this is the requirement. But when this is going to happen, so definitely some challenges also are going to be faced. Yeah.
Wonderful. I think he has just pointed out, Mr. Singh, the kind of immense potential the state has, and it should not be resting on its laurels, because the future, as far as the steel production at least is concerned, there is a huge way that Odisha can go. Let me come to Mr. Shubhrakant Panda, who has got immense experience understanding, comparing the industrial growth in various states in his capacity as past president of FICCI. So, Mr. Panda, I mean, I would like to know from you, what are the unique things that sets Odisha apart from other states? You also have been, your company has been, your group has been in business for several decades now, and you have seen the kind of transformation that has happened. So we'd like to hear from you.
Excuse me. Let me actually start with what you mentioned at the end, which is that, I have, my experience in Odisha is not just from a general perspective, having led FICCI over the last year, but starts with the fact that that IMFA is one of the oldest investors in the state, going back to the 1960s when we set up a presence. And we have consistently grown, invested in the state, seen the changes which have come about, and the supportive approach, particularly in this government under Honorable Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, for industry to grow. And, what is, I think, unique is, given the fact that Odisha is so richly endowed when it comes to natural resources, it is but obvious that you will have mineral and mining-based industry coming to the state. But I think what has been the hallmark of industrial policy of the government's approach to holistic industrialization, as the Honorable Minister pointed out in his remarks, is the fact that Odisha has been able to diversify its base beyond just minerals and metals and been able to attract investment across the spectrum in a whole variety of sectors, including new age sectors. I believe there's an immense potential, especially when it comes to manufacturing in India, in Odisha. If you look at a national level, India is still around that 15 to 16% of GDP, which needs to go up, which is why at the national level the government is very focused on on ease of doing business, which is being replicated in the state. At the national level, they're very focused on policies like the production-linked incentive schemes. And I think that is where the opportunity lies for Odisha to really attract investment in sectors which are priority and thrust sectors, not just at the state level, but which can plug into the national plan. Odisha has crossed $100 billion in terms of GSDP, but I think there is much, much more potential which is there. And keep in mind also our geographical positioning. At a national level, again, we talk about, Act East policy, and I think Odisha is absolutely perfectly positioned to take advantage of that in terms of reaching out to the Southeast Asian markets, which is where there is a lot of potential in terms of consumption, etc. And of course, as a country, we are also, growing rapidly, and that is going to create tremendous opportunities. As I said, as INFA, we are one of the oldest investors with a presence of in the state for more than 6 decades. We are the largest producer of specialty alloys, ferroalloys in the country, and employ more than 6,500 people. And what is attractive about the state is at a policy level there is stability, there is farsightedness, there is clarity of thought. I think again Mr. Singh referred to the fact that if there is commitment towards a project, you will see everything absolutely fall in line. And I think as an entrepreneur, that is what I find most attractive, which is that you either get a yes or a no, and if it is a yes, which it is more often than not, then everything is aligned to ensure that projects come online. Taking a slightly broader picture, if I look at the last year or so, where as President of ICCI, I had the opportunity to go around the state and understand policy initiatives which various states are taking. I think one of the outcomes of having a unified domestic market through the introduction of GST, which was a very important reform, is that there is now competition among states to ensure that they attract investment. But what I noticed, and I think it would be fair to say, that there is a lot of envy for Odisha in terms of the natural resources that we are endowed with. But there is also appreciation that there is no complacency to rely on only natural resources and say that, that is what we are going to, that is what the state is going to focus on. I think there is a lot of appreciation about the holistic approach that has come into play. And let me end by highlighting one point. This has again been alluded to, but I think the fiscal responsibility that the state has displayed in terms of ensuring that it has never really dipped into borrowings or something of that sort to finance its growth, but also the fact that the money which is being earned through industrialization, through mineral auctions, which have contributed substantially to the kitty, is being spent in a very thoughtful manner with a large outlay for infrastructure, which I think augurs extremely well. Because keep in mind that money spent on infrastructure has a multiplier effect in terms of impacting other industries. And when completed, it is also something which will enhance the ease of doing business and reduce the cost of doing business. So all in all, I think Odisha is well positioned, and that is reflected in the fact, in the statistics. It's not just in the last year that Odisha has outperformed, nationally in terms of the GSDP, but over the last decade or so, I think it's 100 basis points or a little bit more than that in terms of the state GDP growth, which I think is absolutely noteworthy.
Excellent. In fact, you have brought in a very important point as to why it is important. One, of course, to have fiscal discipline, but also to focus your energies on infrastructure, because at the end of the day, it cuts down your logistics growth, which is very crucial. And at the same time, it adds to your competitiveness. And I think that's what has been the focus of the central government when it went ahead with its national infrastructure pipeline, etc. And now we'll have Mr. Aditya Dash, who is the managing director of the Surya Group, to give us his experience, in investing in the state.
Thank you, sir. I would like to start with an anecdote. Last time there was a event like this, the organizers, in good faith, they told me, sir, please speak only positive things about the government. So I don't know how I developed a reputation for that, but I can safely say over the past 4 years, as the slogan says, work speaks, and the work has spoken so loudly that all critical feedback, I have to just shut my mouth for that. Because whenever I would get an opportunity, I would say, focus on the basics, sadak, bijli, pani. And in all those parameters, the government has delivered. Be it sadak, road connectivity is excellent. And I would always highlight that, how in Odisha, we didn't have container connectivity. But just last week, we now have container facilities so that reefer cargo can be exported from Paradeep. So that's a big boost to, marine exporters like me. And, as far as electricity is concerned, my diesel bill has decreased year after year, and it continues to do so. So I'm really happy for all of this. But like we said, we need to look at the future. We shouldn't be comparing ourselves to just with other states. We should also compare ourselves with Southeast Asian countries like Vietnam and Thailand. So the focus now, I think, should be on, focusing on genetics, investing in breeding programs and disease management, and also crop insurance policies. So that would be my feedback. Thank you, sir.
Great, Mr. Dash. In fact, you have set the tone for the next question because, we'll have to look at the future and we should not be complacent, as Mr. Panda was trying to say. I would like to come to the minister. Sir, what is the kind of future outlook for the government as far as, taking things forward is concerned? One could see that, a lot of recent announcements that were done were in green projects, for instance, green hydrogen, green methanol, green ammonia. So clearly you are looking at a whole lot of futuristic projects. And also, what is the strategy of the state while it taps into its rich mineral resource to go outside, the metal segment and, equally embellish, for instance, its services business, where there is a lot of potential and compared to some of the other states, maybe, there is still room for improvement as far as services is concerned. So we'd like to hear from you on that.
Like I said a little while ago, that we have the advantage of the late beginner. So the entire focus of the government is on industrial policy, that we have to take industrialization on mission mode, number one. Number two, why are we doing this? We are doing this for the youth of the state, who are the future of the state. Especially providing a direct job or a kind of employability of self-employment. So unless we create opportunity for the youth, the entire cause is lost. So this entire exercise is keeping in view the future. We were created in 1936, and 2036 we will complete 100 years. So youth of the state need not look back. They have to take the state forward. So that is the keynote of my Honorable Chief Minister, and keeping that in view, we are progressing. And like we said, yes, we have got an advantage over other states as far as minerals are concerned. But we are diversifying into every new age sector, wherever it is possible. So, and keeping a very keen eye on the environmental aspect. Because as you know, we are a very natural disaster prone state. Floods and cyclones are like common here. So keeping that balance, environmental balance, we are very much eager to move on the green technology part. For example, hydrogen and ammonia, and also other options where we can have a clean and green energy. So that is the new age thrust sector. Because as far as I am concerned and whatever information I have, hydrogen is going to be a game changer in the future. Virtually EV and hydrogen will be at loggerheads in some time in the near future. So as far as the Government of India's target of hydrogen is concerned, we are, as far as today is concerned, we are the leading state in providing the solution towards hydrogen and green ammonia. Like Principal Secretary said, Gopalpur is going to be the hub. And we are marching ahead with that. As we are speaking, we have signed an MOU of more than 6.5 million metric ton of hydrogen, and of which work have already started in 1.5. So apart from that, service sector, IT and ITS, tourism, food processing, marine production, these are the greenfield sectors where the population of the state will get a lot of direct benefit. For example, I'll give you a district called Navrangpur. It's a total tribal district, and it generates about 4.5 lakh metric ton of corn every year. Now, corn starch is such an item which is used in everybody's household. So we are putting up a lot of effort there to start food processing units there, especially corn starch. Now, that one industry will provide sustainability and livelihood to each and every tribal family in that district. So that is the kind of mindset my Chief Minister has, and both present, future, near future and future. We have got 3 categories and we are working on that.
Excellent. Like to hear from Mr. Sharma, you know, the kind of progress we just had. You had the 3rd edition of Make in Odisha in 2022, and you had proposals to the tune of 10.5 lakh crore. You know, it's a huge investment that was planned. I mean, we'd like to know, what has been, how much of it has taken off the ground, and also just to add to what the minister has said, how you look at the future in terms of developing new industries and services.
Firstly, during the Make in Odisha Conclave 2022 and the period thereafter, we have been able to attract investment for more than 10 lakh crore. In fact, today we are the 2nd highest in the country as per Center for Monitoring of Indian Economy. We are the 2nd highest in the investment in the state, above Maharashtra, above Karnataka, above Gujarat, and just below Maharashtra. Not only that, we are 3rd highest in the country in terms of bank-assisted investment. That means investments which have already been achieved financial closure are assisted by banks or financial institutions. And we are in the company of states like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. So we have broken away from our image of being a less industrially developed states. We are no longer in the company of states which are less industrially developed, and are certainly in the company of states which are much more industrially advanced in the western and southern parts of the country. And it has happened because of all the mix of policy, infrastructure, and strong governance. The 10 lakh crores of investment which we had attracted in last 1 year was in about 787 projects, of which 227 have been grounded. That means they are under various stages of construction, which is a very high figure. I would say the highest figure amongst all states in the country as far as grounding percentage is concerned. And as we speak, about 100 of those projects are almost nearing commissioning stage, and in the next few months, if not weeks, they will certainly be commissioned. This would be an investment of about 3.2 lakh crore converted already out of the 10 lakh crore, and employment of more than 2 lakh. More importantly, the point to note is that while we continue to retain our mineral and metal advantage, which is primarily a geographical advantage which we have, but we have been able to convert the mineral advantage, a geographical advantage, into the metal and metallurgical advantage through policy, through infrastructure. And now, the next wave for us is coming from what is called new age industries. Industries like automobiles based on electric vehicles, battery storage systems, information technology, electronics, aerospace, defense, chemicals, petrochemicals. These are the industries which we are now able to get on the strength of our policy, on the strength of our infrastructure, and not necessarily on the strength of our geography. Therefore, you would find that world's largest battery manufacturing plant by JSW is coming up in Odisha. India's largest titanium alloy aerospace and defense complex is coming up in Odisha. Berger Paint, which is India's 2nd largest paint manufacturer, its largest factory is in Odisha. Indo-Nissin, which is a very large food processing company, its largest factory outside of Japan is in Odisha. Nestle, largest food processing plant based on diverse factors, is coming up in Odisha. Today, the entire wave of investments in new age sectors is happening in Odisha because of the way we have positioned ourselves in ease of doing business and cost of doing business. We are able to provide 54 clearances from 18 departments in 30 days. We run a scheme where we are able to provide 30 acres of land in 30 days, 50 acres of land in 50 days, and 100 acres of land in 100 days with factory gate availability of road, water and power. No other state can match this speed of execution. That is why the industries are attracted towards us. Your second very important question is what next? What is it that we are trying to do now, having done steel, having done cement, having done aluminium, having even done, let's say, paints, chemicals and varnishes? See, across the world now, major chunk of investment is driven by environmental concerns. So, decarbonization is itself driving a lot of investments across the world, whether it is Europe or Americas or Asia or India. Therefore, if Odisha were to be able to get a major chunk of this investment, then we must promote new age sectors, and these new age sectors are in decarbonization sectors. So while we have steel, we must promote green steel. If we have pharmaceuticals, we must promote green pharmaceuticals. That is why our push and the advanced position which we have taken on green fuels, green hydrogen, green ammonia, green methanol, these are going to be the drivers of the new age economy in the entire world. Whether it is Japan or Korea or Europe or America, we will not be able to sell steel unless it is green steel. We will not be able to sell textiles unless they come from green sources of energy. Therefore, this is a very conscious policy decision which our government has taken under the futuristic and visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, that we have positioned ourselves at the forefront of new age industries, because that is where the new wave of investments is going to come from, and that is where we will not only get employment for our youth, we would get employment in the sectors where highly skilled resources are required. So to manufacture green hydrogen is not it's not something which is today taught in our engineering colleges or our ITIs or polytechnics, but tomorrow this is going to the future. So we are just trying to position Odisha at the forefront of this new wave of investments happening across the world.
That's excellent. In fact, now since you have laid out the kind of future goals that you have, I would like to get these gentlemen from the private sector to come up with probably 3 major areas where you feel the government should be further focusing on to tap some of the new opportunities that are coming up. And I will start off with Mr. Panda. 3 areas where you feel the government should be laying stress on.
So, that's in a manner of speaking a little difficult to answer, for the simple reason, as you heard both the Minister and Mr. Sharma explain, that there is actually a very, very comprehensive approach to ensuring that we take advantage of the natural resources that we have, but also reach out and ensure that we are covered across the spectrum. But having said that, I think if you look at from a manufacturing sector, which is where I think there's a lot of opportunity which lies in India, then not just the new age sectors, but newer technology-backed industries, whether it is Industry 4.0 related or artificial intelligence, machine learning-based investments which can impact across sectors. I think that is one area. And tied into that is skill development. Again, I think the state has a very focused approach to skill development and has done good work in ensuring that a capable talent pool is available to industries to set up base in the country. But I think, keeping at it, because keep in mind that we are at a stage where, technology is changing rapidly, and that is going to have an impact on various sectors. And I think that is an area where we need to work and ensure that we are ahead of the curve and prepared for the change which is coming.
Mr. Dash.
I would say, container facilities at our ports, because I think that is one major thing that is lacking. So I think the recent move by the government is definitely a step in the right direction. And I'm sure things are coming up. Second would be skill development, especially in the marine sector. We can definitely, fill in the gap that is going to happen. Industries are going to move out from China, and that is where we can come in. But this is where we need things. Third is because of climate change, we need to give our farmers and our fish farmers and the animal breeders, breeding programs so that these new varieties can adapt to the changing climate.
I think Mr. Dev has a point to say. Yeah.
In fact, one of the suggestions is we have already done about a week back, I think we are the first state who have signed a VGF, Viable Gap Funding, with a ship liner, a shipping company, that is Mediterranean Shipping Company, which is the largest shipping company, which handles about 18% of the total container cargo of the world. So we have asked them and we have signed an agreement with them, not a MOU, but an agreement that every month there will be 2 liners from Paradip.
Mr. Singh, some areas you feel the government should quickly.
Yeah. One area regarding environment, which I wanted to speak, but already Industry Secretary has already put some light on that. But definitely when I talk about in my speech, when we are going to expand so much as far as steel is concerned, then if we see this carbon emission, now Odisha contributes roughly 3.6% of the country's population. But when we talk about the carbon emission concern, so Odisha contributes 9% of the country's emission. So now when we are going to increase steel plant 4 times, so these things also going to increase in that way. So this is the very important thing which Industry Secretary told, that now itself he has started taking care of this green hydrogen, green steel plant, green technology. So as Odisha is going to see 30 million to 130 million ton steel plant. So definitely this is the time when he has to control each and everything. And company should not come left and right with inferior technology so that later date it will be very difficult to control. So this is the major thing is required for the future. Additional to this, some ports are required. I think government is already taken care for that. So that is the things.
Okay, a final word from the minister again, if you would like to talk about the environment aspect that he just mentioned and something else, some other, after listening to what these private players have said.
Like, yes, it's a fact. CO2 emission needs to be controlled, and that is the future, not only a problem for us, but every state, every country, as a world as a whole. So when we are targeting manufacturing to increase to a certain level, that's why emphasis on hydrogen, that's why emphasis on green energy, that's ammonia, as well as solar and other methods where we can cut down emission. For example, since we have got the large furnace-based industries, both power, aluminum and steel. So aluminum, ammonia comes as a big game changer in the future. And its infusion with the fossil fuel will give us the required result, and we are working on that. And like we said, Gopalpur port specifically, we are building on those lines only, and a lot of ammonia and hydrogen plants are coming up. And I think we are, as I'm speaking, we are the leader in hydrogen manufacturing in the country. So that is where we are betting that with infusion of solar, green energy, ammonia, hydrogen, and wind, we can stabilize a lot of the CO2 emission and we can register it within limits.
Excellent. In fact, we could go on, but I think unfortunately we have reached, we have the deadline for the session. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being on the panel. And I think we are all richer for what you have shared with us. Please give a big round of applause to the 5 gentlemen on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, panel speakers. The panel shows the remarkable progress Odisha has made in the ease of doing business, good governance, while also reducing the regulatory cholesterol for the industry. Now I would like to extend an invitation to India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guests. Can we all settle down, please? We are going to start soon. We're going to start with the next session now. Requesting everyone to please settle down. Shifting our focus, let's explore how the state is developing a skilled in Odisha roadmap for upcoming industries, developing innovative workforce strategies and job opportunities for the youth. For the discussion on skilling the workforce, I would like to request Ms. Usha Padhi, Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education Department, along with Professor Pradeepta Nanda, Vice Chancellor, Shiksha O Anusandhan, deemed to be University Bhubaneswar, to please come up on stage. Can we have a round of applause for the esteemed guests, please? Steering this conversation will again be our Managing Editor for India Today, M.G. Arun. Welcome, everyone.
Welcome again. I think this is actually a continuation of what we just had, when we talked about the industrial progress in the state. While we are planning ahead for, to move from the traditional mineral-based industries into newer areas, it becomes so much more important to develop our workforce along with it. And it's imperative for a country to adapt to fast transformations posed by automation, climate action, digitalization, and evolving labor markets. When done right, skills development can reduce unemployment and underemployment, increase productivity, and improve standards of living. So there are various steps that the Odisha government has taken in skill development. There is the Skill Development and Technical Education Department, which is the mandate to facilitate underprivileged students to pursue technical education through ITIs, polytechnics, engineering colleges, and employ them in emerging industrial scenario in the state. In fact, to discuss some of the strides the state has taken in this, and also to look at some of the areas that we could still focus on, we have two eminent panelists with us. We have Ms. Usha Padhi. She is the Principal Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education Department. And we have Professor Pradeepta Nanda, Vice Chancellor, Shiksha O Anusandhan, deemed to be University Bhubaneswar. I'll start with some opening comments from Ms. Padhi on, the kind of measures that Odisha has taken. You have this Skill Development Center, which is called the World Skill Center. Why have you called it the World Skill Center?
Maybe we are preparing for global.
Excellent. So could you just throw some light on this?
Namaskar to everyone. Thanks for involving me in this initiative, and thanks to India Today Group for inviting us. I'm really honored to be here. When we talk of skilling, I was just watching some people before starting of this session. They came rushing and they set this table, chairs, everything for us. That is also skilling. And just before this session, industry people talk of sustainable growth, where we require a lot of green jobs, AI. All those things are also skills. Even the language we are speaking is also skills. So the importance of skilling cannot be less underpinned. When I say this, the vision of Odisha, how we are different, I can say this because the vision of our Honorable CM is that it is not just skilling. Skilling should be the transformation tool for the lives of the people, of course for the state or in general, so that they can become people who can contribute to the society. At the same time, they will also transform their lives and they will be well off, all in all respects, social and economical. So with this grand vision, we have started Skilled in Odisha program. So that is the logo, or that is the brand. We have been asking everybody because it has already left the footprint not only in Odisha, not only in India. Our Skilled in Odisha candidates are even in Dubai, Singapore and across the world. We have made ourselves a challenge where we can put the standard. Anybody who is skilled, if they are skilled in Odisha, then the standard should be a gold standard. So that is where the vision is. And accordingly, as you were just now mentioning, the mandate of the department, I can mention that we have skilling at the bottom of the pyramid people, which is basic skilling, which is required to go to the next level, and also very next gen, futuristic skills, which can also bring lot of changes and make them ahead of the curve and address the challenges which are coming in. So our target is to make sure that we have long-term training programs, which is in the colleges, ITI, Polytechnic, and make students prepare for the industry. As you see that so much of investment coming, so we should not miss that bus. So that is one challenge and we are addressing that. At the same time, we are trying to address the traditional skills and the skills which are required in mass, where the scale can happen. So recently, Odisha government has come up with the policy called Nuva Odisha, which is a Nutana Unnata Abhilasha. Basically, it's an aspiration. So can we address the aspiration of the youth for the skilling? So with that agility and with that enabling policy, we are able to skill, which can be accelerated. At the same time, it can be at the scale, which is at the population level scale. That is what we are looking at. Thank you.
Excellent. In fact, one of the very notable changes, or rather achievements of in skill development has been how you are able to transform the ITIs in the state. In fact, you know, the ITIs were formed with a very grand mission, but over time they had lost their significance in several states. But you know, you have sort of revived them, and you have taken certain exemplar students out of these institutes, and some of them are in excellent positions, you know, even in private sector. So maybe you can throw light how you transform the ITIs, because as you said, I think it caters to the mass segment, you know, where you can create those skills. I think that is a big transformational change that we could listen to.
I'm glad that you raised this question. So many people know about the IITs, but ITIs very few people, though both have been aspiring at the same level, and it was expected that these ITI students would be the working hands, and they would be the strength of the manufacturing sector and the economy of the country. Somehow, as we went ahead, I think IITs were going forward or march forward, and IITs were left behind. And it is said, I mean, I am not saying this just to draw your attention, but many of us know that the students who do not know, do very well, they were sent to ITI. I mean, this has been the trend always. So Odisha recognized this problem. In 2016, Odisha Skill Development Authority was formed. So it was decided at that time where the problem have to be fixed, then we have to accelerate, and we have to bring it to the scale. In that fixing job, made sure that this ITIs should be an aspirational center. It should not be the last resort for the student. How they could do? Both physically and financially, infrastructurally. If you go to any corner of the state, at every subdivision level, we have the ITIs. What we call Naba Kalevaro. The entire infrastructure was transformed. they could get very good buildings, very good machineries, and a lot of soft components were also added. When I said soft component, it's a communication skill with some of the corporates like who are in CSR, like Tata Strive, OSDA had shaked hand with them, brought change makers who can work with our children and make them skill-based, even in this soft skill and communication, etiquettes, all those things have been done. And subsequently, the aspirational part, I mean, they have been every year or every now and then, at the level of Honorable CM also, those children have been called, they have been awarded, and out of 100 best ITIs in the country, 6 are in Odisha. The largest ITI is in Odisha. And in the All India level exam, because it is conducted at the All India level, it is by DGT. So our students mostly, I mean, many of them top and bring laurel to the state. So this is what it is. They have the uniform, and it is seen that, and the sports competitions are there. Whatever is there in any higher level technical colleges, same benefits have been brought in there, and their brand ambassadors. There is a girl who has become a locomotive operator, Munitiga. So she is our brand ambassador. Like that, there are very successful stories where they have become the iconic personalities for the community who have never thought that something that can be achieved. So I think these are few measures which have been taken by government, which have made ITIs as one of the sought after institution rather than the laggards. Thank you.
Excellent. I think there is a lot that several other states could take a model from you. We have just heard from the minister and the secretary as far as the industry is concerned, what are the things we could do. We know that in disaster management, there are so many things that we could learn from the state. So with ITIs, you have catered to the mass segment. I'd like to come to the specialized segment where you need all the skills for the future. And that is where Mr. Professor Nanda could throw some light on what are some of these specialized skills, that the state is focusing on, and how do you prepare your workforce for some of the new age, jobs that are coming up in IT, automation, in AI and other, very specialized kind of work?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to share my views. I think there are a couple of areas where there are a lot of specialization necessary. And that has to start from the higher education institutions or universities or IIT, wherever. And yes, it should percolate down to the ITI and all. I'll just give one example, which is currently the buzzword and the Government of India's mission also. That's the semiconductor mission. And semiconductor mission. And the semiconductor mission, I think we do not have the workforce. Taiwan is the best country in the world who has the workforce, who has the technology, but they need workforce. Recently, Government of India initiated a memorandum of understanding signing between universities of India and also universities of, I think, Taiwan. Taiwan University has industry inside the campus. So they do have a kind of a training, embedded skill set training with the students pursuing higher education, which is not there in our country. So that way, I think Taiwan government and the Taiwan universities are ready to help us. And in Odisha also semiconductor mission is on the way. That's what I understand. And for the semiconductor, if you want to establish any semiconductor fab lab or any packaging or any kind of the PCB design, we need technology, I think, tech people. And we don't have graduates on that. We have graduates who are generically trained, not expertise with that kind of thing. So now universities also we are thinking, not only in Odisha, also pan-India, how do you develop these areas to train, to come out with graduates or postgraduates who will work on this. This is one example. Even our university also we have been planning, even others also planning, like IIT Bhubaneswar is planning. Already they have started a kind of a lab. So similarly, this is one area. The next area which is Government of India's mission is quantum computing. This is a quantum mission started, I think 6,000 crore, it came in paper of course. So I met the director of the quantum mission also in DST. And quantum mission, I think the quantum computing domain, as of now, if it happens, there will be a paradigm shift in the computing domain in the entire globe. And the traditional computer science, computing, or the whatever you have, the computers and all will definitely be replaced. And the fastness with which it will achieve is mind-blowing. I think because there are some concepts of the speed, the latency, which cannot be believed with the traditional machines. There also our country needs to focus more. Germany is doing well. And yes, we do not have manpower. We do not have kind of the expertise in that. So we cannot manufacture a quantum computer. We have theoretical knowledge. Yes, there are pockets in our country that are also working very good and theoretically advancing, but so far as the practical implementation, that's also lacking. Our students also not aware of this kind of missions. They are not interested, they are not attracted to such kind of missions. So as a university, we are now trying to establish centers of quantum computing to attract people and to train the manpower, particularly the faculty, the students also, postgraduates, graduates, research scholars, who can think of building and contributing to the quantum mission. These are the two examples I just thought about.
That's excellent. I mean, these are all very new age future areas. And I think Ms. Pathi could add to it, how the government is looking at some of these emerging segments. And also, I think there would be a big need to intensify the collaboration between the state and the private institutions, when it comes to focusing on skill development.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Recently, if you have seen the news, Government of Odisha organized a global summit on growth and employment. That was the precise reason to understand what is required by the industry, what is required based on the mega trends in the global area. So there were a lot of suggestions which came. It doesn't mean that we have just started with that, but this was one checkpoint for us that we would have sat with industry and again work out our strategies and course corrections and all. So as I said, the government of Odisha has given a lot of importance to higher education. Research and innovations have been our core focus. There have been a lot of promotional incentives which have been provided even to the institutions as well as to the students who will be into the research and innovation area. Lot of collaborations have come up. I would like to mention some of them. Like they were talking about the semiconductor, a quantum computer. With the IT department, the skill development department is setting a center of excellence where all these major players can come up, and for that CapEx and OpEx both will be provided by the government of Odisha. Secondly, we are also having the MOUs and agreements with the industries and trying to set center of excellences or training in collaboration with them. Because we know that, as he rightly said, we have to set our curriculum to match them. We have to set our delivery mechanism to match them. So that is where we are going ahead with the collaborative approach, and we are happy to say that many of the industries have come forward. And as an enabling policy, which I mentioned, Noa Odisha, it allows either taking our students to any premier institution and train them there, or train in our center of excellence, or it can be trained in any of the industry premises. So all the agility and dynamism has brought into the policy, and we'll be able to address these specific areas with much resources and also intention. Thank you.
That is excellent. In fact, Professor Nanda had just mentioned that, in semiconductor business, we need to develop a kind of a curriculum where the students can learn directly at those industries and setting up centers within the premises even. And I think you said you have already experimenting with it, and that's a very interesting point that you have raised. Professor Nanda, when we talk about creating the infrastructure for skill development, it is not just the physical infrastructure, but people also talk about the digital, intellectual, and the emotional infrastructure. Because you need to, at the end of the day, you need to create leaders, in businesses, not just because the work environment has changed drastically. In fact, later today we have a session on startups. So where you need an entirely, probably a different set of skill sets altogether. So I think both of you will have something to say about it.
No, I was tempted to say this.
Please.
All of us sitting here may be the lucky ones, but the generation who will be in the workforce are, we say that around 65% of India's population are between 15 years to 60 years, so that they are working a lot. I think in few years, 85% of the existing job doesn't exist. It has to be either modified, we have to start collaborating with the AI and we should start learning those jobs, or we have to upskill and reskill. So that's what I just thought. Maybe the way we look at the work itself will change. So accordingly, the skilling has to be continuously upgraded and reskilling has to be done to bring that robust mechanism. I am sure that that is where the challenges lies, and that is where the opportunity also is there. Maybe I'll add after
yes,
Professor Nanda says.
Absolutely, yeah. Professor Nanda, how can you train the students keeping in mind the continuous change that is happening? That is the question.
Yeah, this is a very good question and also challenging question. In a sense, now the scenario has changed, and I'm very happy to say that new education policy which has come up in 2020, it has a embedded component of learning by doing, skill into the education, which was missing earlier. And it is right from the level of schools to the higher education. So that actually has been enforced by the government also to all the universities now. They have to come up. And the concept of learning by doing is with the best university of the world, MIT. And that is skilling. So if you look at this kind of, now the paradigm shift in our education system that will going to happen, give a confidence to the people that yes, students are interested now to be skilled. That has come to the mindset or the ecosystem now is coming up. So the students are no more interested in just a solo type of teaching. They are interested in, do you have a AI lab? Do you have a machine learning lab? Do you have something IoT? So because they know also what is the demand of the current world. And yes, in the fast changing world, both the kind of the faculty, the workforce, the technicians, and the students, and the overall ecosystem of the academic environment should change. And it is changing. That's a good happening thing that is changing. Also, government of Odisha also has a lot of initiative. Madam suggested that, yes, there is collaborative effort. Now, gone are the days to work in silos. This is the age of collaboration and synergistic effort to solve a problem rather than expertise in a single discipline. And that has been felt by all the academicians, and I believe that is going to happen and is happening some way, and going to happen big way. And collaboratively we can grow together and to train people with the challenging things. And the students are also encouraged to take up the challenges. They are interested to take up the challenges. So it is a completely overhauling things is coming up. And I believe down the line, 4 or 5 years, we will have a different kind of education system in university as well as also.
You wanted to add something to that?
No, if you keep on asking me, I'll keep on adding, because skilling is something which affects all of us, and we have so much of issues to address and so much of solution to be catching up. But yes, the futuristic skills, if you look into the future jobs report which comes every year, in that it mentions precisely that around 85% of the job doesn't exist. 50% of the jobs which are at present has to be modified, and we have to learn to collaborate with the technologies, and we have to bring those analytical thing, and most of the jobs which are can be automated will be automated. So now we want different set of skills which will make these things work better. Whether you must be hearing something like a prompt engineering. The chat GPT can tell you, but you have to know what questions to be asked, because it depends on the question how you will get the answer, or whether it is how precise it is. So these are the few analytical skills which are going to be there for in future. And many times when we talk of skills, we only look into the industry and manufacturing side. There is also the traditional skills which need to be, if India has to go up, so they say that there are few things which we have to focus. In that we are talking of the physical infrastructure, manufacturing, digital infrastructure. At the same time, the soft skill, what India has as a strength, that has to be leveraged. So in that direction, we have also gone up to the district level, where we can make district as a fulcrum for addressing these relevant local issues. If something is locally skilled, which is otherwise missed, it has to be addressed there. So plug and play system has to be there at the district level. At the same time, the state of art center of excellences at the state level. So we have to work in both level. That is what we are doing. And I hope that the challenges which are before us, whether it is a green technology where we can make our students to take the benefit, we are thankful to the state's very conducive environment, committed leadership, so that a lot of industries, investments are coming. Even for the agriculture, we have the plans where agriculture, the mechanization of agriculture, which is bound to happen, how we can do so that the people who are depending on the agriculture will also be able to get the benefit out of it. So that's why I said that it's a very vast area. We have strategies at the state level, at the district level, even up to the block level. You may be hearing that there is a huge, women-led development happening in Odisha, which is called Mission Shakti. Afternoon, you have these sessions also on that. So these women, which are, like we say, 70 lakh, the real force to be reckoned with. So for them, what type of training is required? Whether they have a small micro enterprises. So can we bring some nano unicorn? The people are from here, from the various industry associations. Yeah. So how we can address those things? So we have strategies at different level, and I think we will learn from the best practices across, and that is where the way forward is. Thank you.
Great. In fact, the minister was telling us what exactly you said, that some 40% of the new age entrepreneurs in startups, come from the other gender. It's not other gender, but from women, from among women. So it's a huge initiative.
Yeah. You are having the session on, I think,
yes.
Startup also. A small scheme which has been recently announced, and also some policies which have been announced few days back. You might have heard about Swayam, which is again trying to give the entrepreneurship support to the youth, both in urban area and rural area. Other than that, our department has done a small experiment with corporates where a nano unicorn program has been launched. Initially, it was launched with Dr. Bakshi was there, and their own funding, it was seeded. But subsequently, in the current year, we have made it as a policy of the state government, in which the revolving fund can be given starting with 1 lakh, and it is interest-free, and they would be trained for what you call micro MBA, and they will become a nano unicorns. And they will not only depend on the wage employment with anybody, they will have their own self-employment, and also try to give 2 to 3 persons the job in their unit. So this has been successful because it's not normal program, and we are trying to get the support from the people who have the expertise, like bankers and also some of the CSR initiatives. So hopefully, because that ecosystem is required, the MSME ecosystem, maybe that is where we have to catch up, like we have in some of the southern state or western states. Maybe that has to happen in Odisha. So for that, I think all of us are trying, and these new policies may be very well accepted, I believe. And I hope also. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. It's a wonderful phrase that you use, the nano unicorns, because we talk about
patented, it's department. Huh? Our department has already patented.
Hats off to you. Hats off to you. We'll incorporate in our news stories that we do on unicorns, because when we talk about unicorns, we talk about $1 billion plus. But here is the stress on smaller firms which become the very backbone of the economy, just like the MSME sector is the backbone of our economy. And I think that brings us to the next big topic as to how do we ensure that there is skill development percolates down to the lowest denominator, because we talked about these new age technologies like AI or quantum computing, but then how does an aspiring youth, how do they ensure that they reach, they gain access to some of these? Because, some of these would be very specialized courses which will require a lot of money, to learn. So how do you think that you can make it more democratic, these kind of skills?
I think already things are happening. It was happening in a very small, like whatever, nano scale I can say, not in a mega scale. But now it has been, there is an initiative by government as well as also universities or institutes that to come with this kind of newest technology, I can say. Yes. And we have every institute, there is a incubation center, startup centers, and there is the ecosystem among the students in the universities has changed. The students have changed the mindset, and they are more interested for now startups and all.
And what about the affordability? They might have changed their mindset. How do you?
I think the government is also supporting a lot in this direction. Like I'll tell, Auto Innovation Mission. Under Niti Aayog, they have been supporting 100, I think, auto incubation center established in different universities, which will cater to not only the students of the university, but outside the university and in the region itself, to support in different areas of emerging areas like EV, like quantum computing, like 5G technology, 6G technology. So these are the upcoming areas where students are coming, like waste to wealth, energy, green energy. So these are the areas already people are doing and coming up, and it has been set up in different institutes. Like I'll give an example, like in 5G area. So 5G area, IIT Madras is leading, and they have a huge kind of the support and the infrastructure and also everything technology. And now it has come to 100 universities, institutes in the country supported by that, and they will have small labs, and the students will be trained in that, and students also interested. And that training, total workforce will now increase. This is the initiative by the government which is laudable.
Finally, a last word, Ms. Pati. How do you take it to the masses? Some of these, they will be interested, but how do you make it affordable and accessible to the larger number?
I believe in the institutional structures because we have to deliver what we are mentioning it in the policy. That is the crux, I think. So we have strengthened our delivery mechanism. Maybe for the entrepreneurship, maybe afternoon, Mr. Onkar Rai would be talking about the startup ecosystem and the policy of the government of Odisha. So there are enabling policies, and to deliver the objectives of the policies, we have strengthened our delivery mechanism, and we have built up our capacity to deliver the whatever walk the talk. So accordingly, I hope that we will be able to deliver and address to the need of the people. And the vision, as I said, it is to transform the lives of our youth. So about their aspiration, we'll try to put the systems in place, whether at grassroots level or at the state level, and try to address those needs through various technology platform, various policy platform. We'll try to address them. Thank you.
Great. We could go on, but we have reached the end of our time. Thank you so much, Ms. Pathe, as well as Professor Nanda, for this really invigorating kind of session. A big round of applause to both here, our panelists. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pari and Professor Nanda, for sharing with us how Odisha is leading the upskilling and reskilling initiatives of its youth, and also the big focus on new emerging technologies and the need for developing talent. I would like to call now India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to hand over the token of appreciation to our panelists. Can we have a round of applause, please, everyone? That was a very interesting session, wasn't it? I will introduce the next session with a very interesting data point. Did you know Odisha allocated 7.6% of its total expenditure towards health, which is higher than the average allocation for health by other states, which is at 6.3%. Our next session focuses on healthcare, the Odisha model and its initiatives to ensure universal access to affordable and quality healthcare services for all. To take the discussion forward, I would like to invite the distinguished speakers on the dais. Dr. Bishnu Prasad Mohapatra, Additional Director of State Health Assurance Society at Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana. Can we please welcome him, everyone? Dr. Pushparaj Samantha Singhar, Medical Superintendent, Institute of Medical Sciences and SUM Hospital. And Mr. Kisle Anand, Hospital Chief Operating Officer at Care Hospitals. Moderating this session will be Kaushik Deka, Executive Editor for India Today Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be in Odisha. I like this state very much. I come from almost your neighborhood, Assam, though I have been living in Delhi for the last 2 decades. But my childhood was all about Odisha in the sense that my favorite novel, which I read in Assamese probably 100 times, was based in Odisha. And I like Odisha food. And one of my best friends, he's from Odisha, Neela Madhav Panda, you probably know him. He has won many laurels from the state. So great to be here. And we are discussing something which is even wonderful, the healthcare facilities in Odisha, and especially this Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, which has probably revolutionized the healthcare, especially for the marginalized class, for the economically backward class. And we have with us the man who is actually driving this whole initiative, though a brainchild of Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik. So Dr. Mohapatra, when we talk about this BSKY, the first question that comes to my mind is that we already have Ayushman Bharat in the country. So why do we need a separate insurance scheme? So when I first read about it, is it in competition to Ayushman Bharat? Is it complementing, or it's something totally different?
Namaskar. Actually, it is not in competition. As you told, it is this Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana. Yes, as you know, our Honorable CM believes in every life is precious. So now at present, Odisha is standing tall in the healthcare, like in provision of universal health coverage. So to march towards universal health coverage, our Honorable CM wants that most of the population should be covered under the health assurance scheme. So in almost all the other assurance schemes, they have taken socio-economic caste census 2011 as the to enroll the beneficiaries, and we have taken this National Food Security Act beneficiaries and State Food Security Scheme as the beneficiaries of National Food Security Act and Food Security Scheme are the beneficiaries of Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana. So now we are covering around 80% of population under Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana. If we would have taken socio-economic caste census, we would have covered only 60 lakh population. So to march towards universal health coverage, definitely government wanted to cover most of the population. And number two, state government has always given emphasis on women empowerment. And traditionally, there is a perception that because in the community, as a result, what happens, the female health gets less priority. So that's why under Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, this provision is 10 lakh per annum per female. Suppose 5 lakh is there per annum per one family, and after initial exhaustion of 5 lakhs, then after another 5 lakh is there for the female member of the family. So these are the basic differences between other assurance schemes for which this implementation of Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana is there in the state of Odisha.
But there are certain other facilities also, while we were discussing earlier today, that you said that this is applicable only for critical care when it comes to private hospitals, right? And in government hospital, it's absolutely free, right? Now the question is that while you make it absolutely free for everyone, irrespective of a economic bar, don't you think it can also be seen as a waste of public resources? Like someone who can afford the healthcare facilities in a private hospital or anywhere else, he or she also may go to the government hospital just to have this free healthcare, which, as you said, is also happening. People are coming from neighborhood states.
Yes. So because BSK has 2 components. One is total cashless treatment in all the government health facilities. That is the component 1. So that is cashless irrespective of this residence and income. So anybody going to a government facility gets cashless service. So he or she may not be a resident of Odisha also. So anybody coming to state of Odisha, and if he or she has a health problem and goes to a government facility, he or she gets the free cashless medical care or health care. But what happens for critical, actually we have 2071 packages, and mostly the tertiary care, we want that the people should go to the private health facility for the tertiary care, and other primary and secondary should go to our government health facilities, because all the government health facilities are not in a position to cater to the tertiary care problems of the community. So that's why government is leveraging on both private hospitals and government hospitals, the strength of private hospitals and government hospitals. So definitely now, because already 5 years have elapsed, and so now we are also analyzing, and according to emerging situations, we are also modifying our guidelines, because now earlier only the beneficiaries of National Food Security Act and State Food Security were the beneficiaries. Now government has expanded it to also the left out population of the rural areas. So now government has introduced BSQI Naveen card. So the population in the rural areas who are not government employees, or in the family if there is no government employee is there, and no pension holders, no income tax paying, and they are not beneficiaries of existing BSQI. So now they are also going to be beneficiaries of BSQI Naveen card. And in phases, government has assured that also other population of the urban areas, government employees will be included. Because as you know, the catastrophic expenditure for health pushes most of the people to poverty or below poverty line. So at least government wants that nobody should be deprived of this quality care due to want of money. So that's why also we are investing in government health facilities. Like recently under 5T initiative, we have government has launched a program, AMA Hospital. So what happens, there is a robust feedback mechanism that is called Mo Sarkar. So the feedback are taken from the beneficiaries, from the patients, and depending on the feedbacks, government wants to fill up the gaps. So under this AMA Hospital scheme, all the 1858 government hospitals have been taken up, and already budget allocation has been made. Within 5 years, this 1858 hospitals will be refurbished. This refurbishment of the infrastructure, strengthening of the patient service delivery, strengthening of the basic patient amenities, and this quality certification of the health facilities. And so what happens now? Both these sectors are taken care of by the government. Private hospitals are also in the loop to provide quality health care. Simultaneously, whatever gap is there in the government health system, that is also being worked out, and the gaps are filled up.
You mentioned a very valid point that this expenses on healthcare, it actually, at times it drive people to poverty. Have you, in last 5 years, have you seen any trend emerging which is showing that productivity of the people in Odisha, it's growing, or it's having any impact on the economy in poverty reduction? Have you noticed certain trends? Any numbers?
No studies have not been done, but I think it has impacted a lot on the quality of life, and because people directly walk into the big hospitals and get quality care, and definitely if studies are conducted, it will definitely show that it has happened. So till now study has not been taken up.
Dr. Samanthasinghe and Mr. Anand, this is a question to both of you. This scheme is in a way revolutionary in Odisha, and you both run private hospitals. Yours is also a college, medical college. So what are the trends you have seen after the launch of this scheme in patients reaching your hospital and the way they are benefiting? Because it's always said that private healthcare is in India is beyond reach of the common people. So I'll first ask Mr. Samanthasinghe, Dr. Samanthasinghe. So what are the trends you have seen in last 5 years in terms of giving healthcare from a private player?
My namaskar to everybody. Actually, BSK started 2.5 years back. Before that, it was RSBY, and what he told that the private healthcare system is for the rich and the privileged doesn't hold good for Odisha. I have seen hundreds and thousands of cases where the poor people have walked into the private hospitals, to my hospital, I'm telling, to IMS and some hospital with that card, and claiming that they are a beneficiary and they have got the treatment and walked back. And here another thing, the confidence that the common man gets. Because healthcare is not a very, it's a costly affair. Healthcare is a costly affair, no doubt about it. But the confidence that the poor man has got, or not poor man, general common man, the common man has got because of that card is immense. That changes the character, attitude, everything. I can say, because I'm seeing that every day, I'm interacting with them every day. Now they can walk in confidently, show their card, get the treatment, go back home. I've seen cases who have not gone to the hospital for 20 years. But now, after 20 years, they can walk to the hospital, get the same treatment for that disease that they are bearing with for 20 years, 30 years, like that, 40 years. Now they are getting it treated and going back home. It is a great feeling, great. As a doctor, I am feeling very proud that I am associated with, I am part of this history, you can say, or this revolution of this accessibility to healthcare. Accessible, because there is no, they don't have to, because it is free, cashless. So it is not that they are worried about paying. They can walk in. That confidence is I think it affects the personality, character of the common man. It's a huge change. Not only in healthcare, in general, it's a huge change in the attitude of a common man.
It's the same with Mr. Anand. You in your hospital also?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Samanthasinghe. This scheme, the BSKY scheme, I would say, has gone to, every corner of Odisha, wherein people, they were not able to think to get the treatment done because of the financial burdens. This BSKY scheme, what I have seen it, I correctly, I would like to definitely agree with him. The people walk in with the cashless card. They, get in biometrics done within seconds and get admitted to the hospital. which is something, the game changer, I would say. Like, I haven't seen, I have worked in different parts of the country, but I haven't seen this kind of facility in any parts of India, wherein this is so seamless, so smooth, wherein you come in and get the, admission done and get the treatment to the best of the doctor, best of the facility, best of the techniques which, we follow in, every part of country. Same thing you can get it. And this common man is getting it, that facility at, without paying penny. That is the, beauty of this, BSKY card.
Now the government has done its part. They are giving the poor patients the power to pay for their bills. What the private sector players are doing to reduce the amount of the bill. I'm not saying you have to do charity, but the earlier allegation that private players do charge a lot. Of course, you would tell me that the tariffs are almost the similar everywhere. There has been a benchmark, but still, it's much higher than what a common person can afford without the government support. So again, I'll start with Mr. Anand. What is your hospital doing or in future plan to do to reduce the healthcare for a common person?
I would say, instead of affordability, I would say the value. For me, the value is to go to the Maruti Alto. For the same thing for other person, I would say they would like to go to the BMW. So the point what I would like to make in here is, like, for me, I would like to walk into the hospital and get out from the hospital within a in hour, in fact, Similarly, for the other person, going to the government hospital, that, you spend in a day, in fact. So, I would say, I think so, the answer for this affordability is to cover the entire public and cover the entire public in the insurance. So, if all the public are covered in the insurance, they have an opportunity. Like, example, the BSKY, they have, the certain ward, like, you would like to avail to the general ward. If somebody would like to know, I would like to avail, single ward, deluxe ward. So they have the insurance card and they get the treatment done, in fact. So, I would like to thank Mr. Vishnu that, he has mentioned that, the 90% of public is having the BSKY card. So, almost every person is having a BSKY card, but I'm sure there are people who are having insurances card. So they have an option either to go in the BSKY, either to go in insurance. So it depends on the person to person and the affordability, this is the answer I would say that, covering the entire public into the insurance scheme.
Dr. Samanta Singh, what you are doing to help the poor from your side, means how are you reducing that cost of healthcare? Quality, it's fine. Mr. Anand mentioned about BMW and Alto. But here probably we are talking about more of Alto customers, not BMW variety, because they can go anywhere.
Actually, I am lucky to be working in a medical college. It is a 1750 bedded hospital. It's huge, massive. As of today, we have got more than 1400 patients. And out of that, 1200 patients are BSKY patients. So now tell me, maybe 2 years, if you go back, 3 years back, 4 years back, no hospital, I am answering to your question only. 4 years back, do you think that all the hospitals were having full capacity? No hospital had full capacity or all the beds were full. It was never like that. But BSKY has helped the hospitals also to keep their beds full. That itself brings in affordability. The more number of cases that we are doing, suppose we are now doing major surgeries, 100 major surgeries. So the price of surgery in the OT, the cost of OT will come down because of the sheer number. The number increases, the price will come down. So that is what I believe is helping our hospital also, all hospitals, to cater to this huge load of BSKY patients. Suppose in BSKY, in the critical care, in the ICU, the package is like 13,500, exclusive of major investigations and drugs, 13,500. So how the hospitals are managing? All hospitals are managing in Odisha, even outside Odisha. How they are doing it? Because of the sheer numbers. The numbers are helping for the hospitals to increase their efficiency. Different methods are being brought out. The duration of hospitalization is reduced. The earlier the patient leaves the hospital, once he is fit to be relieved, then immediately the patient has to be discharged. No need of keeping the patient more than after surgery, maybe a fifth day. We are doing this all automatic knee replacement robotic surgery. We have started it 2-3 months back. We are the only institute in this part of the country to do fully automatic inside the BSQI package. So in those cases, the recovery is extremely fast. I am giving you one example. So on the second day, third day, the patient starts walking with the help of the crutch. So maybe by fourth day, the patient is discharged. Now think of a knee replacement surgery patient getting discharged on the third or fourth day after surgery. It is like a dream come true. Doesn't happen everywhere. This is what the magic of maybe the medical science and BSQI has come together to produce this magic. We can put it that way. So maybe that is helping large number of patients. Use of technology, less period of hospitalization is bringing in affordability, or the hospitals can get adjusted to that package. And ultimately, large numbers is good makes good economic sense.
So economy of scale is working here. Dr. Mahapatra, now 90% of the population is covered by BSQI. So what would be the annual outlay for this whole scheme? And how sustainable this is? Every year can a state like Odisha, though it's progressing very fast, but it's still not at the top in terms of resources. So how sustainable it is for, say, next 5, 10, 15 years?
So now it is 80%, it is going to be 90%. So thing is now, year 24, 25, it is the outlay is 5,450 crores. And the total budget of health department is around 90,959 or around 20,000 crores. And every year, the allocation in health sector is increasing. So it is around 24% higher than the last year. So government is as also already told. So this percentage of health allocation is more in Odisha state of Odisha. So because government of Odisha gives emphasis on health, during last 4 years, around 4,000 doctors have been recruited. Now 8 new colleges have been established to produce more doctors. PG seats are increasing to get more specialists. As I told you, under AMA hospital scheme, so there is transformation of the hospitals with also quality improvement. So that's why when the government system will strengthen, automatically people will go to government health system and it will be sustainable. Although we will take the help of private players, but the dependency will go down and will be more self-reliant on the government health system, and definitely that will be sustainable ultimately.
Though Odisha is spending almost double the amount when it comes to per capita, per individual expenditure on every human being by the state government, if we compare it with the national average. But certain parameters, Odisha traditionally, not that it's a problem of now, on say IMR, MMR, institutional birth, or bed per patient and all that, these were relatively lower than the national average earlier. After the launch of this scheme and the previous version of this scheme, have you seen changes in these parameters in last 5 years, say for instance?
So definitely at present, the state of Odisha is standing tall as an Asivar state in the healthcare system, healthcare field. This IMR has, this highest point of decline has happened in IMR. And second highest decline in maternal mortality ratio. And complete immunization is around 90% now. And so all the parameters, like we are second in TB reduction in total India. So all the parameters have improved within the last 5 to 10 years. So definitely all the schemes of government of Odisha has impacted to reduce the disease burden, mortality, and also the improve the parameters as you told about IMR, MMR, your immunization, TB, and also this institutional delivery. Now it is around 92%. So definitely it has improved.
Thank you. I had many more questions to ask, but the clock is ticking. For me, it was a very enlightening discussion. I hope you all enjoyed it. You learned something new. Thank you, Dr. Samantha Singha, Mr. Anand, and Dr. Mahapatra for being part of India Today Conclave. Thank you so much. It was an honor having you all here.
Thank you, speakers, for sharing insights on strengthening public infrastructure and transformation of hospitals, and all of this while addressing the health issues and needs of the vulnerable communities. So that was a very interesting, indeed, a very interesting talk. So I would like to now call our India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to present a token of appreciation to our distinguished guests. Now let's move on to our next session, which centers on education. In times when digital technology has pervaded our daily lives, it is imperative that education system too become digitally enabled. To explore how schools in Odisha are evolving not only to foster inclusivity, but also smart technologies, I invite the session speakers to join us on stage. Mr. Anupam Saha, Special Project Director, Odisha School Educational Program Authority. Ms. Panchami Manukil, Vice Chairperson, the DN Wisdom Tree Global School. And Mr. Indramani Tripathi, Director, ST and Additional Secretary, ST-SC Development Department. Welcome everyone. And I will also like to call on stage the session moderator, Kaushik Deka, Executive Editor for India Today, to moderate this discussion.
Good afternoon once again. I'll start with Mr. Saha with maybe a mischievous question. We have the Union Education Minister from this state. How much does it help?
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me over here. And as you all know, education is a concurrent subject. Concurrent by we mean that this federal government, that is government of India, and the state government can like legislate on the education matters. But as far as the implementation of education schemes are concerned, mostly it is done by state government. Like if you see all the plethora of schools that is there in the state is being largely done by the state government, barring a few like Kendriya Vidyalaya, Navodaya Vidyalaya and other schools. So if you see the total number of schools that is there in the state and the share of schools among them who are being run by state government will be largely lopsided, so to say. It's like more than 95% of the schools are being run by the state government. Schools, like we are running from the state government, from our budget, we are paying their salary, rules are being framed. Regulation is being done by state government only because all the schools are to be regulated for Odisha Education Act. That is like we do. Having said this, Government of India also has a big role to play in terms of centrally sponsored schemes. So centrally sponsored schemes like Samagra Shiksha, we are running for quite some time now. It's like more than 2 decades, where 60% of the fund is given by Government of India and 40% from the state government. And it started with Sarva Shiksha Abhijan, when the government envisaged that the child even at the remotest part of the state should get access to education. So that is being done by Government of India. So somebody from our state, sitting in Delhi, he is there for the entire country, not only for us. So I would say it's good only. So it's nothing bad in that.
So there is one scheme in Odisha, not scheme, there is an initiative, this high school transformation initiative. What is it about and how is it changing the scale and scope of education, especially school education in the state?
Yeah. High school transformation was started under the 5T initiative around 2020. So the vision goes all the high schools, those are there in the state, will be transformed physically and also in academically. So we had some 8,600 number of schools, proper government school were around 5,000 odd, and some 2,000 odd government aided schools were there. So the state government took a decision that all these schools shall be transformed. So that were done in 4 phases. So now after 4 phases, Honorable CM has inaugurated all the schools. So now we can tell that the secondary school universe of Odisha has been transformed. And if you travel across the state, it will come as a stark thing when you are traveling. Wherever you go, our schools are there. Physical transformation in this sense, they have been given with a good physical makeover by giving them smart classroom, good toilets, good drinking water facility, library, lavatory. So these 5 components we will definitely see. Then comes the academic part, academic enrichment, because only changing the physical aspect of a school may not give dividend for the education sector as such. So in the aspirational component also, a lot of things have been brought in, for the normal classroom transaction, what used to be very traditional in schools, like the teacher is teaching, the blackboard is there, he teaches from the book and the students are just listening. So in this new age technology thing, e-content has been provided. So all those smart classrooms have been given with smart boards where the content can be fed in. And the teachers are transacting now, invariably all the schools, all the classroom in high schools, they are teaching through smart board. So the challenge was to bring all the teachers on board, they have to be trained to operate those machines and all. So we will be glad to know that more than 50,000 high school teachers have been trained for a 1-week course, where the course module was designed in such a way, they will get hands-on training on the smart panel and everything. At the same time, some kind of leadership training, because it's a long thing which will be done. So unless and until they are primed into it, they may not be able to deliver in long run. So I would say this transformation of high school thing is a mega thing which has happened. And we will see we have already seen the result, and manifold result will come in future.
Ma'am, Ms. Ukil, we were talking about smart classrooms. You also mentioned about how things are being improved, and I'm pretty sure your organization offers the best of the education. But at the end of the day, you are working in a private sector, and there is a large section of population which is not covered by the private sector. They probably cannot afford the quality education. Now, from your experience, because the government side is with you, sitting next to you, how do you see this to democratize this quality education in a state like Odisha? What are the steps that government can actually do, and how the private players can participate in that process?
Thank you, Kaushik. A very good afternoon. Jai Jagannath. Today we are talking about smart schools and about inclusion. So we are basically talking about smart on one hand. On the other hand, we are talking about the heart. Because when we talk about inclusion, it has to be something that comes from the heart. Therefore, smart plus heart together can lead to transformation in education, whether it's government schools or whether it's private schools. Today's smart schools are not defined by technology integration alone. Smart schools must be inclusive schools in order to be really smart. Today, if a nation has to be defined as a progressive nation, then it must have inclusion in its education programs or in its education system. As a private school, we do not deny admission to any child whose parents have the aspiration for educating their child in a school that gives them the best opportunities. We first, if it is a child with special needs, if it's a child that needs inclusion, we first request for an assessment report. If we feel that we can deal with the kind of need of the child, then we certainly get the child into our system. Today, technology has enabled differential learning strategies. And it is these differential learning strategies that help to integrate children with special needs into the mainstream system. There are many methods. It can be full inclusion, it can be partial inclusion, it can be mainstreaming, but it all depends on the intent of inclusion. There can be policies and programs. The NEP 2020 calls for 100% inclusion. But how we can translate this intent depends only on the teachers. It is teachers who hold the key to inclusion and to smart education. Unless and until we have a very strong and well-trained band of teachers, we cannot implement any of the programs. This is the truth. And for this, teachers need to be sensitized adequately. It's very easy to talk of inclusion, but let me tell everyone that inclusion is a very complex and a very complicated process. It's not just about framing a policy and then telling schools you have to implement this. It's, we go through it day after day. It's an emotional roller coaster every day when you have to address the queries of parents. You look at their expressions. You're handling the dignity of individuals. You're handling the self-respect. Every little child also has his or her own self-respect. So therefore, what we really need is sensitization in the entire ecosystem, beginning with the teachers, because it is the teachers who will carry it forward to the children. And then, of course, you have to get parents, you have to get the larger stakeholders into the entire system, and that's how it's going to work.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tripathi, Odisha has a very sizable tribal population, and the marginalization of tribals is we hear a lot of national discussion, but in this state particularly, how the government is, because education plays a very serious role in inclusion, how the government is actually working on in that direction to create an inclusive education for this tribal population.
Thank you, India Today, for inviting us. Jai Jagannath. As you know, Odisha has one of the largest number of communities, tribal communities in the state. It is now 64 tribal communities, and almost 23% of the population of the state belongs to tribals. So this is a very large segment of the population. It needs to be properly address so far education is concerned. So we are running almost 5,800 hostels for the tribal students, and about 5,20,000 students are staying in the hostel. So we are taking all cares of them so that they get good education. One thing that is now the CBSE pattern education is one of the most demand among the parents. Keeping in that view, the government and the interest of the parents for the private education schools, other things. So the government in 2016 started Akanksha and Annesa scheme. Annesa scheme, now it is about 83 hostels we are running in the state. About 22,000 students are staying there. We are giving these students education in the private schools so that they can choose the schools in the locality, private education institutions, and the entire cost of the education as well as other facilities they need for the educations are being given by the government free of cost. That is a big jump, and there is quite an interest among the tribal communities for this private education institutions. So we are giving education starting from class 1 to class 10. It's a great achievement by the state government to provide such type of education to the tribal children residing in the rural belts. Besides, EMRS schools are also running, Conclave Model Research School, though it is a government of India scheme, but the state government provides all supports for the schemes. And now it is 32 EMRS are running in the state, and in coming 2 to 3 years, it is going to be 114. So in these EMRS schools, all due care for the tribal students are being taken. And so far as another important aspect, the students, those are learning in our schools, they should not forget their identity, their tribal language, their cultural heritage, other things. Keeping in that view, as per the NEP issues, we are having 21 MLE interventions. And these 64 tribes in the state, they are speaking 74 dialects. Only 6 tribes have their scripts or something like that. So for about 21 languages that is mostly spoken by these tribal communities, we have MLE intervention from class 1 to 3. And all the books we are providing free of cost through the OSEPA intervention and state government intervention to the schools. And the students are getting this MLE intervention in the schools so that they will not forget their mother language, and they should be comfortable, and their language should get proper promotion so that in the long run, the dominant language of the state should not be a dissuading factor in pursuing their own language. That is the intervention. Recently, one of the initiatives that we are going to take is Parichiti. That will have one dedicated room in all 422 high schools that we have in the state. That will be a cultural space for the tribal students studying in these schools. That will have all their language interventions. Language lab will be there for tribal language lab will be there. Besides all the books related to their tribal languages, all intervention made by the government, all the cultural habits, all the different movies that we have prepared for the tribal people. About 400 movies we have prepared by the ACSTRT and Academy of Tribal Language and Culture of both the sections of the SSD department. So we will be displaying all those movies in there is a dedicated room for that. So that will be a good place for the tribal students to learn their heritage, their language, their cultural identity, everything. Thank you.
Mr. Saha, you mentioned about training of 50,000 teachers. Madam Mukil C also talked about teachers being the pivot of whole, even if we have to drive the national education policy or improve education overall. Now, apart from this training thing, we also need recruitment of new teachers, because that's a very critical area. What the state government is doing towards including more teachers, finding more teachers, and making the teacher's job lucrative or more respectable?
Yeah. So I can say like this, teachers, as far as number of teachers available per child, we call that PTR, like people-teacher ratio. Odisha has always been good in that. Like the PTR, it is learned that if the PTR ratio is 30:1, it is good. 30 means 30 child, 1 teacher. We are hovering around 2021 now. And I will just talk about secondary first, then to the elementary one. Secondary teacher recruitment during last 3 years time, around 18,000 teachers have been recruited. And which brings down our PTR to 17.1. So it is like we will be probably the topper in the country as far as the PTR is concerned.
At the moment?
After this 18,000 teachers who have been recruited.
Yes. Because the last possible data available nationally for a comparative chart, Odisha was slightly lesser than the national average.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe it is maybe 2 years like back data. So during last 2 years time, in 3 phases, we have recruited more than 18,000 teachers. Like 6,500 in one, first 7,000
I think that's
in
commendable.
Second.
But apart from the number, quantity, volume, the quality of the teachers, what are you doing about that?
The quality of the teacher, like when we recruit teachers, only those people can apply for the job who have proper qualification for that. They have to be a graduate, they have to be BEd degree, then only they can apply. And we conducted computer-based test, CBT, that is proper online examination. Only those who qualified, they have been recruited. And after the recruitment is over, as I told, they have been trained also. So quality of teachers, Odisha has never been a problem for quality of teachers because I am also the product of the same education system only. So our teachers also were good and I feel the same kind of teachers we have now
why
also.
I am saying so, the issue is in India, not just in Odisha. The quality of teachers is an issue because teachers' profession is not a very seen as a very lucrative job. कुछ नहीं किया तो teacher बन जाओ. जो trend all over India, we have seen that. Because of that, people, the good students, the cream of the students, they would aspire to become doctors, engineers, professors, IAS officers, but not teacher. That we don't hear people saying, students saying early in the early phases, what do you want to be? I want to be a teacher. So parents are not pushing them to become teachers. They are pushing them to become something else. So how do you get the best of the lot?
As you said, as far as career is concerned, people are still opting for medicine, engineering and other things. So I am not saying that people have left their medicine profession or engineering profession or coming to the teaching profession and
you
all.
have to make that lucrative.
Yeah, so but still considering the size of population India is, the number of graduates we are getting in, the number of postgraduates who are like getting out of the colleges. So even if we like वो doctors, engineers के number के बाद भी we have good number of people in the system to take care of the education sector. And I have been observing, like I have been SPD, the State Project Director for Odisha School Education Program Authority for last 2.5 years now. So all these 3 phases of recruitment I have seen. And whenever Honorable CM comes to attend that program where he like addresses all the newly recruited teachers, we observe their profile. The profile has been very good. The teachers who are like coming into our education system, they are very good. Why I say that? Among those teachers also, they apply for better jobs like into OAS and other exams, they clear that. So it means quality people who are otherwise could have been cleared some other things also, they are also coming over here. So I would say the quality is not a question mark, we are getting good people.
That's very inspiring to hear. The first question that I asked is whether to having an education minister from the state helps or not. There is a reason. Because we hear a lot of discussion after this national education policy also about rewriting textbooks, not just history part, but geography, mathematics, other parts also. Again, when we have this kind of discussions, we always focus on the northern belt, the Mughal history or Rajput history. This is a question for 3 of you because when we talked about tribal history also, we don't know anything much about Odisha. Same with Northeast, same with probably some other states also in the country. So now that we are getting new textbooks, what would be your suggestions, maybe through India Today platform, that how Odisha should be represented? Because probably we all know about Odisha is this only, that Ashoka conquered Kalinga. After that and before that, we don't know anything. So, and not just history, there is geography, the mining history probably of Odisha would be an interesting subject. So I believe ma'am would like to talk about this. She's the private person, so she can give straight suggestions.
I'm a very proud Odia, extremely proud of our rich heritage. Today, Odisha is drafting its new narrative. We are looking at Nua Odisha. And it's a moment of extreme pride to be a part of this time when Odisha is actually proclaiming its rich heritage, its rich culture, and its transformative governance to the world. We as a race have been extremely shy. We like to take a back seat. Maybe that is the reason why we have been neglected so far. However, today the story is different. You have been listening the entire morning to the kind of transformations that are happening in our state. And the same goes for education as well. I would like to share an anecdote. About 4 years ago, one of the best teachers in my school got a job in the Adarsh Vidyalaya, in the Odisha's Adarsh Vidyalaya. For us, a government job means obviously something that gives you security. In our times, the government jobs were not paying very well, but today, the government jobs pay better. When we discussed, we were very happy for her that she is going to a place that gives her job security. But what she told me actually stunned me at that time. She said, "Ma'am, today Adarsh Vidyalayas also have smart classes." So that is the story of transformation, and that is just the beginning. Today, our government schools, which have 80% of our children, they have benchmarked themselves to best practices in line with our Honorable Chief Minister's vision to empower every child through the power of education. I'm sure going forward, our history books will be judging our state, judging the Kalinga heritage, judging the state of Odisha with much more fairness, because we deserve it more than ever.
Mr. Tripathi, in just 30 seconds, if you could give the answer.
Yeah, the time, because of a stable government in the state for, so to say, about 24 years now, there has been a wide change in all the atmosphere, in all the development programs of the state. So now Odisha is marching forward. The school transformation is one of the best things that has happened to the school education in the country. Besides the health infrastructure increasing, the previous session that we are attending, you must be hearing the revolutionary impact that has created by the BSQI scheme among the masses of this state. Besides, road infrastructure in the state is one of the best. It is now a favorite destination for the investors in the country. Also, it is drawing second most amount of investment in the among all the states in the country. So, state is emerging, is marching forward, and as ma'am told, I am a proud Odia, and Odisha is marching forward, and we are fortunate that we are witnessing this change happening in the state, and hopefully the thing which are missing in the state for a quite long time. Now, in the coming days, we will be in a position to know. The next generation will certainly appreciate the development that has taken place in the state, and the history will remember as a developed state in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tripathi, Madam Mukil, Mr. Saha. I would not like to hold back people from going to lunch. Thank you. It was such a wonderful session. We learned a lot. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for sharing that holistic story of the turnaround of the education system in the state. I would like to now call India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to hand over a token of appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. We will resume sharp at 3:15 p.m. for some exciting panel discussions. Enjoy your lunch and we will see you back here shortly. co-presented by Odisha Sashan, tourism partner Odisha, India's best kept secret. Sports has undoubtedly put Odisha onto the global stage. Recently, the state proudly hosted the Odisha Hockey Men's World Cup 2023 for the second time. This isn't the first accomplishment, as the state has previously hosted other large sporting events as well, such as the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. Our first post-lunch panel is titled Odisha, the New Hub of Indian Sports, where we will delve into the state's journey towards becoming a sports powerhouse. To take the discussion forward, I would like to invite on stage the session speakers. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Tushar Kanti Behera, Minister of State, Independent Charge for Sports and Youth Services, Ms. Shravani Nanda, Athlete, and Mr. David John, Director for Hockey Odisha. Moderating this session is India Today's Executive Editor, Kaushik Deka. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon once again. I hope you all had a good lunch. Before the lunch, we discussed about health, education, then we had a good lunch, and now it's time to play sports. It's often said that we all talk about educated people, qualified people should join politics. And it's actually important, and we have a live example here. Someone from IIT Kharagpur who did his BTech and MTech from IIT Kharagpur, then he was a professor, and now he calls himself as a greenhorn politician. We have the Odisha Sports Minister, Mr. Behera, and you know how important it is to have qualified people from Odisha, which was known as a place where starvation's rate used to happen. Today, it's a place where global sports events, they're regular here. Congratulations, Mr. Behera. It's wonderful. Now, talk to us about this sports culture. Sports culture is there almost in every part of the country. Of course, Odisha is very special. It has given the country so many legends. But this state patronization of sports and the culture that is growing, which has become an inspiring model for the rest of the country. How did this come? Where did the focus to patronize sports at such a big scale, where did it come from?
It started after Honorable CM Shri Navin Patnaik took charge after 2000. If we compare the sports budget in 2000 and now in 2023, 2024, that was a voter accounts budget. So starting from 4 crore, now we have reached a whopping 1300 plus crore for sports department. If we consider
that's amazing.
Consider the budget, the national budget, it's approximately 3000 crore. I mean, comprising all states and union territories, and only the state budget is approximately 1300 plus crore. So that shows the commitment of Honorable CM Shri Navin Patnaik, his unwavering support to promote sports at national and international level, as well as fostering international collaborations and maintaining the sports infrastructure at global standard, international standard. So that makes sense how we have come up with a long journey. And now Honorable CM's visionary statement, sports for youth and youth for future, that makes sense, and that has driven us, including me, our sports secretary, and all sports professionals and officials, to work out day and night to make it a huge success. And now I would thank our Honorable CM that Odisha has emerged as a sports capital of India, and it is recognized as an international sports hub across the world.
At times it's easy to pump in money, but the more important part is proper implementation of various schemes. What has Odisha done differently when it comes to implementing this? Like you have pumped in money, you have built good infrastructure, all good, but quite often we hear in various parts of India that the money is not being properly used, and politicization of sports is another problem. What are you doing differently that the state is seeing that kind of revival in sports?
Well, I would say that propelling money or pumping money into the system, it's not an easy task. But again, the monitoring and the utility of all infrastructure, that makes sense, and that is a big challenge for us. But the biggest part is strategic partnership with national and international federations and with many companies, those who have invested in CSR activities, and also the collaboration among the local coaches and trainers. So there is a fine balance. At block level, Honorable CM instructed to build across 314 blocks, 314 stadiums. Then at district level, we have built integrated sports complexes at many district headquarters. And at international level, if we consider Raurkela and Bhubaneswar Kalinga Stadium, those two places comprise of many infrastructures of global standards. So we have focused on talent scouting at block level, then district level. Then we have taken up young talents to nurture, to train, and to coach them at high performance centers as well. So the high performance centers in Odisha, in Kalinga Stadium specifically, they not only comprise local Odia guys or girls, but also they comprise from eastern region as well. So that makes Odisha different from other states, how we work and how our sports model works.
Shravani, you were the fastest one, probably last year you were again the fastest runner in the country. Yeah. 23 also you probably, you were, in Fed Cup you were the fastest one. Mike. Hold it closer to you. It's not working.
Hello?
Yeah, it's working.
Yes, I got 2 gold medal in 200 and 100 meter in this in 2023 season. Yeah.
In fact, one of your 2 earlier gold medals, it came in Guwahati, if I remember, my hometown.
Yeah.
So, coming from Odisha, you must have traveled other states and you have colleagues in other states. What are the differences that you see in the sports culture in Odisha and rest of the country? Why I'm asking you this question, this politicization of sports, you know, it has become a very important and controversial subject. But in Odisha, we are seeing the reverse. So, as a sports person, how do you see the changes in different states and versus Odisha?
I must say, in 2003, I started my sports career. And I started my international career in 2007. And I'm still competing. I am still training and running. So what difference I see is, at that time when we used to go for a national competition, people used to ask me, which state are you from? I used to say Odisha. Say, where is that? But now they says, when I say Odisha, they respect us. That is the difference. So there is a huge difference in infrastructure. I used to train in Australia, South Africa, and Jamaica. But I decided to train for my 2024 season in Bhubaneswar Kalinga Stadium. And whatever technologically advanced equipments I have used in other country, and I was searching in Odisha if I can use the same thing in my training period, and everything I'm getting here. So I must say this is a huge difference from before and now. And athletes are getting so much of high technologically training, and coaches, infrastructure, training grounds. If you know the Mando Indoor Mondo track has just, they made in Bhubaneswar Kalinga Stadium. So that is the biggest thing that athlete can train over there, and that is the fastest and latest in training surface. As we have synthetic track and Mondo track, Mondo is the fastest track. So we will get faster timing in that track. And inside Kalinga Stadium, we have a sports science center, which is amazing, and they have the latest technology in sports science center, which is helping a lot everyday basis. I use everyday basis the sports science center. I must say this. So this is the difference. I feel within myself that there is the biggest difference has happened.
Are you also seeing a change in how parents approach sports with the sports culture coming in, like whether the new age parents, they are encouraging children to get into sports, take it seriously as a profession? Have you seen that change happening in and around Odisha?
Of course, I can say my parents are here today, so they are along with me. That means parents are involving. My parents are involved long time because my father is a very keen to sports, and he organized sports too. But since then, I was not seeing any parents coming to stadium when their son or daughter trains. But now I'm seeing there is so many parents comes and watch their children training in the Kalinga Stadium and others district also. I am seeing that wherever we have synthetic track and we have the program of grassroots level program, I have been seeing that actually parents are coming and watching how they are training, where they have the interest. Because in Kalinga Stadium, they have so many other infrastructures, so they can actually approach their athlete ki if it is not happening in athletics, they can go to swimming. If the swimming is not happening, they can jump to gymnastics at the very earliest that is possible, where they can decide their career. So I have been seeing athletes, parents, they are coming and encouraging their athletes. And the most important, I feel why it is happening, because the prize money has raised, where the government has set for the the scheme they bring to us, that prize money system. So that is where actually athletes need the financial support, and it is helping and it is attracting as well.
Mr. John, before I ask you about Odisha, I read somewhere you said that Indian hockey players, they are very skilled in dribbling. But at the same time you said that in today's context, they should focus less on dribbling. Why did you say so?
It takes longer to run with the ball than to pass the ball. So passing, particularly now with the modern sticks and the power the players have, the ball will travel much faster across the ground or through the air than a person can run with it. So whilst dribbling is still part of the skill set of a hockey player, it's less so on the synthetic turf than it was on the grass.
Now coming back to Odisha, you were earlier with the national team. Now you are the director of Hockey Odisha. Do you see any difference in how the Hockey India used to run and how Hockey Odisha runs in terms of professionalism and other aspects?
I'd have to say we're much better. When I started in 2022, well, from 2020 we had 9 synthetic turfs in Odisha. Today we have 33. Each day we have around 3,000 young players training on these turfs. We have 60 grassroots coaches. So we have 2 to 3 grassroots coaches at each of these synthetic turfs assisting our young players to come. We have the High Performance Centre both here and at Rakala Sports Hostel with very good coaches supported by sports scientists and sports medicine. And only the national teams, outside of Odisha have this number of staff and number of facilities.
So when we compare what Odisha is doing, and it has been able to do certain things, why on the national front, when we take about other states also, because you have experience in India, where is the roadblock? Why things don't move faster in other parts of the country and why it's moving faster in Odisha in terms of sports?
I think our friend here. And
No, he would answer, but as an outsider, you must have observed it from a
the
neutral
investment,
perspective.
Yeah, the clear investment that's been put into sports and youth by our Chief Minister is leading the way throughout the country. I mean, our sports budget is nearly the same sports budget as the national sports budget. So there's been a great investment put into infrastructure in the state, particularly in hockey. We're very lucky as a sport. It's the lifeblood of Indian hockey comes from Odisha. And we've invested a lot into the Sundika community. But we're now making sure the investment goes throughout the whole state so everyone can benefit. And in the future, you'll see many, many players come out of this state to represent India. The most recent is only 16 years of age. Sunalita Topo, I spotted 12 months ago, and her progression to the senior women's national team, she made a debut here at Kalinga Stadium 10 days ago, is amazing. Unfortunately for athletics, I stole her from athletics. She was a very good athlete, and we taught her some hockey skills. And her auntie represented the country, Anupa Bala, so she had a passion for hockey. But she's one of the next group of talented young athletes to come from this state to represent India in hockey.
So when it comes to ODI players, means in hockey, they have given the country several legends in the past. But among the upcoming players, what is special that you have noticed among ODI players in terms of hockey skills?
Traditionally, they've been very good defenders. The best defenders, Deep Grace Eka, Barendra Lakra, Dilip Turkey, Amit Rodas currently, Dipson Lakra, Lilima Mins, Sunita Lakra. They're all defenders. So we have a very strong tradition of defenders from this state. We're trying to now produce more midfielders, and Sunalita is a midfielder. Jyoti Chatri plays in midfield, another young girl who's just made her debut for the Indian senior women's team. And we need some more strikers. So the emphasis at the moment is on drag flicking. We have an excellent young goalkeeper who I think in the next 4 years will play for India, and that possibly one of the first goalkeepers from this state to play for the Indian men's team. He could take Srijesh's position in the future. And some very good strikers. We're looking to try and develop strikers and goalkeepers.
Mr. Behra, now you have showcased what actually the government can do. So what are the plans for next 5 years? If we talk about a blueprint, where do you want to see Odisha in next 5 years in terms of sports?
Well, since we have hosted an array of events, many marquee events at international level and national level, now our focus is to diversify. Now we want to diversify into other disciplines as well, apart from hockey, football, athletics, swimming, and also Honorable CM wants to diversify into indigenous sports, which is assimilated in our culture, like Kho-Kho and Kabaddi. So we have participated in Ultimate Kho-Kho, and also we want to foster international collaborations and want to invest more in sports science, since science is the collaboration with scientific equipments as well as individual players require technology, since the 360-degree profiling of any player, be it badminton, be it hockey player, be it cricketer, that plays a major role to enhance his capability. So we want to diversify not only into different disciplines, also we want to invest more in sports science. So I hope to fulfill Honorable CM's vision for next 4-5 years. We want to see more players in Olympic table, as well as our players should be included more in national teams.
Now, it's often said that politicians should not take charge of all these sports federations. That's a very common criticism that we hear everywhere. How do you defend that argument, like being a politician yourself, now that you have showcased that when the politicians, when the people in power, they take initiative, they can actually move things faster. So what would be your suggestions to your counterparts in different parts of our country who are heading sports federations and which are not producing great results?
Well, my personal opinion would be if a politician has some idea on any specific discipline, he should take charge, because it's not about the technicality of the sports. It's about administration and giving an equal platform to all players. Like they should not interfere in selection, or they should not interfere in how the coach or selectors, how the management they behave or they utilize the resources, specifically the persons who are our champions, who are raising tricolors at national and international level.
Shravani, as a player, of course, Odisha has done tremendously well when it comes to managing sports. But as a player, what would be your 2-3 suggestions that you would like to straightway give to the Honorable Minister? Because he is here right in front of you. If you think that as the next step, now the state has done so good in last 20 years, but as the next big step, what would be your suggestions for the future generations?
I mean, there is a lot has done, but there is still, we are growing and we are rising. So obviously we are learning. So I must ask sir if it is possible to set up a research center, sports research center, which will create a lot of sports persons, sports coaches, sports techniques. And as I must say, hockey director sir is here and he knows that sports is more like a physics and also included many science, like if you talk about nutrition, your physiotherapy, and everything includes science. So if we can have a research center, we can create technologically more techniques. So yes, that would be my request if it is possible.
Mr. Behra.
See, now we have come up with India's largest sports science center, which is in Kalinga Stadium. As he said, we would like to come up with research that makes sense. But one thing I would say that now we are focused on how we develop our players into a team. When an individual plays, more of technology plays a significant role. Like I said, 360-degree profiling of a player is required. But now, since recently Honorable CM has inaugurated that Sports Science Center, I will accept the idea. Like she said, we will come up with research capabilities, not only in sports science, as well as in physiotherapy and adaptation of technology amongst the young players.
Mr. John, what I want to understand from you, this Australian sports culture, means whenever we have seen a big ticket event, Australian team, whether it's cricket team, hockey team, junior team, senior team, they know how to play pressure games. I believe it is something in the culture, how they are taught. What is in India that Indian players should be taught, or you think that in our sports culture, maybe it's missing, that killer instinct in a pressure game, maybe in a final or in a crucial game? How do you see the difference in the approach towards a pressure game between Australian players back home and Indian players here?
There's two factors. One is physical education in schools in most developed countries is very different to India, even though physical education is now being introduced to India in the last 2 to 5 years, more so than previously. So all of our primary school and secondary school students are used to playing competitive matches on a week-to-week basis. So they have these competitive matches between schools, between districts, between clubs every weekend, and you develop a competitive nature through this. And in my sport in particular, in hockey, most of the the top 4 or 5 countries, apart from India, have a domestic league where they play week-to-week matches, home and away matches. For instance, the Dutch league is one of the strongest in the world, and their top 4 teams would probably beat a lot of countries in the world. At this point in time, India doesn't have an infrastructure like this. We're trying to develop one in this state. We'll be the first state to have a home and away competition. We're starting with our under-16 grassroots areas, where they'll play home and away each week. And in time, it will take time, but in time, you develop these competitive instincts that will hold you in great stead as you come up through the national teams.
You also said that 2028 will be a great time for Indian hockey. Do you think that's happening? You made that statement some time back, but do you think we are moving in that direction, or you think it might take some more time?
So when I started in 2016 as the high performance director, my plan was actually to achieve the best results in Paris. So I think for the men's team, their window is right open, even though the competition will be very strong. I think there's a top 8 teams that can all medal. And one of the best indicators is happening tonight at Birsa Munda, because Australia play India, and Australia is in the pool of India at the Olympics. So India has a very strong pool. Australia, Argentina, Belgium are all in their pool. So the top 6 or 8 teams are very close. It'll be difficult. The importance of developing our junior program, which gives the senior programs depth, is very important for hockey. For the first time, India sent away an under-16 international boys and girls team. So they selected an international under-16 team. Rani Rampal was coach of the women, and Sardar Singh was coach of the men. And they went to Netherlands and played equal age groups. And this has to continue for the future. Our state, we're particularly lucky with the funding. We sent our under-17 boys and girls to Kuala Lumpur to play an international tournament. And our boys were successful. They beat Australia, a full Australian team, a full South African team, and both Malaysian teams were undefeated. And our girls beat Australia and South Africa. We only lost to Japan. So we're particularly lucky that we can have that international competition, and our youngsters will develop have benefit from playing international teams.
But what happens when they graduate to the senior level?
One of the things we're trying to change is the education of the player. So fundamentally language. Generally, we have a foreign coach who is not Hindi speaking or Odi speaking. So for a player from this state to understand firstly the language, the new structure, the new style that's being incorporated by the coach, they have to understand the language of English. So at our high performance centre, particularly the one here at Kalinga, all of the young students that are there, all of the young hockey players are learning English, and that holds them in good stead. So speaking with Sunalita Topo now, her English is very good, and it's one of the reasons she was advanced quickly to the senior women's team, because she could understand the way the senior women's coach wanted them to play.
The government at the central level, we are talking more about learning your mother tongue and education in your mother tongue. And Mr. John is saying that for sports improvement, the understanding of English is important. Do you agree that, and is your government doing anything to impart English education or at least foreign language among Odia sports persons?
Yeah, definitely. Now we try to inculcate the sense of learning different languages. Also, they need an exposure. In Kalinga Stadium, high-performance centers, we have done that. But apart from that, those kids who are being trained at grassroots level, at district level, they also require this learning of new languages, and also how to tackle the pressure on field. So that is a different thing. But I would suggest our players, be it at national level, be it at international level, they require much more exposure so that they can play when they play outside India. they require the skill how to gel up with player from different cultural thing. So that is a difficult thing. But in a team game or in a team sports, you definitely require that.
Shravani, do you agree? You can speak English. Do you think that has helped you progress as a sports person compared to some other players who probably can't speak the language?
Well, when you have a foreign coach like English speaking or other language speaking coach, then you normally don't understand what they are trying to say. So that is the gap where what you want to do and what they are saying to do. So definitely you have to understand, you need to learn either the person, whatever language is speaking, to learn that language, or the coach's language. I must say that coach's language, yes.
Last question to Mr. John, and a very short answer, no diplomatic answer. How do you see India's prospect in hockey, India's prospect in Paris Olympics?
They'll definitely make quarterfinal, but it's likely in the quarterfinal they will either play Germany, Great Britain or Holland. So in the crossover will be very difficult. Regardless of which of those three opponents it is, it'll be difficult. We've seen in the last two matches against Holland, they've both been draws and gone to shootout. We have a very good goalkeeper. I think Srijesh will go again to Paris, whether he goes as the reserve or the main keeper, and he's very good at shootouts. But it'll be a very close competition. The temperature is going to be extremely hot in Paris, and our fitness levels, and we are very used to playing in those temperatures, unlike other European countries, and this might be an advantage. They play 8 matches in 11 days, so our fitness, I think, will play a part.
Thank you so much. I have actually run out of time. It was such an interesting session, and I hope Indian hockey team can prove you wrong. At least they can move to final and probably win a gold. Thank you all for being here. It was wonderful having you here. Thank you.
The efforts taken to ensure the sports players don't focus on just their skills, but also develop their linguistic skills as well as mental resilience are quite worthwhile. So everyone, a big round of applause for the panelists. I'd like to call on stage India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to hand over the token of appreciation to our guests.
Very good, very good. So good to listen to you. That's why we said hockey captain and now.
Shifting focus, the next panel will focus on the development of an enabling ecosystem for startups and innovation and the need to empower your youth to take up entrepreneurship. Joining us to discuss the Odisha's advantage for startups are Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha. Welcome, Dr. Rai. Mr. Priyadarshi Mohapatra, Founder and CEO of Conclave. Mr. Devesh Sinha, Founding Member, Bhubaneswar Angels. And Ms. Akanksha Priyadarshini, Founder and CEO of Odisha. Welcome, everyone. And steering the conversation will be MG Arun, Managing Editor at India Today. The floor is yours, MG.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just as the story of India is not restricted to its metro cities, the boom in the startup world finds its resonance across the country, with Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities becoming the flag bearers of change. The state of Odisha and the city of Bhubaneswar are no different, with the state offering several avenues to promote its startup ecosystem, be it through the startup policy of 2016 or the concept of the O-Hub that aims to create the right kind of ecosystem for startups in the state. How far have these policies been successful, and which are the areas that need a further thrust? To discuss this, we have with us a stellar panel of experts drawn from both the government as well as from the startup world. We have Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, Mr. Priyadarshi Mohapatra, Founder and CEO, Conclave, Mr. Devesh Sinha, Founding Member, Bhubaneswar Angels, who will give us an idea of the entire ecosystem, especially the funding part of it, and Ms. Akanksha Priyadarshi, Founder and CEO, Odisha, which again, who again will sort of give us a ground level view of what are the realities when it comes to the startup situation in the state. But let me first come to Dr. Omkar Rai. Dr. Rai, Odisha is high in entrepreneurship and ideas, and that is a given fact. How does the government tap this to create a conducive ecosystem for startups in the state? You know, I mean, I just mentioned a couple of policies. Maybe you can elaborate on those.
First of all, let me thank you for this opportunity. This opening remark you have mentioned about our policy, our O-Hub, and also you have pointed out that Odisha has been able to attract a lot of investment in the IT ecosystem. I must say that because of the proactive policy of the government, the incentives and the kind of ease of doing business that this state offers to the industry, and the kind of talent that we have within the state, and also willing talent from this state which is working across the country, they want to come back. A lot of IT industry is coming to our state. So the IT industry per se is helping us in terms of getting a lot of mentors, a lot of startup founders, and a lot of investors per se. So it is actually a kind of support system that IT industry is providing to the startup ecosystem per se. One of the panelists here himself is a IT person and who has become a very successful startup founder from this state. I must say that the story of startup ecosystem in this state started with the Odisha Startup Policy 2016, which was also revised subsequently in 2019. I must conclude with this that the policy is not only best in class, but the implementation of this policy is also very industry friendly. And that is proven from the fact that the Government of India, DPIIT, has been recognizing us as a top performing state in the state startup ranking framework. That proves that we not only create policy, but we also implement those policies in very industry friendly manner. Secondly, that you have also mentioned about O-Hub. We started with 70,000 square feet of state incubator. We called it OHub. But look at the kind of vision, the kind of aspiration the government of Odisha has. That very soon we realize that this space that has been allocated to state incubator is not sufficient. And we raised the entire allocation of space to the 4 lakh square feet of space. Now, OHub is one of the leading state incubator in the entire country, one of the top 3 incubator. This is the kind of ambition, the kind of aspiration the government of Odisha has for the startup ecosystem. We also very quickly worked with the SIDBI and we implemented fund of fund, our own fund of fund. So it's called Odisha Startup Growth Fund. And this fund has been made operational, and now the fund managers are working in the startup ecosystem. They are scouting good startups to invest. So on one hand, we have policy, very vibrant, best in class. We have a state incubator, that is 4 lakh square feet of space. Apart from that, we also provide incentives and grants to the incubators owned by the private entities, educational institutions, research institutions. So OHub and 26 incubator, that entire ecosystem in the state. We have 27 incubators in the state functioning with more than 1,800 startups by now. Our startups have matured. Apart from that, we also give grant to the startup, to the incubators. But most importantly, the startup ecosystem in this state has achieved critical mass. It is getting attention of the investors. We are working with the ecosystem, Bhubaneswar Angel, startup founders, other stakeholders together. Not only that, Startup Odisha actually is a government entity, but it is working in a very collaborative manner. This is the hallmark of the functioning that the state has to offer. And our startups are now attracting a lot of investment in this ecosystem. And that proves beyond doubt that the startup ecosystem in the state has crossed the critical mass and is actually attracting investment. That proves it's a healthy environment, healthy ecosystem, and that is going to grow.
Would you have some numbers to share with us to show, the kind of improvement that Odisha has seen in terms of the startups coming in? Because this is an extremely competitive space, and the money and the ideas go to places where there is an immense support that comes in, and usually what we find is the government machinery may find it quite difficult to identify ideas and do things in that quick pace that it deserves, and a lot of startups sometimes get impatient. So what has been your experience, and maybe some numbers you could share?
So I will talk about certain numbers, and I must say that total 1,832 startups that we have as of now. The government of Odisha has given grant to 319 startups. So there's a quite a good percentage of the grant. I would also say that most of the grants have been extended to the startup ecosystem after the COVID, right? And total 500 crore equity that has flown into our startup ecosystem in the state. More than 200 crore has flown only in the last year. That shows that the equity investment in our ecosystem is getting now at a faster pace, and that shows that the collective strength of the startup ecosystem has grown. I must say that another very important feature of our startup ecosystem is that more than 42% of our startups are women-led against the national average of 32%. As of now, I must say that the startup ecosystem, government of Odisha, Startup Odisha as an entity, the ecosystem players are working very collaboratively. See, the kind of functioning that we have is a very collaborative. We are not working in isolation. The hallmark of our functioning is that we are working with the ecosystem players, startup founders, incubators, organizations like TAI, Bhubaneswar Angel, other industry association, R&D institution, most of the academic institutions, they all work together. They participate in our evaluation process, they participate in our registration process, they help us in terms of evaluation of those startups for the grant and all. We also conduct several events, ecosystem events, outreach events. Very recently, we conducted Startup Yatra, Startup Express. To not only, it's very important for us to not only create infrastructure, not only create ecosystem policy, but it is also important to reach out to the young boys and girls across the state, so that they are not only told about the incentives, the grant, the ecosystem that we have in place, but they are also provided a kind of opportunity to ideate, the culture of ideation, to instill them in them the kind of inquisitiveness about entrepreneurship. These are the things that we are doing in a bigger manner.
Great. I mean, since you mentioned the fact that 40% of the startup entrepreneurs are women entrepreneurs, I would like to bring in Akansha into the picture. She runs this firm which provides very, very vital information that helps companies to deal with climate change and etc. Maybe you can, when you talk about it, you can explain a little bit about your company also. Funding has been a major issue, and normally we have seen how, and of course I'll come to Mr. Sinha who can really throw some light on it. But funds normally flow into the metros, big metros we have seen, and Bangalore has been the hub, for a long, long time. What has been your experience dealing with the Odisha government, and do you think that the atmosphere is conducive for that kind of investment, or what more needs to be done? Maybe you can give your views.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akanksha. Before answering, I'll just try to introduce myself and the startup. So we at AuraSure are building solution to help solve climate change. And how we are doing it is by developing a hardware-based solution combined with an AI platform, which can tell you, which can help you with the decisions, what you can do to help solve the climate, or what decisions you can take to safeguard the environment you are living around. So we started here in Bhubaneswar. I'm a graduate of NIT Rourkela, then I did my MBA from University of Illinois. Startup Odisha, when they started in 2016, had very good policies in terms of how to start. So starting is quite easier relatively as compared to a decade back. We got starting grants to start up. Then we also find out good team members here from my own college, NIT Rourkela. In terms of funding, when we had developed the prototype, we tried to reach out to VCs in the country, and we were successful enough in raising our seed round from a Mumbai-based VC, which is Unicorn India Ventures. And with that funding, we developed a platform, and now we have customers like Google, Honeywell, L&T, and being headquartered at Bhubaneswar. So that itself, I would say, would set an example that being headquartered at Bhubaneswar also you can serve to global companies. In terms of the funding scenario, seed round we have cracked. Now we would be looking at a growth round. Yes, in growth round, Startup Odisha have initiatives like Fund of Funds, which is recently launched, which is a very positive direction into having a growth fund in the city itself. But there are even more miles to go in the growth fund because we didn't had so many successful startups before. Startups were moving out of Bhubaneswar, growing in different cities across the country. But that has not been the case. Now people are staying back because opportunities are there. Leadership team is also being possible to be developed here. People are coming back. People want to come back to Bhubaneswar after COVID, fortunately. So now it is the right environment. If we can tap in and attract more companies more companies in the growth round to stay back, then of course VCs would also be coming back to invest in startups like us.
Oh, that's great to hear. I'd like to bring in Mr. Devesh Sinha. Two things that you could throw light on. One, of course, is the fact that entrepreneurship is something which involves a lot of risk taking. And especially when you get into the startup environment, it's all about your willingness to take risk. And we have seen in today's environment how even some of the big unicorns are going through an immense kind of a pressure. I mean, COVID has sort of impacted. COVID created opportunities also, but then, maybe to do with splurge, maybe to do with issues regarding management, corporate governance has been a big issue in startups. How does, as a VC, as a person who supports enterprises, how do you see the kind of talent and the growth opportunities in Odisha? Why Odisha, for that matter? And number two is, do you see a lot of investment opportunities now coming back into Odisha from some of the other metros like Akansha was referring to? Is that a reality that is happening?
Good afternoon to all of you. Two questions. I think I will talk a little bit about Bhubaneswar Angels first, and then probably come to your specific questions. So Bhubaneswar Angels has been there for some time in Bhubaneswar, and it is primarily the collection of HNIs who have been funding in more informal fashion. And we have come to the formal structure now, and we are trying to help the startups primarily from Odisha. And one of the reasons we formed Bhubaneswar Angels was basically, see, if you look at the funding cycle of any startup, I think first level of funding, generally it is done by themselves, right? Either family, friends, your own money, whatever you want to put it, you put there. Second level of funding comes from somebody like Dr. Rai's organization, Startup Odisha, government organization, certain grants, certain loans. These days, Startup India has a lot of schemes which is there. And we come at the third place there, right? When you have done something. Now, when Bhubaneswar Angels like organization puts money, what it does, it reposes faith in other investors who are coming and looking for the good startups and the good ideas and the startups. Today, I think once you reach at that stage, I think Priyadarshi and Akansha can supplement on that. Probably you don't have to worry about your funding, because every venture capitalist, they are not today limited to the Bangalore. They are not limited to the Pune. I know some of the events we have done, Dr. Rai's office, funds of fund and all those things. And we had so many PE funds and the venture capitalists has been there. They are rather queuing up to fund the good startups. As much as startups are looking for getting funded, the VC is also looking for the good startups, right? So it is a good matchmaking. And taking back to the what Bangalore advantage or Mumbai advantage, I would say yes, Bangalore had an advantage, and because they are early starter, no doubt about it. And actually it primarily happened from the time of, I would say, IT boom happened. And it was IT boom, Bangalore was ahead, quite ahead, right, from rest of the cities. And then most of the startups started in Bangalore was from the people who came out of the IT companies, and they're kind of a tech startups if you look at it in the Bangalore, right? Whereas, I know in Bhubaneswar, today things have changed. Today you will see the beeline of all the IT companies here. Almost all the big names are here in Bhubaneswar or Odisha, thanks to the government initiatives. And also, after the COVID, and in fact in 2002-03, I remember Tom Friedman talked about world is flat. And I think post-COVID, it really made it more flatter, right? So the tech talent, which was kind of a problem in the city, has been solved through that channel, because now people wants to either work from home or work closer to the home. And even the startups are much more agile in terms of using the talent wherever you are. Doesn't matter the location. So that has helped also in terms of booming, in helping the startups in Bhubaneswar. And I'm sure that some of them are doing extremely well. And again, I can't say that we have as many startups as what Bangalore or Mumbai has. But I would say that we have a significant number of startups. I think even just the Startup Odisha has about 1,800 registration of the startups, maybe more than that by the time we are talking. And and it's going on, it's increasing only.
Excellent. I'd like to bring in Mr. Mohapatra. We'd like to know your experience as far as, starting up your business is concerned, which is into the healthcare segment, a startup in the healthcare segment. And also in the present environment where by and large private equity investors and VCs are getting extremely cautious when it comes to, I think the due diligence part has sort of quickened up over the last few months at least. What's the kind of funding opportunity you are still seeing? Do you see a crunch or do you see still large scale flow of funds happening in the sector?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. Let me share a very different perspective with you because this is my second startup. When I did my first startup, it was actually in the Silicon Valley of India, Bangalore, where everybody said access to capital is there, access to talent is there, and it's very easy to start a startup because the ecosystem is pretty thriving. I was with Google in Gurgaon, and when COVID happened and I decided to do a healthcare venture, investors initially questioned me more about my choice of location to do the project in Odisha rather than the strength of the business plan that I had. And I truly believe this was because there was an arbitrage of information availability and there was an arbitrage of how talent really sort of looked at new locations to work for. What I have seen over the course of time is a complete paradigm shift. And this paradigm shift I would like to share with you from both an inside-out perspective, which I saw, as well as an outside-in perspective that the market is seeing. From an inside-out perspective, I think the first thing is, initially when you're doing a project, you are looking at capital, and that's probably one of the biggest concerns every entrepreneur would have. And I must say that to me, it's a complete myth that access to capital is only available in large cities. And the term of funding winter, which was created, I think was more because of people not being able to raise funds than a real concern, because I raised 2 rounds in the peak of funding winter, and almost all the large venture capitalists actually traveled all the way to Odisha and to interior locations to see what we are doing. So if you're solving a real problem, if you're really meaningful manner, you're creating an impact in terms of the project you're doing, I don't think that perspective exists anymore. Second is access to talent, and initially I was worried that if I moved to Odisha, would I get the right kind of talent? Because our model was heavily dependent on an intelligent healthcare platform, and we were using data and technology really to solve for remote and last mile in healthcare. But I must say, I've been pleasantly surprised with the kind of talent that's available in our local market. It's probably one of the best talent that we have, and today there are people from across the country that I speak, and because I'm very open about a hybrid workforce, and I say, listen, I need to attract the best talent. You can be based anywhere you want. People actually tell me they're very, very keen to move to Bhubaneswar and work out of Bhubaneswar. And I have had some of the best talents, including CEO of one of the largest companies. He was the CEO of Tanishq. I have had the CFO of one of the largest educare venture. Both of them joined me, and instead of Bangalore, are actually looking at moving to Bangalore and to Bhubaneswar and have taken places. So from an inside-out perspective, I think it's a myth. From an outside-in perspective, if I see, I think today our ecosystem is very thriving. The catalysts that we have, whether it's Startup Odisha or Bhubaneswar Angels, are extremely supportive. And that sort of energizes the whole momentum in terms of how you're building a startup. And I must share this anecdote with you. I went to Chhattisgarh after Odisha. We were looking at entering Chhattisgarh. The moment they heard we are from Odisha, they said, you're welcome, and we want to understand more about your healthcare BSKY scheme. So we are becoming thought leaders, not laggards anymore.
That is excellent. And I think Dr. Omkar Rai, it puts a lot of more responsibility into your, into Startup Odisha, because, now you need to create that, rather further that ecosystem, because, going by what Mr. Mohapatra has been saying, Odisha is on the cusp of a huge change or a transition. And so how prepared are you, when you look at the future, and what are the new age, businesses and in startups that you are looking to promote? I'd like to hear.
In fact, as I said before, we have achieved the critical mass, and then we are looking towards next wave of growth. Everybody is witnessing the kind of investment this state is attracting in the diverse sectors. maybe it is manufacturing, IT and all. So the next thrust of Startup Odisha would be to work for the corporate innovation program. We believe that the next growth that startup ecosystem in the state would witness, not only from the investment ecosystem that we are creating, but from the corporate access, market access program that we have to work with. These industries, large industries, that state is very lucky to have, will have to be created in a kind of ecosystem, brought into an ecosystem where our existing startups, upcoming startups, can work with them and can solve those problems which large corporations usually don't solve. This is a kind of mechanism that has to be put in place so that our startups could benefit mostly in terms of Industry 4.0 solutions, because the presence of large industries in this state is an opportunity for them. We believe that, of course, as the founder of Bhubaneswar Angel, Devesh Sinha, has spoken, we are not competing with Bangalore as of now. But we believe that with the proper planning, with the proper foresightedness, with the proper mechanism in place, we can architect a different kind of path for us, which can surpass all those successes that those early movers have achieved. And that is why the governments at large in this state is working in a collaborative manner. This is the state where collaboration is happening with all of us. As I said before, the Startup Odisha itself is a very collaborative movement. It's not only the government's movement. See, stakeholders are Bhubaneswar Angel, industry associations, and all the industries at large, even the startups, academic institutions, R&D institutions, centers of excellence. So next web that I am looking forward for is to work for the corporate access program, corporate innovation program. And in case we are able to connect the corporates with the startups, this would bring much needed accelerated growth for our ecosystem.
Okay, that's very interesting. In fact, I want to check with Akanksha of one part where, because since we have said that even startups attract a lot of entrepreneurs from women and from amongst women, and what has been the experience when it comes to hiring and in your firm? And, in general, what is the kind of feedback you get from some of the other peers about, women joining the workforce in startups? Because, of course, they also have to take a level of risk when they, join firms like yours. So you could, and also, the skills, how do you train them? We just had a session earlier today on skill development. So do you find them adequately skilled? What are the gaps that you need to fill?
Very interesting question. In Odisha, we have the numbers speaking itself, like 42% of the startups have one women director. So, we are doing very great in that aspect. And I would say this is very much related to the opportunity and skill. Because when I started my journey, I was a co-founder in another startup, where I had managed so many different aspects, starting from product development, operations, customer success, and sales. Then when I had my own idea, I had that level of confidence that I can do it. So that's how, all the women out there who are at least having an idea or they want to do something can come out to Startup Odisha, get trained with the incubator centers that Startup Odisha has. There are around 27 incubators, I guess, and from very reputed institutes as well. And they are very much focused on one area. For example, if you want to start an electronics company, then you need to go to STPI. NIT Rourkela is also another option in technological center. If you want to start any biotech company, then you should be reaching out to KEAT incubator. So very focused incubators have niche strength and mentors in that specific areas. And there are a very good pool of mentors available for you to get trained from them in terms of the skill development. And the third part, which is the most important, having the right team, the core team at least, the co-founding team, with whom you can build the startup to great heights. So women are doing plenty well. And just in a general sense, we have been good mothers, daughters, sisters, wives. So we have done all these roles so well. So being an entrepreneur, we would be doing much better than the other genders. So just given the opportunity.
I'm not going to contest that, absolutely. I will just totally give it to you for that. Mr. Sinha, coming to you quickly. In fact, we just, heard Mr. Dr. Roy talking about the need for government, academic, private collaboration in this. If you could just elaborate, especially when it comes to funding, are there some gray areas that need to be looked at?
I don't think any specific area I would say that we need to address, but certainly this we need to ourselves expand our network bigger, like for the angel investment, right? Because I believe that if local angel investment fund becomes very active, I'm sure more startups get highlighted in the national level and probably the international venture capitalists will be looking at. So I would say that is one area which we need to rather do better in terms of more HNIs coming and open to the idea of investing into startups, be part of our network, angel network. Also, I believe not particularly from the funding perspective, but I think there are a lot of inherent strength Odisha has. And some of the startups need to focus on those areas like agro-based and manufacturing is a big here. Like I'm sure Kancha, the area where she is, I think it's very rightly geographically placed because there are a lot of opportunities in those areas. So that's the startups things.
Okay, a final quick word from you, Mr. Mohapatra. Is there some, avenues since you've worked, several states and you have a huge experience behind you that, the state should be still focusing on to still better, whatever it is doing for startups?
I would take a completely different take on that. I don't think we should ever look at having solved for 100%. If you've solved for 80% and you've got those elements in place, like the kind of catalyst we spoke about in Bhubaneswar Angels or Startup Odisha or the thriving ecosystem, spend your energy there. I think there's enough you can achieve with that 80% which is already in place rather than nitpicking on the balance 20% that you need.
Okay, wonderful. So I think on that note, we have run out of time. Big thank you to all the panelists for having such a heartwarming discussion out here. Hope you enjoyed it. A big round of applause to our eminent panelists. Over to you, Sonal.
Thank you, everyone. Requesting you to please stay back on stage for a minute. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO Publishing for India Today, to hand over the token of appreciation to our guests. Transitioning from the topic of enabling startups, we will now discuss the crucial topic of empowering women. Yes, as you may have anticipated, the next session will focus on the state's Mission Shakti initiative. This program is dedicated to fostering women's independence, not only in economic terms, but also in ensuring their voices are heard and respected in public spaces. To discuss this further, please join me in welcoming Ms. Sujata Karthikeyan, Commissioner cum Secretary at the Department of Mission Shakti. She's also holding the additional charges Commissioner cum Secretary for Odisha Language, Literature and Culture Department of Government of Odisha. Everyone, please give a very big round of applause. Welcome, ma'am. Do you want to do it from the podium?
Thank you, sir. Namaskar to everybody. So I'd like this session on Mission Shakti to be started with a small video which will encapsulate the entire journey of Mission Shakti. And like Odisha is known as the best kept secret of India, there are a lot of secrets within Odisha. We hope to unravel the women's empowerment journey of Odisha. Video, please. Sound.
Initiated in 2001 by the Honorable Chief
Sound, please.
Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, is a flagship women empowerment initiative by the government of Odisha aimed at holistic Mission Shakti. Initiated in 2001 by the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Mission Shakti. Initiated in 2001 by the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, is a flagship women empowerment initiative by the government of Odisha aimed at holistic empowerment of women.
शक्ति मिशन शक्ति मिशन शक्ति मिशन शक्ति मिशन शक्ति मां मानकर शक्ति.
Having incorporated 70 lakh women into its fold across villages and towns of Odisha, Mission Shakti today is a vibrant transformational force. The aim now is to grow from SHE to SME. Unique livelihood promotion, skilling, institution building, financial inclusion and market linkage initiatives of Mission Shakti strive towards graduating SHGs to small and micro enterprises, generating employment, increasing income and transforming the lives of millions across the state. Government of Odisha has set up a dedicated department of Mission Shakti for empowerment of SHGs, the first in the country. Driving this forward, Mission Shakti department has been focusing upon building the capacities of women SHGs while ensuring the sustainability of their initiatives, introducing avenues for interagency convergence for skilling, livelihood promotion and market linkage development, improving financial inclusion through access to financial services and investments, and promoting favorable policy formation and advocacy to bring about systemic changes that promote economic empowerment amongst women. Cabinet in its first meeting approved provisioning of rupees 5,000 crores of government services and procurement of goods through SHGs over 5 years. In the last 3 years, more than 1 lakh SHGs have received government business worth over rupees 4,500 crore in convergence with various departments. Rupees 50,000 crore bank linkage in the next 5 years is projected. In a pioneering step, Government of Odisha grants interest subvention benefits up to 5 lakh loans for all SHGs. In past years, more than 3.5 lakh SHGs have availed this benefit and rupees 505 crore has been into the accounts of women as interest subvention. With an objective of providing sustainable livelihood solutions to producer SHEs for selling their produce, Government of Odisha through Mission Shakti is supporting the establishment of a robust retail distribution network across the state under the brand name Mission Shakti Bazaar. The state government has made a historic decision of setting up 500 Mission Shakti Bazaars across the state in the next 5 years. This transformative marketing initiative will augment women's financial freedom in the digital era and increase the bargaining power of women producers by reaching out to buyers beyond the district, state and national boundaries. Not only are millions of women gaining fruitful employment and economic independence, through Mission Shakti, they are also partners in the transformation of new Odisha.
Thank you. So that was a short video on Mission Shakti. Now I'd like to just show 4 or 5 slides to tell the audience what Odisha is doing differently. Because SHG is not something that is new to any state. Every state has its SHG movement. But I believe, and the facts also show for themselves, that Odisha has done something that's very different. So slides, please. So as you see, this is the cabinet decision that was taken in May 2019 after government came to power after the 19 elections. It was the first decision taken by cabinet that 5,000 crore worth of goods and services would be taken by government from SHGs. So both goods and services. This is unique, unprecedented, and it is not existing in any other state of the country. Next, please. As part of this cabinet decision, you see what has been happening is women-run buses across the state under the Lakshmi scheme. There are 30 blocks where operation and maintenance of AC buses are done by our women's SHGs. And these are the different departments where you can see the value of business given as well as the incentives and the commission that is earned. There are things like electricity meter reading, which is being done by our women SHGs. Pisciculture in Gram Panchayat ponds in Odisha is completely done by women's SHGs. After women's SHGs have a say, only then, if needed, it is auctioned. Then under different departments, like school and mass education department, uniforms are given by SHGs, midday meal is done by SHGs. In the WNCD department, a 500 crore business of take-home ration of Anganwadi centers is done through our SHGs. So this is a very unique step that Odisha has done. Next. The pictures show the story. Pisciculture and GP tanks, and these are real SHGs doing real work. Next. Electricity meter reading, they go house to house, and the electricity private distribution companies say wherever women are employed, it is better for them. Their electricity dues are filled up easier and faster, and the commissions are given in a much more systematic manner. Next. Paddy procurement through iris scanners and computer reading is done by our SHGs in many, many places. Gradually, we are increasing the numbers of our SHGs doing this. Next. This is something else that Odisha is doing differently. If you see credit flows from 2018-19 to 23-24 today, it's an increase of 800% of credit from banks which women are taking in Odisha. 15,000 crore worth of credit is going to our women SHGs in this year alone. And this is fueled again by a government push that the entire interest component up to 5 lakh is paid by government. And it is back-ended in the sense that the women pay it first to the banks and then it is reimbursed back to their account. So it encourages the banking habit. Next. This is the amount of interest that has gone back to women SHGs. This is something that no state is doing in the country right now. Encouraging women to take credit from banks, repay it, become good lenders and utilize it to run businesses or even for their consumption needs. Next. This is a push towards mobility. Our government is giving scooter loans to most of our EC members and to most of our community support staff. As you see, they are running buses. They are also taking scooter loans for their own day-to-day needs. Next. These are our district leaders on a trip to Dubai. Routinely, Odisha government sends its women leaders on exposure visits to places like Dubai and Singapore, because all of us, we know we learn through exposure. So why not our rural women? Next. And this is the philosophy of our government headed by Honorable Chief Minister. Now, I've shown you a lot of pictures. Sometimes facts and statistics do not tell the whole story. As Secretary of this department for a considerable length of time, I would also like to share one thing. The Odisha story of women's empowerment is different because we are not just tracking finances and numbers alone. Okay, we said 15,000 crores, but Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka may be giving much, much more than we are giving. For us, finance is just one vertical. At the core of our women's empowerment program is dignity, respect, and identity. It is a curious case of identity politics, which is inclusive. Women who were nameless and faceless for decades, for centuries, women who had forgotten their names, being just somebody's wife and somebody's mother, today they have an identity and a platform because of Mission Shakti. And how is that identity created? Because for us, no government program is complete without the inclusion of women's SHGs. We spoke about BSKY, the Swasthya card. There is a component for women, but our women SHGs are the key people who go from house to house to create awareness about BSKY. So every government department uses our SHG network to build a link between government and community. That is why when COVID struck, and thankfully Odisha under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik handled COVID well, a big group of warriors were our women SHGs who came out on their own when educated people also were afraid to come out of their homes in fear of what this virus is. It was our women who went home to home and explained that this is how you can save yourself from COVID. Or they ran TMC centers where our migrant laborers came and stayed. They took up the leadership burden of the state. So this is where dignity comes into play. And now if you've noticed, on the 16th, again in unique Odisha style, on the 16th of this month, a very nice scheme was passed by Parliament by our Odisha Assembly, our cabinet passed it, saying where 730 crores of money was given to give uniforms to our SHGs. Now, sari to SHG is nothing new. Many state governments would have done it. But there is, like in Odisha, if you read within the lines, there is a blazer assistance which is inbuilt into it for our women SHGs. Blazer is something that is associated with corporate India, with elite public schools. Why rural women and blazer? Because that is the core of our identity. If Honorable CM's vision is SHG to SME, as you saw, from being Swayam Sahay Goshti to becoming nano and startups and micro producers, then a dress or a uniform is part of their identity. So they go smartly dressed with their blazers to Dubai, to Singapore. They go for business meetings. And we have our smartly dressed Bishnu Priya Das here, who is from Mayurbhanj, and she'll be talking very soon. So this is what Odisha does best. And I say this in every platform. I will again repeat it here. Groups of women come to meet our Chief Minister at regular intervals. Most meetings in district collectors' offices are incomplete without SHG participation. And you know, in states like Odisha, in eastern India, in most states of the country, if you have a foothold in government, you get a different identity. So an SHG member, when she walks into district collector's office, BDO's office, she walks into the residence of Honorable Chief Minister to have a meeting with him or a cup of tea with him. It changes the power dynamics in her community back home. You think of domestic violence, you think of the way people look at women if she's just come back from the meeting with the head of the state. So this is what we routinely encourage. When groups of women come and meet Honorable Chief Minister and he asks them, this is a story I'm narrating which is a true story, and he asks them, are you getting water, are you getting rice, are you getting your health benefits? One of the elderly women from Ganjam caught his hand and said, you've given us that, that's okay. But you've given us something far more than that, which nobody in our life has given us. She said, Bapo ghare bhi mili nahi, sasu ghare bhi mili nahi. Means we've not got it from our parents' home, we've not got it in our marital home. You have given us parichay, identity. And that is the core of Mission Shakti. when there is confidence in the women of a state, they go and they will disturb the power elite system of the villages and the communities. They will raise their voice wherever they have to, because we believe empowerment is holistic. It cannot be financial or economic or political. It has to be all in all. And that is the philosophy and the core of Mission Shakti. Now, I know I've shown you a video, I've shown you slides, I have spoken as secretary. But again, that's not the whole story. We've got two of our shining leaders who have come from Mayurbhanj and from Koraput, who will talk to you about their stories. And I would request them to join me on stage so that what we are saying, when Odisha talks, what we say is the truth. So I present to you two of our finest leaders. Please come. Will you? Thank you.
So I'm going to introduce our two exemplary women leaders from Mission Shakti here, though, I really cannot cover the entire gamut of the exceptional work they have done to uplift women and even the entire communities. So we have with us Ms. Shrimati Bishnupriya Das. She's the DLF president at Mayurbhanj. From not earning enough to run her household, she today has helped 40,000 women in 26 blocks of the district to earn their livelihood. We have another dynamic leader with us. She's fondly called the millet queen in Odisha. She's Ms. Raimati Ghiuria. She has conserved 72 traditional native varieties of rice and 30 varieties of millets. Not only that, she has also trained 2,500 farmers on innovative methods of finger millet cultivation. Let's hear more from them about their inspirational journey.
So first, Vishnu?
Yes.
Vishnu.
हाथ में जय जगन्नाथ आज इंडिया टुडे प्रोग्राम आमर कमिशनर मैडम महोदय आमर जो कोरापुट आसथिबा मांडिया क्वीन सभा परिचालन करथिबा मैडम उपस्थित समस्त भद्र व्यक्ति मैडम मन को मु हार्दिक अभिनंदन जनाउछि कहला बेलू आखिर लुह बाहरी जाउछि मोर इच्छा नथिला जे पछकु फेरी जाय पाई 2001 मिशन शक्तिर शुभारंभर सुजोग नहीं मो ग्रुपटी तैयारी होइतिला सॉरी मो परिचय दिया पाई भूली जाइछि मो नाम विष्णुप्रिया दास मयूरभंज मिशन शक्ति महासंघर सभानेत्री मरड़ा ब्लॉक चित्तड़ा आदिवासी लधा एरिया रे मो घर 2001 मसीहार शुभारंभ होइतिला मो ग्रुप बीए पास कला परे मु ट्यूशन करथुली गाँ रे बापा माँ समस्ते थिले बापा मोर शिक्षा अनुष्ठान प्रेमी एते थिले जे घर प्रति ताकर नजर नथिला एटा एई स्टेज रे मु सत्य घटना मु सब कहूची आपण माने भी फील्ड के जाई कि मो विषय इनक्वारी भी करि परिबे सब बेले बापा कहूतिले झियो पिला दरकार नै पाठ पढिबा मो गाँ रे जदी अनुष्ठान मु तयारी करे अन्य माने चाकरी करिवे बहुत कष्ट रे मां को पाई माँ पंचम श्रेणी पाठ पढ़ुले माँ को पाई मु मैट्रिक पास करली आए पास करली बीए पास करली गाँ कॉलेज रे हठात मते अंगनवाड़ी दीदी डाकिले जे आसो सेठी मिशन शक्ति एसएचजी मान को डकाई आपण माने बसिबे मीटिंग सुनिबे मु सतेले घृणा करली हे गाँ रे जीवी माँ मान सहित मिसबी कौ जाति नहीं कौ जाति हेतिबो मु बीए पास करची जमा गलिनी 2 दिन चलीगला 3 दिन चलीगला एमती बसुताई चाकरी पाई बहुत एप्लाय कली किछि भी मिललानी ट्यूशन कली बापा मो कथा बुझिलेनी कहला बेल को आखिर लुह बाहरी जाउची सेई अंगनवाड़ी दीदी दिने मते ताकर डाहण हाथ मो बाँ हाथ धरी टाणी नैथिले से अंगनवाड़ी दीदी को मु धन्यवाद देवी जे मिशन शक्ति विभाग को मु धन्यवाद देवी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री को धन्यवाद देवी आज मु आपण को पाखरे ठिया आइछि आमे स्टार्टिंग रे 20 टंका लेखा दउथिली सेई 20 टंका रे मुढ़ी बिजनेस प्रथम आरंभ करथे जो माने मिसितिले मेंबर हेतिले से माने मुढ़ी भाजुतिले हांडी रे गाँ गली रे हांडी रे मुढ़ी भाजी अपन जानिथिबे मते मुढ़ी भाजी आसेनी मु कहली आहुरी तलको फेर जीवी ना मु जिद्दी कली से माने मुढ़ी भाजिबे चावलटा मु जुगेई देबी जाऊ से मुढ़ी भाजू भाजू मु आजी डीएलएफ रो प्रेसिडेंट हे पारची बीएलएफ रो प्रेसिडेंट हेची जीपीएलएफ रो प्रेसिडेंट हेची दुबई रे उड़ी जाईची कारण मु केबे स्वप्न देखि नथिली जो जो बिजनेस विषय मु जानी नथिली मोर गणित रे बहुत कम होउतिला सेई विषय आज मु एते ज्ञान आहरण करिछि जे मु गर्वित सबले मन करे जदि मिशन शक्ति न थांता मु आत्महत्या करथांती जदि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ए योजना न करथांते ताले मु आत्महत्या करथांती आ किछि मो पाखरे उपाय नथिला कारण मु सब बेले चाहूतिली मु निजे गोटे केमते ठियाबी जाऊ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ताको पाद तले मो मथा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नवीन पटनायक सी जदि ये प्लाटफर्म तैयारी न करते सी जदि माँ मान कथा बुझी न सशक्तिकरण माँ मैंने हो न पारते आज माँ मैंने गर्व सहकार कहते मिशन शक्तिर माँ आज एसएचजी रु एसएमई होती स्वयं सहायक गोष्ठी सदस्य मैंने आपण देखु जो जीपी फेडरेशन ब्लॉक फेडरेशन जिला फेडरेशन होई से मिशन शक्ति जड़े अच्छा सारथी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नवीन पटनायक एबे जो मैडम देखले वीडियो देखले मैडम कहले कोविड समय कथा हमें जिते कोविड समय कथा मन पड़ो बहुत दुख लगे सेते बेले खाया पाई नथिला एसएचजी पाखरे से समय क्वारंटाइन खाद्य किए देब प्रवासी ओडिया मान कथा किए बुझीबा से स्वयं सहायक गोष्ठी सदस्य माने बुझुतिले किछि पैसा पाउथिले के खाद्य दे की पैसा पाउथिला के हमर सैनिटाइज हमर सॉरी हमर मास्क बिक्री करे पैसा पाउथिला किए अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम करुला जहाँ फल से मैंने पैसा दी पैसा पाउथिले ग्रामांचल हो सहरांचल हो आपण जो मेला हो पॉलिसी मेला होची मिशन शक्ति माध्यम जे मेला करा होची सेथिरे भी माँ माने अंशग्रहण करुले एबे माँ माने आउ काहाकू हाथ पतौ नाहंती जो माँ माने पर्वपर्वाणी हेले स्वामी पाखरु हाथ पतांती भाई पाखक मागिबे बापा को मागिबे एबे गोटे चॉकलेट पाई कि सिंदूर पाई कि ड्रेस पाई कि साड़ी पाई किछि रे आमे हाथ पतौनु आमे दउछु एबे आपण माने विश्वास करिवे यार कांसेप्ट को आपण जानतु देखिबे गाँ गली रे जो माने बीएलएफ रो अछंती त माने डीएलएफ रो अछंती त माने जीपीएलएफ रो अछंती आमे मकर पर्व हो काली पूजा हो दुर्गा पूजा हो महिला क्रिकेट खेल हो आमे माने चांदा दउछ एटा के हम माने पई गोटे बड़ अचीवमेंट जो या पर आमे पीजी ग्रुप कलु पीजी परे आपनकर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी कछि मु सेठी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर अछि अगरबत्ती रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी मो ब्लॉक रो फेडरेशन तरफ रु करा होछि से अगरबत्ती टी आमे मार्केट रे सप्लाई करूनु हमर जिला फेडरेशन स्थिर करा हिछि ब्लॉक फेडरेशन स्थिर करछि जो इसी मेंबर माने अछंती जो अगरबत्ती दाम 10 टंका आमे करिचु जो इसी मेंबर माने जिबे डोर टू डोर जाइकी अगरबत्ती बिक्री करिवे 2 टंका से मानकर 8 टंका हम कंपनी को फेरेइबे जदि हमें मार्केट को देबू आमर जो स्वाभिमान को बाधा सृष्टि हबो कारण आमर जिनिस माँ माने पांतु आमे हळदी गुंड कहू लंका गुंड करूचु जीरा गुंड करूचु से सब आमे मार्केट को छाड़िनु जदि आम पाखरे 4,52,000 माँ रही 4,52,000 माँ मान पाखरे जदि आमे मार्केटिंग करि परिबा समस्त तो हलदी गुंडर आवश्यकता रही जीरा गुंडर आवश्यकता रही अगरबत्तीर आवश्यकता रही साबुन आवश्यकता रही फिनाइल आवश्यकता रही कहीं से मार्केट रू किणवे आम पाखु न किणवे कहीं कारण से तो मिशन शक्ति विभाग यथेष्ट ट्रेनिंग दौर बीएलएफ माध्यम जीपीएलएफ माध्यम डीएलएफ माध्यम आ गोटे खुशी माने कथा मोर पासपोर्ट हो नथिला मु माड़ा पाखे एत कृतज्ञ ज्ञापन कर माड़ा पासपोर्ट होती प्रथम फ्लाइट बहुत कांदी और डेली राति कहे पासपोर्ट ऑफिस रे केते टंका दे दियो ना हो जाऊ मो हजबैंड गोटे कथा कहते व्यस्त जमा होनी तो निश्चय उड़ू माड़ा मते फोन कले मोर पासपोर्ट हो पारुनी कारण आधार कार्ड और मैट्रिक सर्टिफिकेट मैच होनी कारण आम चाकरी करार ना एत बड़ बयस हो गला आम तो एसएचजी काम लगिचु जाऊ मैडम मु उड़ी उड़ी फ्लाइट दुबई जाइली मु प्राउड फील करुच्ची आपण मैंने किसी माइंड करेनि आमे हीरो हिरोइन मान का सहित सेल्फी नौ किंतु मो सहित दुबई रे सेल्फी नहीं चंती मु दुबई रे बाइट देछि मु बहुत प्राउड फील करे कारण मिशन शक्ति एमिति गुटे प्लेटफॉर्म मते मैडम मते पछरे कहउचंती आउ कुहंतुनी एटा सरीबनी मु जा पाइछि माने अधा आपण को शॉर्टकट सरी देली मु जा पाइछि मु केबे एटा सरी गाउछ मो मन दुख लागुछि मु किछ कहि पाली ना आपण मान आहुरी कहि थांती आ आपण माने जो एबे घोषणा करा गला माननीय मुख्यमंत्री घोषणा करले एसएचजी मानका पई प्रति सदस्य मानका पई 1000 टका यूनिफॉर्म बाबदरे एटा गुडे सम्मान देले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जो इसी मेंबर माने ब्लेजर पिंधिबे हम केते खुशी लागुची हमको गाँ गहली डाकुला आगु ना धरिकी तापर डाकले दीदी तापर डाकले दुबई दीदी एबे डाकुचंती नवीन झियो तेणु मु मिशन शक्ति विभाग को माननीय मुख्यमंत्री को बहुत कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करुच्ची ताको चलापथ कुसुमित हो जगतर नाथ जगन्नाथ तांकर दीर्घायु करंतु माड़ा को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आउ तो कहया सुजोग दौना तथापि आपण माने जदि मते केबे डाकिबे मु निश्चय कहिबी आ गोटे कथा शेष रे कहूची जो लोधा एरिया रे केबे एसएचजी करू नथिले जो गाँ गहली रे मो जो मोरडा ब्लॉक चित्रोड़ा गाँ रे मुस्लिम संप्रदाय रो माँ माने एसएचजी करू नथिले किंतु मु जाईकी ताको चर्च रे बसिली ताको मस्जिद रे बसिली गुरी काहे कि आपण माने एसएचजी ग्रुप शामिल हेबेनी सेठी कोन खराब काम होउची कि आपण माने चलंतु तांकर जे गुरु थिले मते डाकिले जा हूँ मु बहुत प्राउड फील करी 50टा मुस्लिम संप्रदाय ग्रुप तैयारी करिची आ जो लोधा मान कथा कहउचंती तांको पिला मान को चॉकलेट देई मां मान को बसा जाई जते बेला चॉकलेट सरी जीवो मां माने मीटिंग रु उठी जांती जा हूँ बहुत प्राउड फील करची से लोधा संप्रदाय रो एसएचजी मां माने 70टा एसएचजी करचंती तांको झियो जने मास्टरानी हे जाईची तेणु धन्यवाद आउ किछि कहूनी एका संगे कहबा जय जगन्नाथ धन्यवाद
Call her. Everybody must have understood. You must have understood the passion and confidence in her story. Because of shortage and paucity of time, we'll go to the next speaker.
So I would now like to request Ms. Raimati Giuria to come and speak and share her story with us.
She can also use the handheld. आपको बैठ के बोलना वैसे भी बोल देगी नहीं आएंगे आप जैसे आपको ठीक है just give her the mic sheet.
मैडम को मोर नमस्कार मोर मंच बसती सार मन को दीदी मन को समस्त को मोर नमस्कार मोर ना हूँ रायमती गिउरिया मो गाँव हूँ नुआगुड़ा मुई कोरापुटर अच्छी मु गोटे ओडिया घर झील आरी ओडिया घर बो मु गोटे चाषी घर झील मुई चोट बेलू चाष करवार जानची मुई चाष करवा केमती शिखली बोले आमर पद्मश्री कमला पूजारी माँ पाखरे जाई शिखली मुई चोट बेलू तार सांगरे जमी को जीवार आउरी केंती देसी वेराइटी की कलम जड़बार देसी वेराइटी केंती आगे नेबार से गोटे जमी लगे लगेला सी मके सबुदिने डाकी करी नेबार मुई देसी उपरे बहुत गुरुत्व देली आरी मुई तो पाठ पढ़ी नहीं पाठ पढ़ी तिरली सीना मते काम के लगाई देले मी काम रे व्यस्त हेली आमर घरे काम करवा लोक न रहला बहुत असुविधा रहला खाइबा पाई मिसा आमर घरे न रहला बहुत कष्ट करी बंतिरलु आमी आमर माँ बाबा मन मके कांदा कड़ी आनी कहतिरलाई बणे जंगले जाई करी कड्डी कांदा एंती जाको आनी करी हमके सिझेई करी मिसा देला चत आमी खाइलु अछ आमी आमर भाई भौणी मिसी करी बहुत दुख मिसा लागसे बेतले सरी बहुत कष्ट मिसा लागलानी आउरी मुई सेंती नहीं करी मुई लोकर घर बुती जाई करी मिसा मोर भाई भौणी के फसली अछि चोट रेली मात्र गाड़ी बाटे मन काम को जीवा सेंती जाई करी मुई मोर भाई भौणी मोर बापा माँ के साहाय्य करतिरली केंती मोर भाई भौणी बंचबाई बोली ता संगे मुई देसी वेराइटी धान केंती आगे नेवा पाई मुई जानली कमला पूजारी माँ पाका जाई कर शिखली सबुदिने जाई करी तार लगे शिखबार आरी तार संगे संगे मुई आमरो मांडिया जातीय बुड़ी गालानी सेटा केंती आगे नेबी आमर पिला चुआमन एबर पिला चुआमन मांडिया के छाड़ी देलाइनी केंती मांडिया खाई भाई से उपरे मुई शिकली आवरी मांडिया मुई 5 प्रकार मोर पारे बियन रला गोटे एनजीओ संग मिसली से स्वामीनाथन बोली तांके देलाई मोके केतरा वेराइटी आवरी शिकेलाई केंती दाड़ी रे रुआ करा जाइसी केंती सिरी पद्धति रे रुआ करा जाइसी से उपरे मोके शिकेलाई मोके ट्रेनिंग मिसा देलाई सेटा शिकली आवरी करली मिसा आवरी हमको मांडिया पिटवा पाई आवरी मांडिया गरबा पाई बहुत असुविधा आईतिला बहुत कष्ट मिसा लागतिला आमी तेतली जाटी संग मांडिया के चब्बार नईले डेकी संगे कुटी करी ताका मंजी बार करबार बहुत कष्ट लागतिला आमके मिलेट मिशन आइला आरी हमरो मिशन शक्ति संगे मुई तांगर संगे मिसली तांगर संगे मिसी करी काम करी मके एबे मुई तांके कहली मिशन द्वारा केंती मांडिया चब्बाटा ए सिस्टम हमके गोटला देले इता बोली कहला कि हमके मांडिया तेसर गोटे देलाई मांडिया मंजी चढ़ाइबा पाई तेसर देलाई मांडिया चुना करवा मिल देलाई हमके एबे बहुत सुविधा लानी मांडिया रे ग्रुप मामन मिसा तांको टाइम मिसा बंचलानी काम करबा तांको टाइम न होइतिला हमको मांडिया काटबा के लेट लागतिला मांडिया पिटबा के लेट लागतिला आरी मांडिया घास बाचबा के मिसा बहुत लेट लागतिला मांडिया घास बाचबा पे हमके उडेर गोट लाग देलाई एबे बहुत सुविधा होला माँ मन मिसा बहुत खुशी आचत आरी मुई माँ मन के केंती मांडिया रे आइटम तैयारी कराइसी से ऊपर मुई ट्रेनिंग नेली आरी माँ मन के मैं शिखेली मांडिया पिला मन केंती खाई पार भाई मांडिया के आमी डोसा पाउडर तैयार कलु आरी नाड़ी मिक्सचर आरी बोरा जिलापी ए जाको आमी तैयार कलु हमर ग्रुप माध्यम गोटे टिफिन सेंटर कराला टिफिन सेंटर लगे आमी ग्रुप माँ मन नहीं करी तैयार कलाइनी आरी मांडिया हमको बिक्री बाटा पाई बहुत असुविधा आईतिला आटे बाटे नहीं करी 2 टांगा 3 टांगा 15 टांगा एंती केजी के बिकतिलु बहुत असुविधा आईतिला चासी मन बहुत लॉस हो जाइतिला सिरा पाई एबे हमरो मंडी तैयारी कराला मांडिया मंडी हमरो केतरा ग्रुप के नहीं करी गोटे एपीओ तैयार कराला आरी से एपीओ लगे मुई मिसा डायरेक्टर आची मुई सिटी हमरो जतकी सीआरपी बनाचत आरी हमरो लेखापढ़ा जे कलाइन हम तो लेखापढ़ा जाना नहीं लेखापढ़ा जे कलाइन तांके मिसा दरमा देलुनी एबे हमरो मंडी चलला छे मगे हठात मेडा मंडागलाई सिरा पाई बारी आइली आरी मुई आरी केंती आके गाली वाला मुई एटा जानी न पारली आके केंती जीबी बोली मुई चाहतीली जे केंती आके जीबी चासी मन के केंती आके नेबी सी ऊपर चाहतीली मुई दिल्ली गाली आमरो चेन्नई गाली सब ताने गाली जाई जाई दिल्ली आरी गडतर मते दिल्ली जीवा पाई डाकरा आसिला 3 दिनिया मीटिंग रेला आरी गोटे मीटिंग बोली हमरो स्वामीनाथन आइगा मन फोन कला तो आउ गोटे मीटिंग रे जीबू बोली हमरो पाड़ी सार कहले मते आरी फोन करी मोर गोटे 3 दिनिया मीटिंग थिला मैडम आरी तापर पाड़ी सार कहले हमर ऑफिस रे फोन करी G20 रे जीबू बोली G20 बोलार केंतीटा मु G20 जानी नहीं बोली मु सुनलार बहुत खुशी लागला आम सार मन को पचारली पे तांके कहले सेति बहुत देश रो मंत्री मन आस्तिबे तांको संगे बैठबू तांको संगे कथा हबू बोली कहलार मको बहुत खुशी लागला अरे मुई खुशी करी आमर आदिवासी लोग केंतीटा खाई भाई आमर आदिवासी लोग काई काईटा व्यवहार कलाइनी सब दरी करी गाली मांडियार लोडू बनैली मांडियार पिठा बनैली मांडियार केतरा आइटम बनई कर नेली मांडिया केतरा वेराइटी नेली देखाइबा पाई आर आमर देशिया लोग आगे आमर मुसुल सांग कुटतिरलाई से मुसुल नहीं कर जाइली छांगड़ा नहीं कर जाइली कुल्ला नहीं करी बहुत प्रकार जिनस धरी कर जाइली सेटे देखी करी बहुत खुशी गला मुई तो बेसी किछि न कहनी आर बेसी कहबी वाला केते गुड़िया छे मुई बहुत जगह जाइछि मिसा अवार्ड नहीं कर आइछि बहुत जगह जाई सम्मान मिसा पाइछि सेटा मते बहुत खुशी लागलानी मोर कुंद्रा पंचायत जगह लो मोर संगे माम नाचो चासी मनाचो मोर पछाटे तांकर लागे मुई आके गालिनी तांकर लागे बोले मुई एते दूर गालिनी और तो मुई बहुत किछि न कहनी एति कहि कर रेलिनी एति कहि करी मुई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवी मुख्यमंत्री को मुके एते दूर नेवा पाई आर मिशन शक्ति को
Dhanyawad, Dhanyawad. Basantu. So she went for the G20 summit and she's known as Millet Rani. So Vishnu here is managing director of her company and Raimati is director of her millets. She's locally known as Millet Rani. So, and Vishnu represents 4.5 lakh women of Mayurbhanj. She's their leader. And Raimati is the leader for all indigenous species and millets, and people go to training. People from other states also take training from her. So I'm very proud to be in their company today. That's it.
Yeah. So wasn't that a very heartwarming session? So thank you, Ms. Karthikeyan. Thank you, Ms. Karthikeyan, for sharing with us the sheer scale of work done by Mission Shakti and it's the phenomenal impact on 70 lakh women. I mean, that's a big thing, isn't it?
And the ladies with me are just one of lakhs of women that exist in every village, hamlet, small town of Odisha under Mission Shakti. So that's the story of women's empowerment.
A couple of 70 lakh, isn't it? Yes. And Ms. Das and Ms. Giuria, thanks a lot for sharing your stories of driving change at the grassroots. I would like to request, Mr. Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director for India Today, to come up on stage and felicitate our speakers with a token of appreciation. There's a lot of excitement from our previous session, isn't it? So in the interest of time, we'll just begin our next session. It's titled Odisha's Culture Revival, that will explore the rich heritage and cultural traditions that define the essence of the state. Let me now invite Chef Abhinas Nayak, winner of the Season 6 Master Chef, who has taken Odia cuisine to the national television. Everyone, please give a round of applause to the chef. Moderating this session will be Mr. Sahaya Ranjit, Managing Editor, India Today.
Hello, everyone. it's due to shortage of time, we will crunch the session. Let's be like a rapid round session with Abhinaz Naik. So, Abhinaz, I just want to ask you, you're from Berhampur and you have studied engineering.
Correct.
And how did you start this passion for food?
So I always introduce myself as I'm an engineer who cooks. So food has always been a big part of my life. Like I was always around food, watching my dadi, my mom cook a lot of pitha, pona, and all the relatives when they're around. A lot of food was in the home. But I started cooking very long, around like 8-9 years back. I started cooking. But before that, I was only at the end of the journey. I was at the plate just to eat. My real journey with food started when I started cooking myself. And then I understood what we see on a plate is the destination, but the whole journey is even more beautiful. And that is when I started learning about it, understanding each aspect, the ingredients, the spices, the culture, the climate that affects the food. So everything when I studied, I fell in love with the food, and that is when I thought I have to take this as a journey, as a profession. And one more thing that also pushed me to pursue this is I belong to Odisha, and our Lord Jagannath is the biggest foodie. He eats 56 variety of food every day. So, and people don't know about the cuisine. So why not to promote the cuisine itself? And that is where the whole journey started.
Yeah. But why is Odia cuisine India's very underestimated culinary delight?
I will not say underestimated, but yeah, not well known to others. Our cuisine is very beautiful. Like we eat regional food, we eat seasonal food, we eat hyperlocal vegetable. We talk about fin to nose, root to leaf eating in the modern contemporary culinary world. But that practice we have been doing from ages. Like we make sure whatever we buy from our marketplace, we use every part of it. We make chutney out of our chopa, out of the skin of the vegetables. We make mudi mangso, mudi chechada, macho chechada. So we use the scale, the head, every part of the fish. So our cuisine is very beautiful. Only thing that lacked, I think, the documentation, and we didn't spread it as proudly as we should have.
So, but what are you doing to take it to the next level? In fact, you were telling me that you are researching the tribal food.
Yes. So I'm trying to document each and every aspect of food. And when I say each and every aspect, it also includes the culture. It also includes the agriculture pattern. It also includes our festivals, which is again a big part, and also the tribals, which is like 1/5 of our population is tribe, and they hold a beautiful culture in their own. And we saw the small example. So that is what I'm trying to document and spread it to the whole world, how beautiful our cuisine is and all the nuances of our cuisine. What our festival holds, what our culture holds in terms of food.
What are the, can you name the ones that you have sort of designed? Can we say that?
Yeah, I think people know me more for my chicken besara. I think when I auditioned for MasterChef, the only thing that I had in my mind is to tell a story. Actually, two agenda I had. One, to impress the judges. Of course, I was going for a contest, so I had to impress them. But the second mission that I had is to tell people that we are losing a lot of recipes. We are losing a lot of recipes that are beautiful, and chicken besara was one of them.
Wow.
So that is one you can say. And apart from that, a lot of pithas and sago is the leafy vegetables that we eat is a big part that I would like everyone to celebrate and eat it when it's season.
You are innovating by reviving the tribal food, as you said.
Yeah.
But lately the millets has been the sort of the flavor of everyone, you know, in this Amrit Kal. So why is it millets coming back to, are we reviving it? Wasn't it already there?
For Odias and like I have been eating millet in a smaller quantity from my childhood. But again, like the milk revolution came when we all wanted to have a lot of milk. Like the green revolution came when we wanted to produce a lot of rice and wheat. And that is when we lost millet. And now we are coming back because of the climate change and everything to millet. And I think it's the correct time just to revive it. Those who have been eating it, they should continue eating, and those who are not familiar with millets, I think this is the best time to get acquainted to millets, to understand the benefits, and create new recipes out of them.
Okay. Can you tell me 5 dishes, audience, or we should preserve or we should not give up?
I think there are a lot of recipes, but to pick, the pakhala is one thing that will never go. I think we all Odias will never leave pakhala. So pakhala is staying with us. But pitha pona, I want everyone, like my generation might not know how to make a pitha, how to make this complicated pitha. So I would request everyone to go back to their dadi and mom and to learn at least 2 or 3 pithas, and for the rest I am there to teach them. Pitha is second thing. Third thing is our bodies and the dried ingredient like body, then bamboo shoots, the fermented thing. So that is the fourth thing. And last thing, I think, again, mandia. Jau bhato is what I love. I used to eat with mandia. So I think millet also we should not leave, and we should practice eating even more and include in our daily life.
Now to wind up.
Yeah.
Who owns the rasgulla?
I think that would be a long story, but let me tell you, those who are, I don't know, a lot of Bengalis, I think, in the house, they claim Portuguese came around 1800 centuries, and that is when they introduced Chena to them. And our Lord Jagannath have been impressing Lord Lakshmi from 1200 centuries, and I will end up there. So Rasgulla is ours.
We've got a lot of youngsters here who have just joined us. Yeah. What do you want to tell them that if they want to follow the passion of food or they want to be a good chef?
I think if you are one who want to pursue the life of chef, or you want to pursue a profession that is related to food, understand the culture, understand the climate, and the ingredient. I think these 3 factors, if you understand well, then you can create number of recipes and number of dishes, curate whatever you want. But these are the primary pillars which will make you a good chef. And for rest, the academy is there. But these 3 are the prime important things for any cuisine.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Abhi.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you so much.
May I request Ms. Aruna Mohanty to now join us for the next session.
He has again whetted the appetite for another lunch, hasn't he? So, Ranjit, you can continue and moderate this session, please.
Video ready. Arunaji, just want to start that you've been a upholder of this Odissi dance for so many years in this state and around the world. So, what do you see Odissi today from where it was? If you can briefly tell us.
Namaskar. When you are asked to say briefly, that means you should not say anything. Okay, Odissi is known to have traveled from temple to the stage. But I slightly differ with this statement. Just recently we had Bhasa conference, world conference. There we are trying to say that 3,000 years, we were celebrating 3,000 years of the journey of the culture of Odisha. When we say culture, we do not only kind of refer to dance, music, theater, and things like that. The dance, performing art, always is a mediation between the way of life. In this particular region called Odisha, from different districts from across the board, we all have different unique things known as culture. When we call it allied art forms, when we assimilate the essence and fragrance of all these art forms, allied art forms, be it sculpture, be it painting, be it way of life, values and norms, then the dance grammar developed from there. And to make it even shorter, I asked Guru Kelucharan Mahapatra once that when you are portraying Radha, have you seen Radha? He looked at me, he said, no, I haven't seen Radha, but I have seen Radha Mausi, Radha my sister, Radha my beloved in my village. I have seen them and I'm copying the nuances and the mannerism of the way they walk, they talk. So always performing art reflects the life of the people of a particular era during that period. So Odisha, the way it has traveled, I would say, as long as this human race, living beings exist on this world, we are all dancers. Because the way we talk, the way we walk, our facial expressions, everything put together is dance. But when we are looking at the codification, the dates, when it started and all that, Mahari Seva, Devadasi Seva was the first Seva in the Jagannath temple, which is the dance Seva for Lord Jagannath. And from there, Gotipuo and other allied forms like martial art and the tribal dance forms and the Western Odisha dance forms, all these dance forms, coastal Odisha forms, have been kind of brought together, and Odisha's grammar has been kind of evolved out of these art forms.
In today's, especially the youngsters are there, dance is more in terms of speed now. It's the razzmatazz that is needed on the stage, where the total abhinaya is now given a backstage. So how do you see this change? And how dance is now taken by the youngsters is more of, if you see the reality shows, it's the dance which is a quick, which is the wow factor has to be in the dance. So is Odisha also sort of falling prey to it?
I would not say that, but definitely there is a shift. Because there was a time when people were sitting all through the night to see classical dance forms and enjoy classical music. Now, the dancers are given 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes at the most. So there, in 45 minutes, if you want to show the different nuances of the reporter, then we just have to make it, we have to choose whether we are choosing the fast-paced, pure dance or one abhinay, or both, little bit of both. There when you are saying ki we are creating a wow factor. It's not about the wow factor, it's the time permitted. But now when you are talking about the speed, if I am driving a car, I cannot drive it with the speed of a cycle, right? So each situation demands a particular pace of the movement and gati. The Mayura cannot dance the way the Mriga can. Yeah. So each one demands a different pace. Similarly, if I am doing an abhinaya, where I am doing that Nayaka and Pratinayaka. Pratinayaka says, Nayaka, you are always at the opposite side. With your fall, with my fall is your rise. With my sin is your punya. With my fall is your victory. When you are Nayaka, I am Pratinayaka. I am, therefore you are. This I cannot say, I am, there you are. I have to pick up the speed which is appropriate for that character, for that situation. So the speed is not actually what the audience demands or the dancer decides. It's always decided by the text and context.
She has been very kind enough to give us a short performance of what she's going to just make us know what she's going to dance on. So I'll leave the stage to her now. Can the video be, can the music be on, please?
Ranjit ji spoke about that what Odissi was and what Odissi is now. But now, Odissi being remaining the same, the nuances, the grammar, the movement, the most beautiful part is the Odissi music and the fragrance and flavor of Odia, the soil. But what we have added within the boundary is the thematic interpretations. What I'm going to do is very briefly from a kind of long kind of composition. We talk about mythology. But the Indian performing arts, especially Odissi, is not all about mythology. It is about the emotions of the people, the, the storytelling that we are so kind of used to, but the issues we address through the storytelling. That's all about performing art because it's a mode of communication. Now I'm going to do a small piece. It is about Aswathama. All of you know that Aswathama is a character from Mahabharata. He was the son of Dronacharya. Dronacharya being a Brahmin, and then he was the teacher to Kauravas and Pandavas. Though Aswathama was a very good, very kind of a strong warrior, but he was never given the right opportunity to lead the army in Mahabharata. So with Duryodhana, when kind of they lost most of their senapatis in Kaurava side, Duryodhana gave his permission to him. And he went into the Pandava Shivira in the middle of the night, which was against the rule of the war, because he was powerful in the night. So he killed 5 Pandavas and got the heads, chopped off heads in front of Duryodhana. But Duryodhana realized they are not Pandavas, they are the sons of Pandavas. So he kind of said, because of your recklessness, I have never given you responsibility. After that actually, with the intense rage and intense desire to take revenge, he started merciless killing. And then you will see the small piece I am going to do, the storytelling using Odissi vocabulary.
showcasing it to us so beautifully how the Odia dance is actually a mode of communication.
It is not
so
about the
intense.
Odia dance, it's about the emotion, and emotion is universal. When you are burning with this intense desire to take revenge, it kills you. But you cannot get mukti, and mrityu eludes you when you have this desire to have revenge. So this is very, very relevant to our lives, only portrayed through dance.
Thank you. Abhinaz, can I request you to please come back on stage, and Ranjit, you as well. And I would also like to invite India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to felicitate our speakers. I'd also like to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, co-presented by Odisha Sashan and tourism partner Odisha, India's best kept secret. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the star session of the day, but before that, there is a quick security check. I would have to request all of you to please clear this hall. And we will let you know when we'll have to come back. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the last leg of the event with the most awaited session of the day. Everyone, we are honored to have with us our esteemed chief guest, the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik. Can I have a round of applause, please, everyone? I now invite India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Maybe I'll sit. Good evening, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to you all. The Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik, Mr. Karthikeyan Pandyan, who was Chairman of 5T, distinguished speakers who've been here before, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of India Today magazine, we are honored and delighted to welcome the 5-term Chief Minister, Naveen Patnaik, to the India Today State of the State, Odisha. Mr. Patnaik, you are now the second longest serving Chief Minister of the country, having served Odisha for 24 years. By all indications, you are likely to be re-elected again as Chief Minister in the Assembly elections to happen soon. And of course, once you do that, you're touching wood, I see. you will overtake the record set by Pawan Chamling of Sikkim, who held it for 25 years. So we wish you all the very best on that endeavor. But I know, Chief Minister, of course, I know, Chief Minister, you're not one to set records. Ever since you took over as Chief Minister, you have worked to transform Odisha from one of the most backward states in the country to one of the most progressive states in India. Let's give him a very warm round of applause for that. In fact, I've been watching the Chief Minister very closely. I've interviewed him and observed the way he runs the state. We could call it the Odisha model of governance. And even more, maybe, the Naveen Patnaik model of governance on this. Without doubt, sir, you have created Naveen Odisha. Your name is Naveen, which means new, but this is Naveen Odisha. Now, one of the things we've noticed, sir, is that while you've been very generous with your welfare programs, for some reason, you're very sparse with your words. You've always been reticent about your success. And I remember once when I interviewed you a couple of years back and I asked you the reason, you said, I believe that when your work speaks for itself, then let it do so. Well, Chief Minister, let me tell you that right throughout today, your work has been spoken loudly. We've had a whole gamut of speakers and sessions that talked about industry in Odisha, skill development, education, health, sports, startups, and women's development. And the common theme that we found that ran through these entire set of discussions was, firstly, the remarkable growth that Odisha had showed. And secondly, they said there were 3 major reasons why this was true. The first was your visionary leadership. The second was the political stability you have ensured. And the third was the unique style of governance that you brought about. So in each of these, they reflected in some senses your 5 T's, the new mantra of development that you've evolved. And that is, I think everybody knows it in Odisha now, but for those, for the nation, teamwork, technology, transparency, transformation, and time limit. And you've put your trusted aide, Karthikeyan Pandyan, as the chairman of the 5T initiative, and the transformation is evident everywhere. I have seen videos. I had the privilege of seeing some videos along with Mr. Pandyan yesterday. And one thing I would like to go and see is the Parakrama at Sri Jagannath Mandir over there. And not only has it been, from what I could see, restored to its original glory, and it's probably even better. If you lived at that age, it's probably even better. And like that, you have renovated thousands of temples, I'm told. And not just temples, mosques and churches. And gurudwaras, yes. And I do remember words that you said, and it's also in your website. You said, every bone of mine is secular. And you have demonstrated that you can not only develop temples and everything else, but be secularly in your approach to religion. And let's give them a very warm round of applause for that. The other aspect, and I'm only talking of a few of the big achievements that you've had, sir. I remember that you had called me to witness the hockey finals when it was here in Odisha. You have made Odisha the hockey capital of the world. And if you take a look at what we had during the sports session, one of the things that David John, the director of Odisha Hockey, said, he said, and he told this audience, that Odisha spends more money on its hockey team than the entire national team does on itself. That itself is a statement. I've also seen how you have transformed schools, you have transformed hospitals, and in fact, some of the videos that I saw, I haven't had the privilege of going around, I'm sure those people in Odisha would have noticed it, they look like even better than private schools. I said, I'd like to study in this school now, in that sense. And the other interesting thing is your connect with the people, sir. There is a scheme that while we are here, which one of the secretaries described as the Lakshmi scheme. I thought first it was Lakshmi, but it's spelled a little differently. Lakshmi, right? And that has buses, air-conditioned buses plying to every village across, transporting, allowing people to come, particularly women. That is a transformation. So let's give him a very warm round of applause for it, sir, for him. Now, Chief Minister, I know that a lot of your work speaks for itself. But I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time to talk about some hard figures that we have done. India Today has done the research on the state of Odisha and the functioning of your leadership. And this was done specially for the conclave here. And we had MDRA, which is one of the leading research agencies, which in fact does our State of the States conclave and State of the State conclave. And this is an independent analysis of how Odisha performs. And I'm just going to give you a few things which will be interesting to you. There are also some things where improvement is needed, which I'll mention. But first, let's start with what is very impressive about Odisha's development. And these are the latest figures. You know how difficult it is to get statistics in India. But we have been able to get our research agency to do it update. And let us look at per capita income. Just not growth. Per capita income is critical to see if people's lives have improved considerably, not just the GDP growth. And if you look at that, Odisha's per capita income has grown 3 times between 2011-12 to now 2022-23. 3 times. And if you take the national average, it is only 2.7% times. So Odisha is much, much higher than the national average. And today its per capita income is around 1,50,000 per annum. And that is higher than all the other BIMARU states that's there except Rajasthan. BIMARU was the old acronym for all the poor states, which you know, sir, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. In fact, Odisha's per capita income today is higher than Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and even that of West Bengal. Even if you look at the growth, Odisha's GSDP growth in 22-23, this is the latest figures that we have, has grown by 7.8%, which is higher than the national GDP growth of 7%. That's again very creditable for a state that has, just started developing rapidly in the last 2 decades. It is overtaking the national average. Now, one of the things that is critical is employment in any state. And the labor force participation, the study shows Odisha's labor force participation rate in the age group of 15 to 59, which is the real working age group, is 62%, and it is higher than the national average of 60%. So again, that economic growth is not being converted into jobless growth, but job growth, employment, and that's very important. And let us look at some critical sectors. I talked of the hospitals earlier. The study shows that Odisha has allocated 8% of its total expenditure towards healthcare in 23-24. That is higher than all other states that only average 6%. So you are spending 2% more than any other state per person in Odisha. And I'll just give you that figure. The impressive thing is the health per person expenditure for Odisha is rupees 3,293 per annum, whereas the national average is rupees 1,974. So you're spending 60% more on health per individual. Now, the other aspect is dealing with multidimensional poverty. Here, the figures are very, very interesting. The percentage of population who are currently, who are multidimensionally poor, and earlier you would have said it would have been 70%, today it is 11% only. 11%. And I do recall, just 2 decades ago, it was close to 60% of the population that was below the poverty mark. And so, Mr. Patnaik, you now hold the record for pulling more people in your state out of poverty in the shortest possible time in the country. And let's give him a very warm round of applause for that. And it is not just in terms of welfare schemes and poverty that Odisha has shined. Very, very importantly, Mr. Patnaik in these 20 years has laid the foundation for industrial growth. And one of the indications of that is the expenditure towards roads and bridges. As we all know, transport is critical for connectivity. And there, Odisha has spent 8% of its total budget in 2023-24 towards transport, roads and bridges, which is much, much higher, 3% higher than any other state. The allocation, average allocation for other states is 5%. Odisha has spent 8% of that. And that is very creditable because not only have you, and if you look at the other side of it, the investment in agriculture, Odisha has moved from a food-starved state where starvation existed and all those reports we know in the 1990s to an absolutely food security state. And that transformation has happened in terms of agriculture. If you take a look at another aspect, which is critical to all our living, water and water supply and sanitation, here again, Odisha spends twice as much money than any other average state does. It spends 6%, the average is 3%. So you can see an all-round development, and if you take rural development itself, which is in many senses indicative, it spends 1% higher than all other states that is there. So in every aspect, when we look at it, and I'm going to give one final figure. I know this is loading you all with you, but one final figure I think is very important is Nari Shakti, women's empowerment. And if you look today, we saw today, sir, we had the Mission Shakti team come here and talk to us, and 2 women leaders that came and spoke. And there are 7 million mothers who are part of the self-help group, SHG group, and that is amazing. Okay, and if you look at an indication of that is in panchayat elections, okay, the third tier of governance, women representatives in Odisha and panchayats is 53%, which is 8% higher than the national average of 45%. And as we know, sir, women occupy half the sky. In your case, they're occupying a little more than half the sky, even more than men do. Normally, there's only about 20 to 30% representation in panchayats for women, but in the state of Odisha, it crosses that of men. And that's amazingly creditable for them. And finally, when you look at industry, I think that in terms of startups particularly, and we had a huge session on startups, Odisha is now the startup capital of the world, of India, and recently got a national award for that as well. Now, just a couple of points, sir. I know that we have talked of all where Odisha is shining. There are a few points that Odisha needs to focus on the years ahead, and the study shows that while there has been laudable progress in education, it needs to boost its expenditure on education. Currently, Odisha spends in this year 13%, which is still high, but the average percentage that is being spent is 15%. So probably that is one area. Second, if you look in terms of the unemployment rates, Odisha is a little higher than the national average in terms of unemployment, but the study emphasizes that while there's been remarkable growth in agriculture and manufacturing, possibly the answer lies in developing the service sector to catch up with the rest. And also it leads a little more on policing and security. But these, as I said, are just few of the points that the study showed where you could probably focus in your sixth term as Chief Minister and make the difference there. Finally, sir, let me talk about India Today's Mood of the Nation poll. We do this biannually, and one of the key questions we ask is, who do you consider as the best Chief Minister when it comes to home states? And not surprisingly, sir, you have been adjudged the best Chief Minister in this category for 2024. And let me add something more of this. This is the 7th consecutive time that you have won the most popular Chief Minister award for a home state. And so this is a record by itself, sir. And Mr. Patnaik, Chief Minister, sir, Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, who you know very well, regrets he could not be present here personally to congratulate you on this, but he wanted me to convey his best wishes to you and to say particularly, and I'm quoting him, you're doing a great job as a Chief Minister and to keep it up. So, on behalf of India Today magazine, I have the privilege of handing the award to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik, a very warm round of applause for winning the Best Chief Minister Award in the India Today Mood of the Nation poll. Chief Minister, may I now request you to deliver your keynote address.
Joy Jagannath, Mr. Raj Chengappa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Samastunku Namaskar. First, I would like to apologize for being so late. And I thank the India Today group for organizing State of the State Conclave Odisha 2024. It gives me great pleasure that today we are discussing our remarkable transformation, celebrating success in multiple fields, then dwelling on the pains of the past. Many devastating natural disasters tested our resilience, but through timely preparations and swift action, we emerged stronger. From a state of helplessness and despondency in the face of vagaries of nature, we stood stronger and showed the world how to save lives. Saving lives has been our guiding principle during COVID too. Apart from saving lives across Odisha, we supplied oxygen, a necessary component for COVID, to various states, saving lives across the country. We have witnessed remarkable transformation across every sphere. From almost zero investment 2 decades ago, we have emerged as a favorite destination for investment. Apart from emerging as a prime destination for manufacturing, we are attracting investment in several frontiers, technologies, including semiconductors. Today, Odisha is the aluminium capital of South Asia and the steel hub of the country. 2 decades ago, when I assumed charge, Odisha was in a severe financial mess. Now we are known across the country for our excellence in fiscal management. 2 decades ago, Odisha evoked a big picture of abject poverty and malnutrition. KBK regions were glamorized in the media as a postcard of poverty and malnutrition. But now this region is scaling new peaks of development every day, emerging as a rice bowl of the country. We have managed to reduce multiple dimensional poverty in Odisha by 48% in the last decade alone. More than 1 crore people escaped poverty during this period. I'd like to explain that when we took office more than 20 years ago, Odisha had 70% of its population living under the poverty line. Now, only 10% of that population lives under the poverty line, which we are still fighting to redress. From a non-existent player in the sports ecosystem, Odisha has emerged as a model in sports development. We are building an enviable sports ecosystem in the country. While our national hockey teams reached the podium after more than 4 decades in the Olympics, Odisha also basked in the glory of the nation with its partnership. Today, Odisha has emerged as a unique model in women's empowerment. After empowering our women under Mission Shakti, we are embarking on a new journey to make them entrepreneurs. Our party is one of the pioneers in women's empowerment, reserving 1/3 seats for women in the 2009 Lok Sabha elections. More than 50% of women are getting elected to grassroots democratic institutions. With the Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, we have ensured that even the poorest person is not scared by the cost of treatment, which is made available to everyone. Our transformed classrooms with modern facilities have added wings to the dreams of future citizens and encouraged them to dream big. When we embarked on the journey of transformation, we made people as partners in progress. Banking on the principles of 5T, our singular vision is a new Odisha, an empowered Odisha. Our transformative journey is a journey of empowerment for each and every individual in Odisha. Today, as we stand at the cusp of a new era, let us recommit ourselves to building a new Odisha by 2036. That will be the guiding light to the entire nation on empowerment. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, Chief Minister, for that very succinct. You've kept to form, but brilliantly enumerated the transformation that you've brought to the state. I particularly like the words that you use, that people are a partner to the progress. It's not that they're isolated. You have taken them along at every step and ensured the transformation from one of the poorest states in the country to one of the most progressive and developed states that are happening. Let's give the Chief Minister a very warm round of applause for that, sir. And we just have a small token of appreciation, sir, which we'd like to present to you. It just could bring some memories back to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a next session, but please give us 5 minutes as we set the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to now delve into the session with the person who has executed all the policies and the initiatives we have spoken about throughout the day. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. V. Karthikeyan Pandian, Chairman of the 5T Transformational Initiatives and Nobin Odisha. Steering the conversation it will be Mr. Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing India Today Group.
He was just telling me that all of you all must be tired. That's how considerate he is of you all. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Karthikeyan Pandian a very, very warm round of applause. Now, it so happened that I had come in a little early yesterday, and I was sitting in his room and I saw some of these videos, and I said, we must have this here, because if, as they say, a picture speaks 1,000 words, I think a video speaks 1,000,000 words. And that is what we saw of the work that Mr. Pandian has done there. I actually first met Karthikeyan Pandian in 2017 when I'd come to interview the Chief Minister. And what struck me about it was that as soon as I entered, here was this, you expect normally IAS officers, a lot of pomp, show and, throw of authority. But there was this person who was sitting behind this very simple desk. There was devotional music coming. As soon as I walked in, I became very serene. I think it was some Punjabi devotional music. I can't remember it. And then subsequently, as I got to know him, he was the most unusual IAS officer I've met. Firstly, he's called Mr. 4 a.m. He gets up at 4 a.m. He jogs. As far as I remember, he used to run, I used to swim. So we used to exchange notes as to which was more required more stamina or not. And he has kept that routine, even despite the most important things that he's done. Now, Karthikeyan Pandian has a very interesting background. He comes from an agriculture background, did a degree from the prestigious Puja Institute. And I think that is what has kept him rooted in a lot of the development that's there. He then joined the IAS. I think that is the time you met your wife as well, Sujata Pandian, who was here earlier and spoke on Nari Shakti. And then took some of the most difficult collector jobs when at a very early age. And I think two of them were very important, was Mayurbanj and the Chief Minister's constituency, Ganjam, where he stood out for his innovative and out-of-the-box thinking, working day and night, unlike most collectors who would sort of sit back and say, okay, let everybody else work. He was out there in the field. And if I tell you this, the whole evening would be taken up just talking about what he did as an IAS officer. And then in 2011, the Chief Minister has noticed that there's this young IAS officer and picks him as his private secretary. And that begins a relationship that has not broken, unbroken record of 12 years. And during that time, you have seen the kind of pace of change that has happened. And a lot of that had to do with Karthikeyan Pandian's work in terms of making sure that things were being executed right, that the Chief Minister's vision was being implemented. And then, last year, he changes his avatar again. He has an avatar as an agriculturist, avatar as an IAS officer, but avatar as a real hard worker. And now his latest avatar is he has joined politics as part of the BJD and been appointed the chairmanship of the 5T program that's there, as well as I think one more big responsibility, the new Odisha, which we talked about on all these things. So let us begin, Karthikeyan Pandian, by asking you, you could have as well stayed as an IAS officer, continued the work. Why did you shift to politics? First, before we get to the other brass tacks.
You start with the bouncer directly.
It's cricket season.
If someone has asked whether I would join politics maybe before January of last year, I would have just laughed and I would have said, this is one of the best jokes you have cracked. I never had any plans of joining politics till last January. I started touring in February, March, and I realized that there is a strong connect with the people in the sense that the love and affection of people would not justify me by doing what I was doing as an IAS officer. There are some restrictions when you are an IAS officer. That made me to have an internal dialogue with myself whether I should continue to be in IAS or I should shift from IAS and join the inspired leadership of our Chief Minister, beloved Chief Minister. I think the people got love and affection won finally. Otherwise, I had no plans whatsoever of joining politics. And if you ask, even now many of my batchmates, my classmates, none of them believe that I'm in politics. Even I don't feel that I'm in politics. It has not got into me as well.
You know,
that is a fact.
Yeah, a lot of the officers have joined politics even from the Odisha cadre, and we don't need to name names, but everybody here knows who are there. Why did you decide? I mean, here you could have stood for the MLA elections this time, right? Elections is going to happen. So is the Member of Parliament. But I see you've taken no post except an official post of 5T chairman. Why didn't you want to contest elections? If you're going to be in politics, you might as well do like in the IAS, you became a secretary, all that. Why don't you go through that progression? What is the plan?
I am very clear that I want to help the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik to get his 6th term and continue to serve the people. That's my only objective, one and only objective.
Wow.
No personal ambitions.
Okay, and that might change or may not change, but let's talk about 5T and move to the definitions are very interesting. Transparency, teamwork, technology, time and transformation. How did these 5 principles evolve? What went behind the thinking? Because this is now a new mantra of management. And as you have demonstrated and we saw in the video earlier, highly successful in terms of transforming. I would not have believed it till I saw the parikrama work that is there. In any other place, and I'm being very frank, to have removed all those structures around and cleared up that 75 feet would have been massive protests. I mean, you would just try knocking down one little, obstruction next to your house, you will have the whole neighborhood sitting on your this thing. How did you go about transforming? Let us take the Sri Jagannath temple. And this is the pride of Odisha, known all across. What was the technique you used to ensure that you got the job done with minimum, let's say, force and maximum empathy?
I think the 5T principle of Honorable Chief Minister, his governance principle, it clearly explains how to take a task. What is transformation? Small things are changes, but transformation is something huge, something very impactful, something which has not been tried before, which will have far-reaching impact. So the Chief Minister in his 5th term decided that people of Odisha have been so loving towards me. In a democratic setup with social media scrutiny, so many things happening, it's very difficult to enjoy the love and affection and trust of people for so long. So when he got the 5th term, he was very moved and he said that, Mr. Pandian, I don't want now changes to happen. I want transformation to happen.
Wow.
I want big things to happen. I want the state to fly. I don't want the state to walk. I don't want the state to run. It has to fly. Every sector you select, we have to set benchmark, whether a national benchmark or global benchmark. That should be our attitude. And if it involves paying some political cost, I'm happy to do it.
Wow.
Even when we started the Sri Mandir Parikrama project, some very important people had advised the Honorable Chief Minister that many stalwarts had started before. In fact, as Gajapati Maharaja told in one of the interviews, that 500 years nothing of this scale has been done to the Sri Mandir. So the discussion when someone important spoke to Honorable Chief Minister was that so many Rajas, Maharajas have come and gone. So many British collectors who are very powerful. They had both judiciary and administration executive with them. They couldn't get this done. And 2 chief ministers had also tried before. So are you sure that you want to do it? Because it involves a huge political risk. If you do one misstep, people will judge you for that. And it is a sentiment, it's an emotion of people, not just in Odisha, throughout the world, all Jagannath Bhaks. The Chief Minister said that I'm very convinced and committed that I have to get this thing done. for generations to come, to have a serene experience, to have a divine, blissful experience in this temple. This is very much required. We have to decommercialize areas which are close to the temple so that devotees have the first choice. They have the first right to enjoy the temple from all surrounding. Otherwise, you will be hit by a bike or a car if you have a walk around the temple previously. Now you can peacefully have a walk. Imagine after 30 years, 50 years, why a young generation person will come to the temple. Absolutely. He will also need peace. Finally, we all go to the temple, not to just ask something to the God, but to get that peace, that internal peace. That divinity has to rub us sometime, not some motorcycle or car. Chief Minister was very clear that I have to do this. And second important point was that there were so many lodges so closely located to the temple. There was a huge security risk for the temple always. In fact, we all know in the recent past how temples have been attacked.
Right.
So many temples have been attacked. And Sri Mandir also has a history of getting attacked. Historically, so many times it has been attacked. So, when we did whenever there is a security alert, it will say that safeguard the temple. That's it. The intelligence alert will come. And you don't know what will you do. Because there are these 6-story, 7-story lodges and buildings so close to the temple. If someone sits there and lobs a grenade and throws it inside the temple, it's very easy to create such a huge issue or damage the structure. So the Chief Minister was very serious about the security of the temple. So was Raja of Gajapati, Puri Raja, Gajapati Maharaj was also very serious about this security of the temple. Then, of course, the experience of the people. So these are the two reasons why this project was started. And the Chief Minister, as I said, that he risked everything. He said that I am determined to get it done. And the principles of 5T, teamwork, it's complete teamwork. It's a classic case of teamwork. And if I have to speak about teamwork, all of you will get bored, so I won't speak about it. It's a combination of all the departments, Sevayats, people's representatives, Gajapati Maharaj, the SJT, everyone got involved, and that's how it could happen. I should say that, as Honorable Chief Minister always says, Sabu Tankara Icha, means everything is his wish and his desire. And he always quotes this, that without his will, not a single leaf will move. So we all surrender to him and leave it to the Lord. He wanted that this time his temple has to be cleared up, and this person will clear up, and this is the way it will be cleared up. So it's his grace that we all witnessed his grace flowing through this part of the country.
Now, one of your T's is time. Somehow there was a thought across, and there was also this, it was pointed out, that Sri Ram Mandir was also simultaneously being constructed in Ayodhya. And you all beat that whole process by 5 days. Was there a race that was going between the two?
Not at all. Not at all. Ram, Jagannath, all are same. Who can differentiate Ram and Jagannath? Finally, it's a reflection of people's faith. You call it as Ram, you call it as Jagannath, you call it as Hanuman, you call it as Joseph, you call it as whoever. It's the faith of the people which one has to respect. And our plan was to complete the Sri Mandir in 2023, but it got delayed because of a Supreme Court case which went on for 6 months or so.
So there was no race between who will
No, we don't have any race with anyone at any point of time.
But I think the other interesting thing is that you just didn't focus on Sri Jagannath Mandir. And you have used this to transform, I'm told, how many? 8,000?
10,000 temples.
10,000 temples across the state. That's quite amazing. The second point I found quite amazing was that simultaneously you did mosques, you did gurudwaras, and you did churches as well.
And also there is a sect called Alek Mahima here. This religion is born in Odisha, and it's a very unique religion. All their temples and everything has also been renovated or in the process of renovation.
So what was the big message that you were sending out? Because generally there's this thing that, you know, the Hindus are doing their thing, but the other religions are being neglected in some senses.
I think it is bigger than being secular. That's what I would say. I quoted in one of my interviews, it is spiritual governance. Every human being has got faith on something. In a democratic setup, it's important you honor the faith of that person. Whatever is his faith, whichever God, whichever form, formless, whatever it is, one has to respect and honor the faith of every individual. If you do that, you do a spiritual governance, you will have peace, you will have prosperity, and maybe the Lord will bless us.
Well, Odisha has shown the way that you can develop everything simultaneously. Let's move to another area, and we saw flashes of that in the video. The way you have transformed schools and, hospitals. These were the two areas that you could notice in that. Now, again, what is the plan? How did you all go about it? Because here are things that have been neglected for a long time. Government schools, by the way, have always, people have shunned it in other states. You seem to have turned it around and said, let's make it the most attractive thing. What did you all do to achieve those two things?
It's honestly, it's part of a very large plan for the state. If the state has to progress, we have to make some things happen. One of the things is 70 to 80% of the children of Odisha are dependent on government schools. At any point of time, even with mushrooming of private schools and opening of at any point of time, at least 70% of the students will still be dependent on government schools. If the state has to reach the next level, this 70% kids should be empowered to dream big and to achieve those dreams. Until unless you do that, the state cannot fly. So the Chief Minister's target, the state should not run, it should fly, can happen only if 70% of Odisha also are empowered to dream big. And you encourage them to dream big and give them the best of facilities. You give them smart classes, you give them science labs, you give them the best of equipment, sports facilities. You create an ecosystem in which the kid feels more confident and he has the conviction that whatever his dream is, he'll be able to achieve. So this is part of a larger plan of building a new Odisha. So to build a new Odisha, education is one of the pillars, and we consciously selected high school to start with, because in history we have got to know that whenever you have an intervention in high school, it gives the maximum benefit in the shortest possible time. It's like low-hanging fruit. The kid has crossed the primary and middle. He is knowing what life is all about. That is the place where you can hit. And when you hit that place, whether it is China, Vietnam, South Korea, Singapore, all these places, whenever you have a resource crunch or you have limited resources, the first thing you have to touch is high school. So we have transformed all the high schools in the state. We'll be the only state who have, I would humbly say that we would be the only state in the country to have transformed all 8,650 high schools. And I had the pleasure and privilege of speaking to each school at least for 2 minutes in the last 3 years before the transformation. And I must say that I'm personally attached to this program because I'm also a product of a government high school. I have traveled 18 kilometers up and down to high school. Wow. So I have... Walking or bicycle? No, bicycle. You can't walk 9 kilometers and come back 9 kilometers. So I used to cycle 9 kilometers going and cycle 9 kilometers coming back. And I know how one feels sweaty when you enter the class, when you cycle 9 kilometers. And in 1.5 hours after you enter the class, your stomach will start growling and saying that, oh, you are hungry. So, but that burning desire is there. Okay, you have to focus on your class. You have to achieve something. You have to make a name for yourself, your parents. So that government school kid ka whatever was there inside me, I thought all the kids will have. If we just provide that opportunity, environment, they will all come much bigger than whatever small things we have achieved. So that is the conviction with which I personally, with Honorable Chief Minister's vision and his inspiring leadership, we carried forward.
And I noticed you brought one more T into that, which is there. in your 5Ts. Lot of technology. I saw you have screens the people are using as we would do in very advanced schools.
So all the blackboards are in the high schools are transformed into smart boards now. So a kid, instead of learning in 2 dimension, now he'll learn in 3 dimension or 4 dimension, whichever way may you present. It's not just physical transformation of the schools which has happened, but we have also re-engineered the entire curriculum, the software component, life skills, attitude. I think in next 3-4 years, Odisha will be a big thing with the kids coming out of these schools. Very big. It's a matter of time.
Now we've got about 12-13 minutes. They can extend a little more, but
if they are not bored.
If they're not bored and they're not tired, he's always been considerate. But just, sorry, did someone say something? One of the things that you've been with the Chief Minister now for 12 years, as Private Secretary and now as his...
I have been with him for 18 years now. Wow. I was Ganjam district collector for 4.5 years, which was his district. Right. So I used to have almost everyday talk with the Chief Minister, and he was hands-on in his constituency and the district. And then almost 13 years now, so 16, 17 years I have been working closely with him actually.
Can you, I mean, there's no other better person than to tell us what is the success mantra of the Chief Minister. He's 5 times Chief Minister, won 5 consecutive elections, now on road to history to become the longest serving Chief Minister. What is his mantra of success? What is his management style?
I think it's very simple. What in Bhagavad Gita Krishna has told. Do your work and leave everything rest to God. That's it. Wow. He does it very, very nicely. He has no expectations. What should be the outcome? What should be the output? He doesn't break his head. He puts his 100% in whatever he does and then leaves the rest for the results to come. And people pay the results. And in public service, if you ask me how he is very successful, he is using politics as a medium of serving the people, not vice versa. He is not using public service to be in politics or to be in post. And the best part is, people of this state have understood that this man is not doing politics, he is doing public service, and he is in politics for doing public service, not the other way around. And that is the reason, like you said, 7 times consecutively he has got the most popular Chief Minister in the country. I remember the first time he got award was in 2003.
Yes.
I was sub-collector, a young sub-collector in a place called Dharamgarh in Kalahandi. The day that you were India Today, that time I think digital print was not there. He had carried the hard copy and he was reading and he had come with that copy. Maybe he picked up in the airport or somewhere. So that is the first time he got 2003 and now we are in 2024, 2 decades. Imagine the kind of, I gave this example somewhere else as well. To get first rank in a classroom, all of us have to really struggle. To get first rank in a school, you have to really work hard. If you have to get district first in a school, district first when you are in school, it's so tough. And every month it is a struggle for a child to be in that number 1. Some month the child slips. So much of dedication, so much of sacrifice, so much of hard work, everything goes into to reach the top, whether it is sports, whether it is any field, you take any field. But being in number 1 at national level for so long, and that too in such a subjective field in which every angle one can scrutinize, and with the invent of social media, 24 hours your activities are scrutinized. But still to maintain that number one rank in the country as the best or most popular Chief Minister of the country is something which I would say that it's because he is seeing this as public service, not as politics. The day he thinks that people have not appreciated for his public service, he will stop his public service. He will stop it. He will stop politics. Wow. That is the kind of personality he is, if I know him very well.
He doesn't hang on to power?
No, hang on to post or power or politics.
Wow.
Okay, but he is completely unlike a politician. And that is why he has been so successful in politics.
That's what I want to check with you. I want to know, you have seen the transformation that's happened of the state. How has Mr. Naveen Patnaik changed since the first time you met him in Ganjam and you served him? And now, what is the big difference you see in him? Has there been a change in philosophy? Has there been an impatience? What is it that is the growth factor in Naveen Patnaik?
I don't think there is any change in his core values. I have seen him coming back from Rayagada, a district called Rayagada. He had gone to see, this must be in 2006-7, in a place called Kashipur, this, diarrhea deaths had happened. So he had gone there to visit along with the then health minister, Mr. Duryodhan Maji, and 2 other people. On the way back, he was supposed to have refueling in my district, where I was posted as collector, Ganjam district. So he landed. It must be 4 o'clock in the evening. So I got a call from the Chief Minister's office that time that CM has not had anything, including a drop of water. Please keep lunch ready so that he can have a late lunch at this time. So we had kept everything water. We know the menu of the Chief Minister. So then they landed, we took him to the place. He kept quiet and he didn't have food. All others were having food, he just kept quiet. I asked, sir, I took the liberty and asked him, sir, should we change some item or should I get something else? Or if you are liking something or you are not finding it interesting. He just kept quiet for some time and then he walked out with me and said that I don't like people dying out of diarrhea. Oh. And he didn't have food that day. It was very touching that there will be a chief minister who has seen diarrhea deaths and he won't have his meal. He'll miss his meal. Nobody is bothered whether the chief minister is eating or not. But to himself, he made that resolve that my people are dying, I won't have my food now.
Wow.
You asked whether he changed or not after that. So we all know that there was a huge train accident which happened.
Yes, recently.
Bahanaga. We were all doing some work at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the evening. Then the first message came and they said that there has been a huge accident. Then we got into the details. Then they said it's going to be hundreds of deaths. And there is one bogie, all other bogies we could reach. People could reach, the NDRF, everyone could reach. But that one bogie, nobody could reach because it was completely crushed and got inside that. Can I have some water?
Yes, here, right next to you. You can just use that bottle. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bottle, that black thing. Just open it, please.
I think they'll get bored, so let me keep
speaking. Even I've got my throat. Take it easy.
So it must be 8:30 in the evening. So I told the Chief Minister, sir, this is what happened. The one bogie is completely under the engine. And he asked me how many people would be there. Maybe 200 people. That's it. After that, every 5 minutes he kept asking, how can we save them? How can we save them? Can we get the crane from Calcutta? Can we get the crane from whichever part of the world? We should try and get it at the earliest. Talk to Prime Minister's office. Talk to everyone possible. Let's get that crane and try and save these people who are under the wheels. And it was dinner time for him, 9:30. So as usual, we asked, sir, you can have dinner and we can continue our rescue mission. He said, no. When so many people, this is not something which he is concerned about because Indian Railways is the train is coming from some place to some place and the accident happened here. See that human inside him. He said, no, let's see how fast you can get the crane, how fast you can mobilize people, how fast you can mobilize. Every other bogie we could take care except this bogie because the machines were not available to lift and it was completely crushed. And he missed his dinner again.
Wow.
I tried my best to motivate him. He missed his dinner and said that tomorrow morning, what time we can take off to that site? I said, sir, sunrise, 6:30, 6:45, 7. I'll go there and after that, I'll take a call. Not now. So that is Mr. Naveen Patnaik. You asked me whether he has changed in so many years. And because he has not changed, I think people of Odisha have also not changed him.
Now, have some water because I'm going to ask you some question on politics.
Okay.
One of these things is that they say Naveen Patnaik relies too much on the bureaucracy, and you're one of them, now in politics. And he leaves everything to his officers, and really politically, his party is not involved in the development. That is one of the reasons for success, but that's also one of the reasons for his complaint. What do you have to say to that comment?
I think this is a claim which generally the opposition parties raise this claim, especially during elections they use, because they can't raise anything against him. They can't talk anything about corruption. They can't talk about service delivery. They can't talk about transparency. They can't talk about completing projects in time. They can't talk about setting benchmarks in disaster management. They have to say something about the Honorable Chief Minister. So like how in Gujarat they used to say that Mr. Modi was very dependent on bureaucracy. Like that they tell about Mr. Naveen Patnaik as well. This is not at all true. He is a Democrat in heart, and he takes everyone's views very, very seriously. And he gives a lot of respect to the system, and he knows from whom what work to be done, who has what strength, and finally people elect him to deliver. So he is very clear about it. Who will deliver what is the strength of his team, what is the strength of his bureaucracy, how to harmonize everything, and finally he is answerable to the people, and he does it very well. He does it in style. Every time he gets a higher percentage of votes. So that shows that people like the way how he functions, but he gives utmost respect and utmost regard to all institutions which are pillars of democracy, whether it is judiciary, whether it is legislature, whether it is cabinet, everything.
Why would people elect Mr. Naveen Patnaik for the 6th time? What do you think will happen in the next 2-3 months? The campaigning will begin next month and you'll be voting soon. What do you think will be the outcome this time?
As usual, people will bless him with a bigger majority. Every time he gets a bigger majority than the previous, so people love him so much, as reflected in your survey. So they are deeply in love with the Chief Minister for what he has done for them and what connection he has with the people of Odisha. They are very, very intelligent, and they know how to give him bigger mandates every time, so that he feels good and he delivers more, perhaps.
One more question on that. It seems like you seem to have a friendly match with the BJP. You have Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, who's you'll have supported as a candidate for the Rajya Sabha MP recently. And the fact is that when it comes to the Lok Sabha, would you say the results would be the same as last time? BJP did win quite a lot of seats last time as compared to the previous time. So what would happen on the Lok Sabha front?
Biju Janata Dal will do really well in both Assembly and Parliament. That's what all our surveys say. They are going to get one of the stupendous victories in the history of Odisha.
No friendly match with the BJP.
So as regards the friendly match, the Chief Minister clearly said in his, the BJD had released a press release. As we all know, Mr. Naveen Patnaik is not a typical politician. He won't do politics. He will do development. What did he say when Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav was supported? He said, I want railways to develop in the state. I want telecommunications to develop in the state. I support the Union Minister for Railways and Telecommunication to be a member from this state so that he does the extra mile running for the state. We all know that Odisha has one of the least coverage in railways, and one of the biggest challenge for us is telecommunications, and both are central subjects. So we needed that support from the central government. So in case he has to deliver more Rajya Sabha seats also, he will do for state. Whatever is in the interest of state, Mr. Naveen Patnaik will do. And that is the brand of politics he follows. He doesn't follow the politics of hate. He doesn't follow the politics of doing politics for the sake of politics or elections. In fact, he doesn't do politics at all till that nomination filing. Till that time, he is only bothered about the state, its development, people, empowerment, building a new Odisha. So his objectives are very clear, and people of Odisha see it very clearly.
No, so does that mean, okay, he's allowed Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav because there is development. When it comes to the Lok Sabha seats, will there be a friendly fight there also? You take 7, I'll take 10, this kind of thing?
I think some things have to wait for some more time. We should not discuss political strategies in India Today platform.
But let us come to one more question that is there, and then I will leave you off politics.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to a bit of this. Okay, Mr. Naveen Patnaik is likely to get a 6th term, that's what you're saying. One of the things that political parties, regional political parties...
not only I am saying, you ask any one of them,
Okay.
they will all raise their hands.
We are not doing a poll here, but, but I'm saying one of the things that regional parties have is the issue of succession. You have a powerful leader, we've seen it in West Bengal, you've seen it across in many states, KCR, recently Chandrasekhar Rao. Who do you think, is there a second line of leadership that has been built for the BJD? If Mr. Naveen Patnaik, for some reason, wants to step down after his 6th term, you think there is, the BJD will survive as a party and also have a proper successor?
If we all know Mr. Naveen Patnaik so closely, we all know him very clearly, how he thinks. He is very futuristic in his planning and thinking. He would have planned out something really, really nice. And as he always says, the people of Odisha are very smart, very intelligent, and they will select my successor.
Okay. You are not in that race.
The people of Odisha will select the successor for Mr. Naveen Patnaik whenever he wants, and he has clear plans for it.
Okay. Round of applause. He has not only become a bureaucrat, politician, now a diplomat. Answering it properly.
At least in 100 questions, I have to show my diplomacy in 1 or 2 questions. That much concession you can give. Otherwise, I am brutally honest.
Now, coming finally to, let us see, what are you going to achieve in 5 Ts now, in the 6th term? What are you planning? How do you want to take Odisha to the next level? What is in your mind in the next 3-6 months to do? And what is the promises you give the people of Odisha?
As the Honorable Chief Minister said that in 2036, Odisha will be celebrating 100 years of statehood. So 1936 to 2036. So the Chief Minister has given us a target. Don't target 2036, target 2034. Now we are in 2024. We have to target 2034 because we should have a buffer of 2 years at least. So that if we miss some targets, we should be able to make up that. So 2024 to 2034 is 10-year period, 2 5-year terms. This is going to be the golden period for Odisha. And we have a clear route chart made as to how the people of Odisha should aspire for a new and empowered Odisha and how it will be transformed into a new and empowered Odisha. We have a clear-cut roadmap which has started in 2019. Now in 2024 to 2034, we are going to implement it in a faster, smarter, more inclusive way, which will have a huge role for youth of the state. We are going to do some things which no state has done, no country has done for the youth of the state. You might have heard about gender budget, you might have heard about climate budget, you might have heard about agri budget. We are planning to have a youth budget. If our budget is 2.5 lakh crores, a substantial sum in the next 1 decade is going to go to the youth of the state, and we'll make them more competitive, more able to achieve their dreams. So that is how we plan. The Chief Minister plans to build the new Odisha. His quote is, New Odisha, empowered Odisha. Everyone should feel empowered to achieve their dreams. However poor they are, however rich they are, however remote they are, however in rural, urban, whatever divide they have, but they should have that guts, my child will achieve this, my daughter will achieve this, my kid will achieve this. That is the confidence you should give and build an ecosystem for that. When you allow the children, when you allow the students, when you allow the youth to dream big and empower them to achieve, I think nothing else is required. And the Chief Minister, if you see his 24 years of his government, every term he has done something substantial. Maybe first term it was poverty, corruption, disaster management, like that. You see his path, food security, irrigation, like that it is coming. Then women empowerment. Now is the time for youth. That's what he has told all of us. And the youth of Odisha will show to the world what youth power is and how they can transform in the fastest possible time a state.
Let's give a very warm round of applause for that. I was just thinking while you were speaking that somehow it seems that you want to beat Mr. Modi at the game. Mr. Modi says, Viksit Bharat 2047. You are saying Naya Odisha by 2036. You almost...
2034.
34, okay.
And we are on
much earlier than...
Absolutely.
And he calls it the Amrit Kal period and you call it the golden period in the next 10 years.
I think gold is gold standard, maybe that's all. Otherwise, there is nothing...
And finally, of course, 3 minutes, let's ask you a personal question about what is your mantra? I mean, here, do you still jog, run? What keeps you going? What motivates you personally?
I meditate a lot. So that keeps me grounded and that gives ideas, that gives you intuition, that gives you a peace. In fact, whenever I talk to students in college functions and everything, maybe they'll think I'm very boring, but I tell them that at least for 15 minutes start meditating. If you start meditating for 15 minutes, then you will fall in love with meditation. You will know what benefits meditation can give. It will become half an hour, it will give 1 hour. Your life changes forever. And I'm one of the biggest beneficiaries of meditation. I go with the flow. I don't have any plans. Surrender to the Almighty and go with the flow. Just meditate nicely. If you meditate, you will know that you have to take care of your physical form, which is your body. So whatever is good for you, you do yoga, you do run, you swim, you do whatever you like. But you will know the importance of keeping your body fit. You will know the importance of sleeping in time. You will know the importance of eating healthy. You will know the importance of keeping away from social media, keeping away from drugs, keeping away from drinks. So this is something which I keep telling to the youngsters whenever I meet, that just 15 minutes of meditation religiously, it makes a huge change.
Well, I'll follow that. One more minute and I want to talk about your relationship with the Chief Minister. When you speak to him and when he speaks to you, what is it that, how do you get, the decisions out of him? What is it, a most recent example, you gave us an example earlier of how, he cared for the people and you talked of the diarrhea incident and then the railway incident. A more recent one where when you're interacting with the Chief Minister and there is a decision, people like to understand, how do you speak to him? Is he snappy? Is he quick? Does he say, Mr. Pandian, just do this? Or does he still call you Mr. Pandian? Every time I see him, he says Mr. Pandian.
What he calls depends on his mood. It changes. It keeps changing. So when you are working with somebody for so long, the relationship is very different. And it's a kind of value addition which keeps happening. We discuss things, and I'll give you a small example. It's not a very recent example, maybe like 6-7 years back. A very interesting example. One IAS officer's maternity leave application had come. So he was signing the application. I was getting the files cleared from him. So he asked, Mr. Pandian, so IAS officers get maternity leave. I said, yes, sir. All the officers, any government servant, all of them get So what does it mean? I said, sir, they get paid during the time because they can't go to office. They may have to rest. They may have to. So then he asked me, he had a serious look at me and asked, what about these women who are working in the field? Do they have to work till the last day till delivery? Then it struck me, perhaps yes, sir, because if they don't go to work, Maybe they will not be able to get their wages and they may not be able to feed themselves, some of them at least. Maybe you have lifted some people, but many people would be still there. It was 2010-11 like that. So then he asked, can we do something? I want to give at least 10 days, let them not go to work before their delivery. Can you work out something? That's how the Mamata scheme was born, which is a path-breaking scheme for the entire country. He wanted to give money to poor women, not to work till the last day of their delivery, and let them have the freedom. If they want to work because of fitness, it's okay. But if they have pain, if they are in discomfort, they should have the choice of not going to the field and working. And he empowered them, I'm using the word consciously, empowered them to take a decision for themselves, whether they want to go to the field or not. He introduced 5,000 rupees as Mamata scheme. So government cannot just like that give money. So what do? We decided that's our work. That is my value addition or Sujata's value addition. Institutional deliveries are less in Odisha. We have to improve institutional delivery. So you do institutional delivery, you will get 2,000 rupees. Okay. Vaccination is less. You do this vaccine at this time for the child, you will get 1,000 rupees. You do this vaccine, you get 1,000 rupees. So you basically incentivized or bribed the mother to do all good things. Wonderful. By giving money, and at the same time, he also achieved the objective. He wanted to do something for the woman in the fields, working under sun. She should have that freedom to decide whether she wants to work or not. So this is how our discussions happen, and you all will agree that you will get inspired if you get a chance to work like this. And I'm like completely inspired by his walk, talk, everything of the Chief Minister. That's why I don't see anything beyond him.
Well, since you mentioned Sujata, who's the boss at home? Your two IAS officers.
You know who will be the boss. Always. And I would like to take one or two questions if we have time from the audience.
Come, anyone wants a question?
Just 3 questions.
Okay, 3 questions. Here's one gentleman.
Yeah, somebody can give the mic.
Mic here, please. Is there a mic?
Because always it should be participatory.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's too boring for...
Yes. Now you're doing your politician act. Participating.
Oh, okay. No, that is taught to us in academy itself.
3 quick questions. There is a mic there. Please give it to him.
I'm Anand Kumar Mishra, and I was working in Google prior to this. Left US, came back to Odisha to start a venture of our own, which is called GrowZip. So, first of all, thank you for whatever you have done for the state and for the youth. So, for the last 5 years, we see startups coming up. More than 2,000 startups have registered, and in 2025, we are looking for 5,000 startups. So, what do you think your vision for startups to build unicorn billion-dollar ventures?
I think we'll leave very technical questions because the audience may not appreciate it. It's too technical. Ask something general, it's better.
Okay.
Everyone should be interested. This we can have a discussion separately.
What are your hobbies?
My hobbies?
Yes.
My hobby is, it differs throughout the day. Early morning my hobby is meditation. Next is running in the track. Then maybe in the day listening to music. Then in between sometimes you take 20 minutes break and watch something comedy. Refresh yourself. So throughout the day your hobby keeps changing. No fixed hobby.
Okay.
And how do you handle...
There's one more question. We had...
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Sohan. I am one of the founder at Not In Line. Here I am, sir. So it's a healthcare-based startup. So I just want to ask you one question. As we are initiating this Nuwa Odisha and we are developing all the things, 5T and all. So in the more hospital scheme, like how we are improving and how, like, people of villages are still struggling to get a bed in BSKY. We are in the healthcare industry. See, we are facing this. People are struggling to get a bed availability in lot of hospitals. Sometimes people doesn't know like which hospital has this bed available, and they are moving to different hospitals and all. How we are doing something so that it can be.
So we are going to have a technological solution for that. We'll have all the beds mapped, available in an app, from which they can easily make out where the bed is available and they'll be able to access.
Actually, we are also working on it, sir. If
thank you.
We can pitch
Okay.
it.
Okay. I think one
Hi, sir.
question from ladies as well. Yeah, one question from you. One second. Okay. We'll just give you the mic. Yeah. Come. She's been wanting to ask.
Namaskar, sir. Many congratulations for taking the state on the path that you're taking us. I just want to know one thing, that you are actually hounded by the opposition. Where does this great confidence come from? It is so inspiring to see you walk so tall amidst all the criticism that's thrown at you.
Good
that's
journalistic question.
That's
Good
very inspiring.
I don't know whether I should give a spiritual answer to this or a physical or a normal answer. Maybe I'll try a normal answer first. If you know what you are doing and you see the smile of people when you go out, that genuine smile. Today, in fact, I traveled about 55 kilometers in Brahmini embankment. In 50 kilometers, and I wanted to see for myself how people get affected with that floods and what can be done and what will be a long-lasting solution. So I traveled about 30 kilometers by car and 20 kilometers I have to travel by bike. Vinil was also there with us. When you travel in those places where you would think that you won't be recognized or you won't, that smile and that love of people is so humbling. Whatever the opposition does, whatever the opposition talks, it's all worth it and it doesn't matter at all. And also, I have also learnt a bit from our Chief Minister that you have to be clear in what you do. Forget about others. If you are truthful to yourself, first you be truthful to yourself. What you are doing is right, and you will sleep peacefully at the end of the day, whatever you have done. If you have done that, continue with what you are doing. If you are not able to do that, quit. Don't continue. So, they don't exist actually. They don't exist. In fact, sometimes you have to respond or reply because you are in a situation you have to respond or reply. Given a choice, I would not reply at all or respond at all. You have a direct conversation with the people of the state or people of the country. That's much better. They are very simple, straightforward. They understand truth.
Very good one. Final question, sir. Last question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, sir. It's
Who's him?
evening. Good evening to everyone. I like on a lighter note. I just want to ask you. There's always a woman behind a successful man, but here we find our Chief Minister, our beloved Chief Minister. You are there, a man behind a successful man. Just small question for you. You have been a bureaucrat for so many years. Right now, it's a new avatar for you. Can you tell us what is the transformation that you are feeling right now from a bureaucratic setup to having a political setup?
Let me first clarify the first part. I think the 4.5 crore people of Odisha are behind the Chief Minister, not me alone. It is the people's love and affection. If he has to miss a dinner, miss a day for seeing tears in people's eyes, that is his commitment, that is his conviction. So a little bit of a change. He actually considers the people of Odisha as his family. He always says that. For you are unmarried, you are a bachelor. Somebody asks, he says that, yes, I have a 4.5 crore people family. That's my family. I have brothers, I have sisters, I have sons, I have daughters for whom I have to work for. So your next question is...
The other one is, Is it different being a politician from a bureaucrat? That's what he wants to know.
If you are a good human being with a clear heart, whatever work you do, there is absolutely no difference. You want to see that smile in the people's face, and you want to be part of little bit of changes, whatever you could make. That's it. I don't see any change between when I got up at 3:40 in the morning and as Mayurbhanj collector, and there used to be a place called Rairangpur, which is about 120 kilometers from the district headquarters, and our office starts at 6 o'clock in the morning in summers. So 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock is morning office. I got to know that most people are not coming till 8:30, and 10 o'clock they'll go back. Because it's so far, you won't go and check. So I got up at 3:30 in the morning and woke up the driver because it has to be surprise visit. Took him and went all the way to Rairangpur to check. 6:05 I was there to check whether people have reached or not. So that is the conviction with which one has to work.
Final question, Kaushik Deka, who's our executive editor from India Today. Kaushik, go ahead.
When Mr. Sengappa
I think Mike got bored.
No. He asked you about the opposition criticism about that Mr. Patnaik depends heavily on the bureaucrats like you. You mentioned about Gujarat. You gave an example of Gujarat. So that actually triggered this question. So here we have Prime Minister Modi and here we have Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik. As political leaders, could you mention one similarity between them and one difference? And I hope you would not be diplomatic this time. You have taken
one similarity between Modi Saab and Patnaik Saab, and one difference between the two.
Okay. The one similarity could be that they both are committed for their causes and they do real hard work. Real hard work.
Good one.
And the difference?
The difference I would say is that in the style of functioning perhaps, as Mr. Raj Changappa was telling that our CM is very silent. He talks very less. So maybe the way in which they carry out work, our CM gets work done without talking much, or maybe that is his style. And Mr. Modi takes reviews, takes meetings, his style of functioning is different. So maybe that is the point. That is the difference. I have seen both their functioning little closely when you get to see in meetings and everything. So our Chief Minister trusts people and knows that core competence is here. So he will know where to do what. But the main difference would be that style of functioning. That's it.
You have left a lot unsaid. So let's give Karthikeyan Pardin a very warm round of applause. He spoke frankly to us. He opened his heart out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very, very warm round of applause.
Yes, this session deserves a standing ovation, isn't it? Everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of an insightful and captivating event. I would like to express my gratitude to our audience for spending their day with us. A special thank you to all the panelists for sharing their perspective and our moderators for facilitating their conversations. Let's also take a moment to express our sincere appreciation to our sponsors for their support, co-presented by Odisha Sashan, tourism partner Odisha, India's best kept secret. Personally, I have found this conclave to be incredibly enlightening, and I hope you feel the same way too. Now, please join us for high tea and do mark your calendars because we look forward to welcoming you back next year. Goodbye, everyone.